Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. I'm your host, Cooley. Tonight is debate night, and we also got some reactions in store for you guys. Let's go. And y'all see the suit too, man. Listen, new studio, new podcast, by the spirit, not by the letter. Bro, we can go verse for verse all day long.
Made over.
Doing new things are okay with understanding the reality that we are in competition with one another. But you ladies think that you're special. You are in competition. Men are men of their word. So here's my word. I'll fly you out here and we can do it in person. And after that, we could box. I'm about my business. So remember I said, when I ask you these questions, I will dismantle your entire argument. That's the end of the debate, my dog.
I'm 39, but I don't look your typical 39.
Belly.
Yeah.
You look 39. It's okay though. That man isn't intimidated by a woman like you. He's annoyed by a woman like you. Because a man doesn't want to date another man. He wants to date a woman. All right, ladies and gents, welcome back to No Fugazee Podcast. Tonight is Sunday, September 21st. We are live on time today. Live on time, man. So let's give a round of applause that we are starting on time tonight. I seen the haters in the chat like, man, Cooley about to be late. Nah, we not on black people time tonight, man. We are not on black people time tonight. But anyways, let's get the normal schedule program. And the first link in the YouTube description is going to be for anyone that wants to join the stream. We are currently live on Facebook, YouTube, and TikTok right now. If you want to join the stream for open panel debate night, click that first link, man. I welcome all the feminists, all the leftists, all the atheists, all the feminine males, black, white, whatever race you are. I welcome you in. I welcome the haters as well. If you have a different point of, if you have a point of contention, a different opinion than mine, man, join the stream, man. Tonight is debate night. I'm giving everyone a chance to come on up. The second link in the YouTube description is going to be for one-on-one coaching. Book a consultation with me, man. Then the next link is going to be for the Clips channel. We post clips on there daily. Subscribe to the Clips channel if you already are, and I think we are at 11,000 subscribers on the Clips channel right now. And then we have all of the other links is for the social media platforms. So if you want to get in touch with myself or anyone from my team, go ahead and hit us up on Instagram, X, Facebook, TikTok, wherever it may be. Hit us up, contact us. Now, let's get the elephant out of the room. You guys are probably like, Cooley, what happened to your hair? What happened to your hair, Cooley? And if you seen the last stream I did, my hair was long. I had it out. It was in a ponytail. I had it out. I pulled it down just so the haters could know that, yeah, my hair always been long. We like people be in the chat like, oh, this guy got on a man wig or a man unit, whatever it may be. No, check the last stream out, man. I had my hair out, pulled it down. It came all the way, down here. But I went ahead and cut my hair. I don't let another man touch my head. So I took the scissors the other night and I was like, you know what? I'm just chopping it off, right? I was already planning on cutting it anyway, but I'm like, I'm chopping it off. So took the scissors and chopped it off, faded around the sides, you know what I mean? And gave myself a little edge up. So this is the hairstyle for tonight. I will be doing a full low cut, see if I can get some waves again. Who knows? But I'll be doing a low cut. But y'all think y'all finna get me before I get myself? No. Y'all are not finna get me before I get myself. That's not how things go. So let me get myself before y'all get me, right? So here's me getting me. Yeah, I look like these niggas right here from the Wayne Brothers. Yes, I look like Sean and Marlon from the Wayne Brothers. I do. I did my cut like this on purpose. This was the point. I'm like, you know what? My hair is long. What style do I want to? I could cut it mid. I cut like half off or, get a good portion off and then style it up and do that. Or I was like, you know what? Yeah. But anyways, I look like these niggas right here. So you not finna get me before I get myself. This is the roast session on myself. What we got next? Let me roast myself some more. Yeah, I look a lot like Sean right here. That's crazy. And some of y'all may be a little bit too young for the Wayne brothers, or maybe if you're not cultured, you may not even know what the Wayne brothers was. You never watched it. But let me get myself. I know you guys are all going to be familiar with this one. All right. Yes, it's time for me to get myself. Gotta roast myself tonight. Yes, I look like Guile from Street Fighter. I look like that. I look like a black Guile. That's who I look like right now. This is wild. Get the likes up in the chat. I know y'all roasting me right now, but remember, I gotta roast myself. I gotta get me before y'all get me, right? Because can't nobody else roast me better than I can roast myself anyway. But listen, when I cut my hair, y'all gonna see the waves spinning, swimming on this, backstroking. Listen, when I cut it and I got the waves spinning, I'm gonna brush my hair for 48 hours straight. Brushing the nigga naps out, getting it right, and you're gonna see. But anyways, enough of the coolies here tonight, because I know you guys are probably like, come on, bro, you had the braids, man. Why you cut it, man? Why you cut it? I cut it because I want to, because I can actually cut hair. All right, enough of this. Okay, once again, tonight is open panel debate night, but we are going to be reacting to content, and it's going to be random tonight. So as I'm reacting to content, I'm going to go ahead and stop and bring people up and really try to get these debates going tonight. We already got some people joining backstage. Looks good. We already got some people joining backstage. Make sure your camera is on. Make sure your mic is on as well as you're joining backstage. But first, let's get to these clips so we can react to some stuff tonight. And these are clips that the members sent us. All right, first clip we got, let's see. Yeah, let's bring this one up here. All right, so this is something that the members sent me. I don't even need the headphones. I think it's just this right here. So let's go over this. Flint, Michigan pays every pregnant woman $1,500 when expecting and $500 per month for the first year of the infant's life. So kids aren't born into poverty. Now, on a side here, I'm going to go ahead and read this a little bit because there's more information about this. Okay, so Flint, Michigan, long scared by its water crisis, is pioneering a new approach to childhood poverty. Kids created by researchers, RX kids created by researchers at Michigan State University and the University of Michigan gives all pregnant women $1,500 during pregnancy and $500 monthly for their baby's first year. The first community-wide, unconditional cash program in the U.S. We're going to get into this. We're going to break this down. Next, it says, for mothers like preschool teachers, Angela, who had a baby in 2024, the funds covered essentials like a crib, diapers, and allowed her to take 14 weeks off of work. It took so much stress away, she said. So this is basically given a review off of, Flint, Michigan paying, pregnant women the $1,500 and then the $500 per month. And this is women giving feedback. Like, you think you're going to have bad reviews? You think girls go, no, I don't want the $1,500. I don't want $500 a month. Yeah, these chicks are going to do that. Now, it says early results are striking. Postpartum depression dropped 14%. No low-income families faced eviction. Prematurity and low birth weight decline, saving Flint up to $6.2 million annually in NICU costs. Unlike targeted aid, RX Kids, I guess that's the name of, the organization that's doing the funding. It's called RX Kids. It's achieving 100% enrollment and helping rebuild trust in Flint. Now, I'm going to go ahead and stop the reading there. So pretty much, one could interpret this if you have on the feminist lens and the liberal lens, you can interpret this and say, wow, this is great what they're doing in Flint, Michigan. They're really helping out mothers. Now, I need more information, right? It doesn't tell me if it is single mothers or if it is mothers in a relationship. I would make an assertion and say that it is single mothers because it's to help women out of poverty and give women some handouts when they're pregnant and stuff. So I would assume that the women that qualify for these type of grants and this type of aid are women that are single mothers and women that are, below a poverty line. I'm essentially thinking that it's a way where you have to, just like if you're trying to qualify for food stamps or something like that, you have to show proof that you're under a certain wage and then you can qualify for this. It doesn't give me this information here, but I would assume that's the case because if they just gave it to all pregnant women, well, some pregnant women are not even in poverty. Like, you know what I mean? So since it's for, to prevent babies from being born into poverty, then it would be for mothers that qualify for, they're like making minimum wage. You know what I'm saying? So if that's the case, which I do think it is, then essentially what they're doing is they're being reactive, right? This is a reactionary standpoint. So they're not being proactive. They're looking at women, how women behave, and they're not, like it says, unconditional. It actually said it there. It says the first community-wide unconditional cash program in the U.S. So unconditional. Okay, so there's no conditions on it. That's what it means. That could be one thing. I don't know. We need to look more into this. But so far, we're going by this, right? So I say all of that to say they're looking at it from a reactionary standpoint. And in a reactionary standpoint, out of the feminist lens could be great is because, let women choose to do what they want. And then if they make a bad choice, let's go ahead and save them from their choices. Let women do what they want and be free. But then let's create these programs to save women from their poor choices. So this is a reactionary standpoint. This is not putting anything in place, any aid in place to be proactive. Now, all this is doing, if you are incentivizing women at the end, if they already made many fatal mistakes, right? One, they're poor, so you're not getting a job. You wasn't prioritizing education. You weren't doing good in school, whatever it may be. Two, you chose a man to have a baby with, and you're a single mom, and it's no genuine relationship. There's no marriage. There's no another income coming in from your husband or the man that you committed to in a relationship that's going to help you with this baby, right? So there's all of these different measures that can be put in place to prevent this so we don't even have to, give aid to these women. Like, think about it. If you are going to incentivize women after they made the poor choices, what this is going to do is incentivize them to keep on making the bad choices. That's what that's going to do, because they know that they can be saved. They can avoid accountability, So why not come from a proactive standpoint? Why not incentivize the pregnant women to stay with the baby father, right? Let's take it a step further. Why not incentivize the man and a woman, a relationship, because it takes two to make a baby? Why not incentivize that couple to get married? Why not incentivize that couple out of X amount of years of, being married, then give them cash? Now think about it. We already have systems in place that's like this. This would be like a state grant or a non-government organization aiding these pregnant women. But essentially we have this already in our education system. Now think about if we had, just like for our education system, you can get many grants. You can get a grant for being left-handed. You can get a grant for being a minority. You can get a grant for getting good grades in your school and hitting honor roll and having a good SAT score. So you can get many different grants based off how you behave when it comes to the educational system. I'm saying that just like we have an educational system, we should have the institution for marriage should incentivize people to get married and to have good relationships and to build with one another. And we can do this just like how they give grants. So, they're giving grants to these single mothers that's getting knocked up and that's poor. Well, why don't we just give grants to women and men when they get married? You get a $1,500 grant for getting married, newlywed. Okay, wow, this will incentivize the marriage or however it may be. And then you get, $500 a month as you stay married. Or once you hit 5 years of marriage, you get a $10,000 grant. Once you hit 20 years of marriage, you get a $50,000 grant. And what would this do? This would not just, make an excuse for a woman's poor decisions. This would actually incentivize them to stay with the man, right? This would incentivize the nuclear family. It's funny how they always do these reactionary things to, give the woman a get out of jail free card. Oh, get out of jail free card, get out of jail free card. But it's never for like virtues. It's always for like just bad choices. Why do we incentivize women for bad choices instead of incentivizing women for virtues? Like if you're a virgin and you get married, $10,000 grant to your husband, of course. You know what I'm saying? Like, think about that. Like we have the system that we live in. They always like to incentivize things for the bad choices. You got welfare, you got Section 8, you can go in housing, you got all of these things. Like, yeah, we know people need help. We do need some systems in place for, when people do, make some bad decisions. But if we had more things in place that incentivize people for making good decisions, they would make more good decisions and they would make less bad decisions. And our tax dollars would go towards things that is beneficial, is going towards things that's good. A virtuous woman. She's a virgin. She got married young. You had 4 kids? Grant. Right? Give her a grant. She had 4. Like, it's crazy how it's just backwards. The system that we have in place just incentivizes bad behavior. But that's my thoughts on that, man. Let me know your thoughts in the comments on that. Send in some super chats. Let me know what you guys think about this. Am I just wrong? Or are you like, Cooley, man, you bugging, man. That's a good thing. Or do you really think that I'm onto something? Okay. Let's get to the next thing that we are reacting to. All right. Also, we are live on TikTok and Facebook. So if you want to go ahead and join the stream on TikTok or Facebook, you got to come on over to YouTube. It's No Fugazee Podcast on YouTube. With Kid Dreams, I did see your message, and I tried to put like a title on TikTok prior to this, but it didn't work. So I'm going to go on TikTok right now. Give me 1 second here, chat. Let me go to TikTok and see if I can put a prompt up on TikTok to entice people to come on in. To entice people to come on in and join debate night. Let's see what I could do. All right. Go here. 1 second here, chat. How do I put up a prompt? No. It's probably here. Creator tools. All right. I think this is how I do it. Yeah, this is how I do it. who can watch this video? Everyone. Title. Okay, yeah, I put a title here. One second here. We're trying to get debate night jumping tonight, so we're gonna go ahead and put a title in for the live stream on comments, duet, stitch. Link to join stream is on YouTube. All right, so now I got the TikTok prompt up. We're gonna get some people to come on up from TikTok. Hopefully that would encourage some people to join the TikTok stream. All right, we got some people backstage already. We're gonna go ahead and start bringing some people up shortly, but let me react to one more clip, and then we got Jay Prince. I see you back there. We got Obstacles. I see you back there as well. Haven't seen you in a while, man. So yeah, I'll bring Jay Prince up first, and then we go from there. But yeah, first let me get to this last clip that we got. Well, not the last clip, but the next clip. All right, what's this? All right, so here's the next clip that one of the members sent me. Let's see what we got going on here. So Democrats grill Kash Patel on why women are required to do pull-ups to join the FBI. Let's see what's going on here.
Requiring applicants to be able to do a certain kind of pull-ups, which a lot of women cannot because of physiological differences. Are you requiring these kinds of pull-ups?
We are requiring a physical program at BFTC at Quantico because FBI agents carrying guns in the field have to chase down bad guys and do really hard work. The physical fitness standards of those agents
So are you requiring
appropriately
these
assessed.
kinds of pull-ups?
We are requiring everybody to pass the 1811 standards at BFTC. If you want to chase down a bad guy
Excuse me,
and put
the
him in
reason I
handcuffs, you
asked-
better be able to do a pull-up.
The reason I ask is
And that's common sense too. That's common sense. That standard should have always been there. I do believe it was a standard, and they limited the standard or decreased the standard so women can enter the police force or the FBI or things like that. And it's just silly to even have this discussion because men and women are different. But let's continue on.
that there are concerns about whether or not being able to do these kinds of harsh pull-ups is really required of FBI agents.
Doing
Anyway,
one pull-up
Mr.
is not
Patel,
harsh,
I
and there are
am
always
greatly
medical
concerned.
exemptions to that.
Yeah, I don't even think it should be any medical exemptions. Medical exemptions to do a pull-up? No, the FBI or, even being in a police force, there should be one requirement for men and women, right? The exceptional women, okay, if She-Hulk comes around and, she's bench pressing 225 and, she's can do a whole lot of pull-ups, whatever it may be, she can meet the physical requirement. All right, I guess, one in trillion She-Hulks will come in. But the majority of women aren't going to be able to make the standard, aren't going to be able to meet that standard for pull-ups. So yeah, I don't even think it should be one pull-up. I think it should be, at least, listen, man, you got to be able to do 20. If you can't do 20 pull-ups, that's wild. 10 is, niggas was doing 10 in 10th grade. You better be able to do 20 straight. And then after you do them 20, drop down and give me 50. After you drop down and give me 50, go ahead and give me 100 sit-ups. And then after you do that, run 5 miles. That's the standard.
I'm that you are now requiring applicants to be able to do a certain kind of pull-ups, which a lot of women cannot because of physiological differences. Are you requiring these kinds of pull-ups?
We are requiring a physical program at BFTC at Quantico because FBI agents carrying guns in the field have to chase down bad guys and do really hard work. The physical fitness standards of those agents
So
are
are
being
you requiring
appropriately
these
assessed.
kinds of pull-ups?
We are requiring everybody to pass the 1811 standards at BFTC. If you want to chase down a bad guy
Excuse me.
and put
the
him in
reason I
handcuffs,
asked-
you better be able to do a pull-up.
The reason I ask is that there are concerns about whether or not being able to do these kinds of harsh pull-ups is really required of
She said harsh.
FBI agents.
Doing
Anyway,
one pull-up
Mr.
is not
Patel,
harsh,
I
and there are
am
always
greatly
medical
concerned.
exemptions to that.
I'm that you are now requiring.
Yo, that is funny. She said harsh pull-ups. You're requiring people to do these harsh pull-ups? Bro, and he said doing a pull-up is not harsh. Yeah, this is just, and this is what happens when you want to be all inclusive and stuff like that. And even with the last thing that we reacted to was, it's always from a reactionary standpoint, right? The liberals, when you put on the feminist glasses, you look at everything like, well, let women do whatever they want. And then if they do make a bad decision, let's go ahead and try to save them. Let's put on our cape and save the women when they do make a bad choice. When they end up on OnlyFans, when they end up a stripper, when they end up a single baby mom, when they end up all of these things, let's go ahead and put on this cape and let's go ahead and try to save these women from their poor choices. What you see here is, well, there's a standard. Women can't meet the standard. Let's lower the standard to save women, to give them the opportunity again to do whatever they want. Women need to have as many choices and even more as men. That's all it is. It's just, the ability for choices. Listen, man, children aren't mature adults. There's a difference between adults and children. And we have different standards for adults and children. There's different metrics, right? A parent is going to stop the child from touching a stove. The child doesn't know the stove is hot. So you're going to say, hey, stop you. And actually, there's stairs. The child is crawling, right? So we're going to put a gate up to stop the child from going down the stairs. Now, the feminist view, their mindset, all these liberals and stuff, the leftists, they know that it's good to protect people from making bad decisions because the parents do it themselves. These liberal parents, they don't let their children touch a hot stove. These liberal parents, if they have a set of stairs, they'll go ahead and put a gate up. So they'll stop the child from making a bad choice. But when these women, right, are mature adults, well, no. They need to make all the choice ever. Let's not stop them from making any choices, but just after they made the choice, let's go out there and try to save them from the bad choice that they made. You know what I'm saying? So it's just stupid. All right, let's go ahead and stop sharing that. We got some people backstage. Let's go ahead and start debate night and start getting people in. Once again, if you want to join debate night, click the first link in the YouTube description. I'm actually going to post that link in the YouTube comments as well. Give me 1 second here. I'm going to post it in the YouTube comments and then pin the link in the YouTube comments. so it's easier for you guys to get to. Link to join stream. All right. There we go. All right, there y'all go. So, all the haters in the chat and stuff like that, click that link. It's right there, pinned in the comments. And then everybody that's on Facebook and TikTok, come on over to YouTube. There's no Fugazee podcast on YouTube, and you can come right on up. All right, let's start debate night, man.
Let's get ready to rumble!
All right. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. How's it going?
Pretty good. You said some stuff that was very intriguing and very interesting. I'm kind of happy that I know you probably don't know. I did a show with you before. I'm a welfare king, and I'm proud of it.
You said you're a what? I couldn't really hear you.
I'm a welfare king, right? I'm welfare prince.
Oh, a welfare.
Yes.
Okay.
And I got the kids. I got the baby mamas on child support. I got the full custody. I'm the guy that the parent that the teachers call and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I think that when you say that, like when you brought up that cop situation where the woman got to do a pull up, I think that the female leadership makes it good for us, make it easier for us, because when you think about it, if they only gonna require her to not even do a push up, now they requiring if a man want to be a woman, he can get the benefits of what the women get. Like I get the benefits. Now, pause. I'm not saying that I gotta acquiesce to being a woman because I'm not that, but I think that the female matriarch, by them taking over and by them leading, using manipulation with their femininity to control men to do what they need to do. That's always have been women. That's their power. That's their nature.
Okay, so
it make it easy for us men that gonna participate in the same stuff. I don't want to participate in the hard working and dying at 50 and working hard. I don't no longer want to do that.
I see what you're saying. You're saying that with women in the workforce with women in, having the same opportunity and choices as men, it makes it easier on men because you're the type of individual that you don't really want to compete. You rather just sit back and chill.
Yeah, so by these women getting into our men's spaces, they kind of lighten up the requirements. And like for an example, I purposely chose.
Well, the real quick, the thing is they don't really get into men's spaces. Like there's not really a difference. So if you look at history would show you that even when women got the opportunity to get in certain fields that men dominate, before they had that opportunity, it was still dominated by men. And now that they have the opportunity, it's still dominated by men. So women aren't really choosing to go into fields that men go into, like science, technology, engineering, and math. They're not doing offshore drilling. They're not disposal men. They're not working for any disposal companies. They're going into being secretaries and being nurses and being caretakers and things like that, that's dealing with people and doing social work.
And that's what I'm doing. I'm a CNA. Like I go to work tomorrow. I'm a CNA, and these jobs are so easy. Like the ladies work to get paid to do nothing. And then think about it. I purposely chose piece of shit women to have my kids with, purposely. And a lot of people say, well, you purposely chose a bad baby mama to procreate? Yes. I think that's the only way that a man will be able to get his kids. As if he pick a woman that don't care about having kids, that's the only way you want to get that's the only way you be able to get your kids without a fight. compared to the men that chose the good woman, which turned out to be the bad woman when y'all break up, because now you're going to be like Tyrese crying, begging to get your kids and only get them every other weekend. So not only that, I got all of the benefits of being a father with multiple baby mamas. All my kids, it's been raised up under the same roof. I get all of the benefits. I get to sit on my ass and let y'all pay for my lifestyle. And when I do want to go to work, I get to make they boosted up to $5,800 a month and still receive all of my benefits. So I work as a CNA, right? I'm a med tech, so I pass out medication, wipe little ass here and there. I think that when the black, I'm not gonna say black woman, but women leadership made it easy for niggas like me. I'm enjoying it, and y'all gonna pay for my lifestyle. I get to create more kids, which I'm planning on. And then a lot of people say, well, how you gonna take care of all them kids? Y'all gonna pay for it. It's called taxes, right? And I'm gonna receive all the benefits. Y'all gonna be my slaves. I'm basically living like a boss, because here's why I decided to do that. No matter how much hard work that me as a black man do, I don't take pride in working for another man's empire. So it's one thing to build my own black infrastructure or my own black empire. We don't do that here in America. We build it. It's more of a disrespect to us to go to another man's empire who already have ill intent of us. They do not respect black men. They hate black men. They delete black men on a daily basis. But yeah, you take pride to go work, and they told us this education gave us power. And yet, it seems like the power is kind of jaded because the white man's still above us, and we do not sit across the table from the white man. That education do not teach us black people or black men to
listen, man. The reason why the white man is above you is because of your mentality. You want to be like the black woman. You want to be like a woman, man. Essentially, everything that you described is a black chick. I wouldn't consider you to be a male. I would consider you to be a black woman in the mind. Like you have an X and a Y chromosome, but your mentality is that of a woman. And I say that because your behaviors and the things that you choose, you're saying that, well, you want basically the woman to go out there and have the burden of performance, the burden of working, the burden of doing all of that. You're going to choose the lesser. It's like you have the mentality that let me make basically not just bad decisions, let me make the worst decision so I have the upper hand. That's basically what you said. I want to have the upper hand in my relationship, so I'm going to choose the worst woman to procreate with that don't want kids, so then I have the upper hand and I get to have my kids. So therefore, you're not even looking at life as to be the best version of yourself, to get a woman that's, going to follow your lead. And you're looking at life like, well, listen, I'm going to reverse the game. I'm going to turn it upside down and say, you know what? I'm going to be the worst nigga out there. So I got a question for you. Since you are basically promoting to be the worst nigga out there, what example are you for your kids? Do you want your kids to be just like you?
Well, as long as, first up, yes. And the reason why I say that, and I'm standing strong on that, because when you say that I have a woman mentality, black men in America, you are considered to be a woman. You do not compete with no man. Yes, you might go to work and work your butt off like a slave, like a subordinate, like a peasant. That hard work do not give you the same power that you think you got, right? So yeah, that's
all people though. So Jay,
not a real man.
But Jay, that's all people. So doesn't matter your skin color. Yeah, it doesn't matter your skin color. There's white people that's in poverty. There's black people in poverty. There's many different type of. Real quick, there's many different ethnicities that's in poverty based off of, if you're an adult, then you're making poor decisions, right? Of course, you can be born into poverty, but if you're a full adult with all of the opportunity. This is America. You can make your dreams come true, essentially. They're making bad decisions themselves. So, you know, I see what you're, once again, I see what you're saying, but why wouldn't you, as a father, why wouldn't you want your children to be a better version than you?
Because I think that you're not really paying. I think that we so shallow, right? We think by getting a lot of money and stuff to go to Johnny Day and spend it on jewelry, that somehow our dreams come true. No, my dreams, if I'm going to go out there and work, I want to create my own system. We the only race in America that don't have no lines to no outside of this place. We barely on the lease here, right, in America. The only thing that's keeping us here is the 14th Amendment before we be getting classified as an illegal immigrant. We no different. We next to the Mexicans, right? While we be sitting up there talking, all the thing Trump got to do is say, let's get rid of that 14th Amendment. We're going to become an illegal immigrant.
Yeah, but Jay, answer my question. Why don't you want your children... Yeah, answer my question. Like, I want to understand your thinking. And Chad, he's not trolling. And he's been up here before. You haven't been up here in a while. But as you was talking, it started to bring back, you know, memories of when you were up here, probably like almost a year ago. But
I'm not trolling. I'm actually living this.
What you say?
I'm not trolling. I'm actually living this. I got all custody of all my kids. I've been doing it for almost 8 years.
Yeah, he's not trolling. I had him up here before.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember the conversation of what we had. It definitely was about something else because I don't remember speaking with you about like this, your own personal life like this. But so answer that question. Like, you're a father, right? You're leaving a legacy behind, and you want it. You said that you were going to have more kids. So why wouldn't you want like something better for your kids? Why would you want your kids to follow your same path if your path is of you know, ignorance? Your path is of, you know, no motivation. Your path is of nothing masculine. If you have sons?
Nope, not yet.
Oh, you got all daughters.
Yep. So now look. Now look, even though I had sons.
Hey, yo, what is going on here, man?
Hey, Cooley, even though I had sons, what's better than the government?
So
there's not a black man out here working, competing with the government, right? What do the government essentially? Yes, they don't give you all of the money up front, but the average black man makes between $45,000 to $55,000 a year, right? Now with the government, what they buy is, let's say I got 3 kids and you have 3 kids, you making your average income at, let's give you $55,000 a year. You still got to pay for daycare, right? So I get my daycare for free. You got to pay for food for the 4 of y'all. I get $1,000 a month.
I get what you're saying, but Jay, back to topic, right? You said you got 4 daughters. You said you got 4 daughters. I'm asking about your kid. 3 daughters. Okay, you got 3 daughters. So then, the next question would be: would you want your daughter to date a man like you?
Absolutely.
But if they date a man like you, then they would have to be, you know, no for good, nothing woman, because then the man that they're dating is gonna impregnate them and take the kids from them because your daughter is just, you know, not worthy of having the kids. And that's how you're raising your daughters to be unworthy of raising children?
Yeah, well, this is how I look at it, right? I think a lot of y'all black men just complain, just mad and jealous because y'all can't compete with the other man. The other man is the government. I think that y'all shame black women and people that get on government assistance because y'all can't compete with them, right? As a man in America, you cannot. Why would a woman give up all of these good resources in her own power and not to be getting controlled and all this other type of stuff to get with a man that barely making ends meet and living an average life, or to throw money back in his face where you're going to be controlling them? So yes, there's nothing better than the government. If you ain't making triple of the amount of what the government going to incentivize, as far as like your health benefits, the daycare benefits, the food, the rent assistance.
Jay, for someone like you, so the government, all that does is incentivize bad choices. So they come from a
Why they do
reactionary
bad choices?
standpoint. When you make a bad choice, the government comes in place. They have systems in place like welfare and things like that. If you make a bad now. Things is not always if you make a bad choice, because you can be born in a situation where it's not anything that's great, right? But when we're speaking about this part of the conversation, no. If you're saying that, well, no, I think that the government is a good thing and more people should rely on the government. So more people, if they're relying on the government, more people would be lazy. More people would not be meeting any goals. The world would be look, if we take your logic, right, and the way that you operate, and if we extrapolate that and put your mindset into let's say half of the population, where do you think America will be if we put your mindset into half of the population in America?
Well, I only predicate this for black people, especially black men, because black men.
Okay, so then you want black people to stay in poverty.
No, that's not it. No. Let me clarify.
Okay, clarify.
You know how you go to work, right? And you work a 4-hour shift or 8-hour shift, you get a 30-minute break. We work 400 years. We need our 30-year break. So there's nobody in America that worked longer as black men, but yet we still at the bottom.
Oh, I see. So our
bottom.
ancestors.
This is all respirations that
I
I'm
get
doing.
what you're saying.
I'm
Our
milking all
ancestors.
respiration.
Okay, so since our ancestors worked
Yes.
without any pay for 300 or 400 years, then you're basically saying, well, since my ancestors worked, I don't have to work. I'm going to take advantage of the systems that's in place that the government give us, and that's how I'm living.
Okay, now they sat on their back while us black folks was slaving and building this land, and they did the same thing that I'm doing, right? And secondly, right,
Jay, real quick, you said that's reparations. Reparations would be to get black people out of the situation that the financial system or the position where they're at in the class of systems, get them out of that position and put them in a higher class, right? If you are not being motivated and you're not being ambitious and you're not out there really going to make something of yourself, and if you're just being lazy, that isn't reparations. That's just being lazy. How are you giving to the next generation?
Well.
Listen, real quick. Answer that. How, if it's reparations, this is what you're saying, man. I'm trying to stillman your argument so to try to make some sense of it, because it's very nonsensical. It doesn't make any sense. You're saying that, well, our ancestors, they were slaves. They worked for 400 years without getting any pay. Well, my reparations is, I'm going to sit on my butt and I'm going to collect this government cheese. I'm going to collect these handouts. And you know what? That's going to be my reparations, so I don't have to work. They worked for 400 years. Now I'm not going to work for 30 years. That's essentially what you're saying. I got that, right?
Yes.
Okay, now my question for you is, how is that reparations if reparations is to move black people in a better place than they were yesterday? You would be bringing black people back. You would be bringing black people worse than what the ancestors was. Yeah, the ancestors was slaves, was living in slavery, but our ancestors will look at you and say, hey, you have all of this opportunity, but you're not using this opportunity. They would spit on you and look at you in disgrace. You'll be disgraceful.
So my respirations is, okay, not have to work for the peanuts, right? So when you go out there and work and stuff like that, my respiration is be able to sit on my behind, get to raise my kids, to spend more time with my kids. I get to watch my kids grow. I get to live in a house in a suburb community for $25 a month, while y'all paying $3,000 a month or $5,000 a month in a 3 or 4 bedroom home. Right, I get to do all that. That is respirations, because let's face it, they not going to give you your respiration that you are desiring. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna get my respirations the ghetto way. And nothing you brought up about our ancestors stuff, and why do y'all make fun of us talking about, well, our ancestors do this, but yet white people benefit of the power of their ancestors. The reason why white people today is still in power is because of their ancestors. That's in
No,
every race.
so Jay, you got it all wrong. Our ancestors, Jay, you got it all wrong. Our ancestors, what they did, they sacrificed themselves so us black people today can be free. We're not in bondage. We're not slaves.
Well, they weren't by choice.
Let me finish,
They were
right?
forced to.
Let me finish. Yeah, I didn't say that it was, but let me finish. So our ancestors, they made the ultimate sacrifice. And you can say it wasn't by choice. I don't think that it wasn't by, I don't think it was forced. I think it was choice, because they could have chose to all rebel and they could have chose to all die, right? They could have chose to die, but they chose to continue to live, to suffer the pain, so their legacy that they leave behind can have the choice to be a free man. And guess what? We are all black people. We're all free in America today, right?
No, we're not.
So, okay, listen, Jay, let me just land my plane. How you're viewing things, you're viewing things in a very twisted lens, right? We are all free today, and we are in the land of opportunity. There's no better country on the face of this earth, right? So with that being said, you want to just be lazy because you're an inadequate male and you have the mind of a lazy woman, not even just a regular woman, the mind of a lazy woman, and you don't want to make anything of yourself. You're not being an example of any of your children. Think about it. You got 3 daughters. You're not an example of a man that your daughter would want. You couldn't even answer that question, right? You kind of like skipped over it. This is the type of stuff I'm asking to see if you can. No, you said yes. You said yes, and then I said that if you do say yes, then that means that your daughters are unworthy. Then you have to conclude that then your daughters would be unworthy to raise children, because the women. Well, listen, the women that you chose them women specifically because you know that they don't have the ability to raise children, so you can get full custody of your children. This is the type of man you are. You went ahead and you sought out women that was not really worthy of having any kids, and then you went ahead and planted a seed in those women so then you can get full custody. That's what you did.
And I got my result.
Got it. So now if you want your daughters to date a man just like you, they would date a man just like you, which would mean that your daughter would be just like their mother, an unworthy woman. You get what I'm saying? An unworthy woman that isn't able to take care of children. Is that what you truly want for your daughters?
Well, I do want if they're going to have, since we live in an environment where a single parent is more pushed than families, yes, I would rather for my grandchildren to be raised from their father.
Okay, so you would truly want your daughters to then be unworthy women to raise children.
Whatever the dice land, yeah. If because I know that I see the difference between.
Hey, chat, he's not trolling either. I'm asking him these questions. He thinking about it like, oh yeah, I want them to be.
What? I don't like to troll. I need to speak what it is, right?
Oh, man. Let's bring up some more people. Let's make this full panel. I had fun with you enough. But let's bring up some more people. Let's bring up Carl. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. Carl, welcome back. You've been here before. You want to go ahead and state your name, where you from? You on mute.
All right, my bad. What's up, y'all? I'm Carl. Thanks for bringing me up, Coos. What's up, brother? Other brother there. I'm in Florida. Yeah, what's up, bro? I'm from Georgia, but I'm in Florida. And it's kind of my location. I got a bunch of family from down here. So. Got it.
Let me also go ahead and bring up Sid Cap. We got Sid Cap. Sid Cap, go ahead and state your name. Welcome back. You've been here before. State your name. Where you from?
Sid Cap from Brooklyn.
All right, cool. So a lot of you, I'm sure you guys heard Jay speaking about his personal situation and what he sees, how black people should move in society. So I'm sure you guys have some takes or some questions for Jay. Let's go ahead and start with Carl.
Yeah, well, I always enjoy, the conversations that you get, Cooley. And Jay, you encouraged me to come on because a couple of things that you said I hadn't heard said before. And I feel like, like who said, I know you're not just shooting the breeze. Like some of these things you really thought about for a long period of time. And you've seen some success in. I just wanted to offer a couple of things, slightly different based on my experience. that she said that I didn't necessarily agree with. One, I'll start with, the idea that in order for men to secure their rights to their children in unfortunate situations, the woman has to be unfit. Like I mean, for obvious reasons, I don't think Cooley really even jumped on that because, we want children should have a healthy man and woman in their life. And I would say, I won't go on this whole tirade about my history of like civil rights and all the people in my family from the prior generations, but you know, certain moves were made for blacks in this country on the backs of families. Like people don't talk about it, but for women to be respected, they had to be married at a certain time, and for men to be respected and get jobs and these other things, they had to have wives and they had to be families. So what's happened is that was so dangerous and it was so successful. This is why in certain communities the family structure has completely changed and been turned on its head. So what that means now is we do, in a sense, need to hark on those individual rights. Women's individual rights has been blown up. It is time to focus on men's individual rights. So with all that being said, the conversation of families is where it should be and how that looks. One big distinction, and this is something, we can talk about at some point, is, what does happen if you do have children out of wedlock and you want to get rights to those children? What is one of the things marriage does. Marriage is a trust factor. It means when you die, the other person gets everything that was yours, and you trust them to take care of the kids and the family and everything. When you do have that, that means when the children are born, as a father, you already naturally have all the legal rights, entrusted to your children. Now, if you're not married, states have certain requirements, but by and large, you still can establish those rights, but you have to get a DNA test. You have to have the court acknowledge this acknowledgement of paternity and do, some other things. So, but when you do that, you are just like how at a certain point, blacks weren't entitled to have certain laws and freedoms to do things. And then we were at this point as men, you are actually entitled to, if I dare to say, an ownership right to your children, regardless of how that works out with the parent. So that's
Okay.
just some stuff I wanted to throw out there.
Yeah, and I would pose a question to Jaden, and thanks for that, Carl. Yeah, because Jay, you're just looking at women like, what, I'm going to go ahead and choose a woman where I'll have the upper hand, so I'll be able to take advantage of the situation, instead of choosing a woman where you can build with and it will be a genuine, good, healthy relationship, a two-parent household, rather than you just raising the children, because you're essentially a woman. You're not actually a male, Jay. So like,
Well, I was raised by single mamas. Most majority of black men, you are classified as a woman in America. You do not compete with no other races of men. They do not look at you.
that is not
as
true,
black.
Jay.
Why
That is
have black
propaganda.
men-
That isn't true, Jay. You're saying this as it is true because you're projecting that, and that's what's in your own mind. You're trying to project onto us. That is not true for me at all. And I know many black men that isn't true.
Do you have power?
Yes,
the
I
final
do,
stage
Jay.
of a war, our power is limited, but the final stage of a war is to separate the men from the women and children, right? To psychologically, mentally, and physically enslave a people. And that's what's happened. To be able to get black men to think and believe those things, which I'm not even downing you for that. You're right. We've gone through multiple generations where men have been violently and viciously stripped and demeaned in households. So this is where we are. If you can get a people to denounce their gender, their position of authority, and their desire to even take place, in working with the other gender, working with the other
That's not
generations,
gender, bro.
we lost.
No, I'm still a man. I still love women. And here's
Yeah.
the thing: the reason why I don't believe in marriage. For one, we don't have no input in that marriage contract, right? Because I truly believe this. What I've been posing to people. I want to hear y'all thoughts on this. I know, Cooley, you might gonna give me the best answer. I believe that if I decide to get married, you know how we have to pay alimony. Let's say if I've been working hard and I take care of a woman. So she didn't have to work, which I agree. You've been basically her boss for 10, 20 years, right? So when we get a divorce, we had to pay alimony. I truly believe that if I'm going to pay this alimony, if we get a divorce, well, I pay this alimony. Well, she going to have to be able to pay me with sex, because for those past 10, 20 years, this is the woman that I've been sexing with. So what I came up with is that we get a tally sheet within the first 30 to 60 days. It's a tally sheet. I don't care if she get a new man, because under the law, if she's not married to that man, She's still legally, he's a
Okay,
nobody.
I got you, Jay. What's your question, though? You said you was posing a question. What's your question?
So the question is, do y'all really, before us black men sign up for a marriage where we should be able to have an input? If I'm going to be required to go to work and get a divorce and she take all my stuff and pay this alimony, in order for her to get this alimony, she going to have to give me sex. Now, if she refuses sex, nobody going to make her give me sex, but she got so many chances to refuse. If she refused, like I would say, like 4 to 6 times out the month, alimony get cut off. If she's not willing to do that and sacrifice,
and this is after the divorce, right? Right, Jay?
Yes, in a divorce. If she's, I think that women should be able to sacrifice as well as we need to be, as well as us sacrificing.
Yeah, Jay, that's never gonna happen. That's just a dream. You're living in like la la land right now. That's nothing that's gonna take place. If anything, then yeah, no one is saying that. We all know that the marriage laws right now isn't. It incentivizes the women. Since men are the ones that out earn women, then women are pretty much incentivized to divorce the man because they can collect alimony. But we still have prenups. But also, we're not essentially just speaking about marriage. We're speaking about, like, you don't have to get married by the state. You can get married through a church. It doesn't have to be by the state where the government is involved. What I'm speaking about is having a healthy, good, genuine relationship, a commitment with a woman to raise children, because that's the best environment for the kids. That is the best environment for the kids. So
should be.
Jay's talking about monetizing sex after marriage.
Yeah, you're speaking about monetizing sex.
That goes by another name, bro.
Yeah, man. Just
everybody don't value sex like that.
These women is telling y'all that they not like their grandmothers. So all of this being in the marry, and let's say you go cheat on her, she gonna go cheat on you. If not, she did it before you. So the marriage of today is not the same. We don't have the same standards and beliefs like they did back then. These women is not being submissive to you.
Yeah, but listen, Jay, we could say the same thing about you and your mentality. The men back then, they worked. They were motivated. They were ambitious. Listen, Jay, they were ambitious. They were motivated. They wanted to be the best version of themselves and take care of their family. That is not you. You do not fit that male description. But let me go ahead and move over to Sidcap. Sidcap, you've been listening to the conversation. You want to go ahead and put any inputs in there or ask a question to Jay?
Well, let me ask one question before I put my input. The 3 girls that you have, do you take care of them? And do you get
they've been there now. I've been taking care of them most of their life. For multiple baby mamas.
You get government assistance?
Yeah. And the government sausage and cheese.
Okay, I hear you.
I get $1,000 a month eating cheese.
Okay, so I see he's like a product of his environment, but there's also men that go for high status women, and these women's got to pay alimony too. So I see how he's doing it, but I can see it in the reverse way where men just go for high status women and they got to pay alimony and stuff like that. They just prey on certain women, either they high status or low status. So I see where he's coming from, but I'm married for 30 years. And I work, and my wife works, and I ain't got no problems.
Until it's a problem.
Excuse me? 30 years. There ain't gonna be no problem.
Until it's a problem, you're gonna be coming out of everything that you don't work hard for. And you're gonna do more sacrificing than she is. She ain't gonna sacrifice nothing for you.
You don't know how to pair bond with anybody but yourself. So calm down there, man. I know how to pair bond with another human being, dog. I know how to pair bond with another human being. You don't. You're just trying to get over. Just like anybody trying to get over on somebody high status.
All those forever. Let me get over.
One mic at a time, fellas. One mic at a time. AJ, let Sig finish his thought. Go ahead, Sig.
He just getting over. That's basically it. And he feels like America owe him something. All right, fine. That's your story. But in my way, the way I see it is, I really came on here to talk about technology and relationship. This is small change, Joe. I want to talk about, because I seen you had a conversation with this Russian guy a couple weeks ago. He's talking about technology is a part of why relationships are not here. So I'll sit back and then you can have this conversation. But we
Okay,
on two
I'll bring
different
you up
levels.
again.
I can't get with that.
Yeah,
Okay?
yeah. I'll bring you up again, Sid Cap. No worries. Stay backstage. All right, let's
So,
bring up
Cooley.
Wit Kid Dreams. What's going on, Wit Kid?
What's
State your
going
name,
on,
where
man?
you
How we
from
doing today?
for the
Everything
chat.
good?
Yeah,
No,
everything
you
good.
Good. So I just had a few questions over here, just listening to this whole conversation. My first question is why do you have Cooley as a backdrop for you? That's first and foremost.
I like Cooley. We did the last. This was.
I understand you like Cooley. You have him as your
Yeah.
background. I get that, but that's crazy. Okay, that's totally off topic. But I just really had to know why you had Cooley as a background, because that's a little.
I'm practicing.
That's kind of questionable. But hearing this conversation, not too questionable anymore. So you said that you are honestly proud of being a drain on society, essentially.
Absolutely.
So pretty much you're saying that you have no worth to society but to be a drain on it. Your daughters, you hope to become women like that you meet. I mean, this is the most disrespectful thing you could ever say to your child. By the way you talk, I wouldn't be surprised if your daughter ends up on a stripper pole. I really wouldn't.
Well, we see women on a stripper pole anyway, right? That's one.
And that's not acceptable. And that's completely unacceptable.
Secondly, everybody got over on black men, right? The white woman, the white man, and the black woman. Now
But this doesn't address my comment. Well, how is being a drain on society beneficial to showing your daughters how a man should actually treat them, how men should be? How are you not? You said you don't have a job, you collect welfare, you find women who won't provide and be a mother. I mean, you said you sit back and collect money from taxes. You don't. What I mean,
you see my tax check, and I get child support from all my baby mamas. So what? So I'm not draining because I'm doing.
But you are when you collect child support and when you collect your EBT card, that comes from tax. You just said, oh, the taxpayers are paying for this, correct? That's what you said. So therefore, you are a drain on society. You're worthless to the whole entire nation because you don't produce anything. You're producing children who are probably going to end up on a stripper pole because you're not being a good father. You're not showing them what a man should be like. This is ridiculous.
Well, that's false because I'm doing what God called me to do. So hold on, let me respond to you. What you're talking about is man-made, right? Man-made told us the Eurocentric standard told us to go work in his field and build his empire. I'm doing God told me. Wait, let me finish. Hold on, let me land with this. I'm producing children. Children is wealth. And guess what? How many kids I make? Guess who's gonna pay for them?
Yes, children are wealth when you produce good children. You're not producing good children. You're producing kids who are going to think that it's okay to be on welfare.
Working your butt off and have to take care of me. Don't come to me.
Jay, let Wit Kid respond. Go ahead, Wit Kid.
You are literally the reason why black people have a bad name. You're making them look bad when they aren't.
Do
you realize that?
We black people in America, we always have had a bad name. So at this point,
that was so long ago. Not anymore. Like the times have changed. You realize that, right? Like black people have value.
Hey,
you know
Jay,
that, right?
One mic at a time, real quick. With Kid Jay, when he's speaking, just let him stop and then speak because we can't hear when you're yelling in the background.
You realize black people have value, right? Everybody has value. Black people have value. White people have value. You should bring what your value is. You should bring to society to bring it better. You shouldn't be able to create a welfare state to where you're relying on other people to support you. That's pathetic.
To respond to you we black people in America, y'all still lock y'all doors when we walk past. Y'all still mistreat us in the workplaces, right?
I see how you're saying y'all. I don't. I mean, if I was, would I be on this podcast?
One mic, Wiki.
Yeah. So go ahead, Jay.
Sorry.
So we still get they removed the DEI where majority of black people benefit from. The education system is still of a Eurocentric. Nothing of it is Afrocentric. We still worship a white Jesus. Y'all still lock y'all doors when we walk past. So at this point, I don't give a damn on how I look because we always have looked bad to y'all. So getting mad at me because I'm on government assistance, don't answer.
Jay, real quick, before you go, Wit Kid, and Carl, I'll let you. I want to hear what you wanted to.
I want to hear what Carl has to say too.
Yeah, real quick. Jay, question. If your daughter ended up on a stripper pole, is that something that you would be proud of or ashamed of?
Well, I would be ashamed if they have sex. Period.
You said you won't be ashamed.
When it comes to my daughters, every father is.
Yeah, that isn't a question. I'm talking about stripper pole. I'm not speaking about sex. So answer the question. Would you be proud or would you be ashamed if your daughter, her career path of what she chose to do with her time was to strip?
Yes, I would be ashamed.
You'd be ashamed. Okay. So if you would be ashamed, then this would bring you hurt. Because when you feel ashamed, like when you feel shame, it's not a good feeling. You feel hurt. So since you're not an example of a woman, since you're not an example of a man that you want your daughters to be attracted to, right? And you're not raising them in a way that's conducive so they won't end up on a stripper pole. You're actually raising them in a way where they will end up on a stripper pole, which you even conceded to when Wicked Dream brung it up. Then if you know that it's going to bring you shame, where there's a high probability that they end up on a stripper pole, why don't you just change your behaviors? Why don't you go out there, get a job, try to be the best version of yourself, try to teach your daughters good values and virtues and instill good behaviors into them so they don't end up on a stripper pole and you don't feel that shame. You can make a change to this.
Well, majority of the women that's on OnlyFans, Instagram, stripper poles, they have a father. They have a father, right?
Jay,
and
stop it. I'm not speaking about that. I'm speaking about since you know. Listen, Jay, I know what you was about to say. You was gonna try to say, well, girls be ending up on stripper poles when they have a father anyway. So hey, I'm gonna just go ahead and not change my behaviors.
You can't control what they do.
No, my question is this. You can't
a good father
control.
can actually say what they do.
What I'm saying is this: you can't fully control what another human being does without actually taking their free will or suppressing them down physically. That's the only way that you can control. But there's another powerful source rather than the physical, which is called influence. You can influence your children in a way where they won't make those poor decisions. The probability of them making those poor decisions and ending up on a stripper pole or creating an OnlyFans and showing their butthole online for $10.99, that probability would decrease a whole lot if you become a better example for them to follow. So why don't you change that so then you won't feel any shame? The only way that you won't feel shame is to make some change.
Right, and I agree. I would 33.9% agree with you. Now here's the other 57%, right? So let's just say by me being a man, and let's say if I do all the manly stuff, and by me being the only parent, guess what my daughters possibly will turn out to be? Studs, right? They're gonna be knowing how to fix cars. They're gonna be doing some manly stuff. They're gonna be the woman that men don't desire, right? Because
so they're gonna be lesbian.
And so if I show her all these man qualities, right? Guess what my daughters are going to be? More of a masculine. They're going to come up here. They're going to be the next females.
But Jay, that isn't true.
Dude, no, your daughter will become a lesbian.
Yeah. Jay, listen, that isn't true. Dude, one of the values that the fathers bring inside the children's life is the discipline. Fathers are disciplinarians, right? They discipline the child. So they teach the child right from wrong. That's what you do as a father. You're teaching the child from right from wrong. And not only that, you teach them the reality of the world, because in the real world, if you make a bad decision, then you're going to feel consequences. And as a father, if you're the disciplinarian, you teach them at a very young age. And as they age, you teach them, well, bad decisions, there's consequences, and they're less likely to make those bad decisions. You're not going to be teaching your daughter to be masculine and to be a tomboy. That's not how it works when you're a father.
I'm not teaching my daughters to make bad decisions. Getting on the government, it ain't a bad decision.
No, you are. Listen, what you're doing, Jay.
Depend on the government than a average black man that's making $40,000 a year.
And I'm gonna push it to Carl real quick. I got you, Wicked. I'm gonna give it to Carl after this because I want to hear what he wanted to say. I seen him raising his eyebrows up. But you are actually being a bad example of a father because you're not a real man. You're not behaving like a man. You're not out there working and making something out of life. You're actually being lazy and sitting on your butt and collecting handouts from the government to live. That's not anything of a man. Men, listen, Jay, real quick. Men, we have a natural proclivity to create and to be out there competing, to make ourselves, to be the best version of ourselves, and to protect and provide for our family at the highest degree that we have. We never stop working. That's just, it's in us. That's a man.
So first off, you're not competing with nobody. You just working. You slaving. And Brett Favre almost he get arrested for stealing food stamps. Even
Wait, what you talking about?
So he got arrested, which is this white man, Green Bay Packer, right, from my state, got arrested for trying to embezzle food stamps. So food stamps is very profitable for a lot of races.
Is he broke or something? So yeah, you're speaking about Jay. Yeah, anytime we having these since we've been having this conversation, you bring up this weird exception to the rule of some poor person. Why do you, instead of like bringing up an exception to the rule of someone that's doing horrible in life, why don't you bring up the exception to the rule of someone that's doing great in life, someone that you want to aspire to be, someone that you want your daughters to look up to? But I'll land my plane there. Let's go ahead and bring it to Carl. Carl, you had a question?
Yeah, well, I'll be quick. I just wanted to throw three things in, guys, for both you guys, for everybody. Two are points of context, and then the third is kind of the bring it home point. And so first, as to Jay's strategy, right? The idea of posting for a specific type of woman. One, for context, I would say I've been researching this for a couple of years, and a lot of philosophers going back hundreds of years, thousands of years, have looked at female psychology, and there is an idea that there's certain archetypes out there. The idea of the woman who is loyal, who is going to be that 30-year, 40 or 50-year wife, even as an ex-wife is still going to support you and help raise the kids together, is called a Decemberist wife. It's modeled after, during some war, how some women just had a certain proclivity to having that type of nature, whereas some women just are completely devoid of that tendency, period. There's literally some are like the opposite of that. So the matter of a man is figuring out who this is and how far you're going to go with this person. So Jay's strategy of going for what he's described as the underbelly or the bottom feeders or the lowest of the low, and then attempting to position himself as a more morally person, that's where I contextualize that of where he seated at. And now, secondly, as far as being accepting government benefits in a system that he didn't create, right? I agree to a certain extent that we have expectations as a man to not be lazy, but if the idea is he's gone to the underbelly to conceive with women who he feels and knows are not fit. Now, I don't know if he said he has 2 daughters or 4, but being a single father 100%, if you're doing it properly, it is going to take some time, especially if you're having to overcompensate school lessons, if you got academic trillion stuff going on, you're spending one-on-one quality time, that's going to take some time. Now, and if it is an untraditional household where there is one parent with all these responsibilities, I'm not saying the answer is to accumulate as many government benefits as possible without working to be financially free, without working to free yourself of dependence on the system. I'm just saying, for context, that is something that women have been doing. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. But third, and most importantly, I think, is the influence, that magic word of I. If I'm trying to raise kids the best I can, I think the best idea, and it doesn't always work like this, is 2 parents, and preferably the biological parents, because those two are going to have the most influence on that child, whether it's a boy or a girl, because for a man and a woman, the idea of a parent is to set expectations for that child, right? To condition them and to discipline them, right? To project roles, rules, and expectations of them growing up. And the best way to do that is, as a man, my sons are going to get to see my wife or my counterpart, how she treats me, how a man should be treated, what his expectations are, when he should walk, when he should dip, and vice versa. He's going to see how I should be treating a woman. But it is, and the same with the daughter. She should be seeing how a woman in a successful relationship actually treats a man, and vice versa. We always hark on, well, you got to open the doors as a man, you got to be chivalrous. But what's lost a lot, especially in certain cultures, is that whole being a queen, being a woman, all these other things. So that's kind of what I got there.
Fair enough.
So
And
may I
go ahead.
respond, or
Yeah, go ahead, Jay. You could go ahead and respond to that, and then Wicked, I'll go ahead and get your response as well. And then we're gonna go ahead and get a good conversation on this on the panel, because this topic is just, we're speaking about your poor choices, Jay. So we want to move it on to something else and get a different topic up. So bear with me here, chat. But go ahead, Jay. I'll let you and make it brief.
okay, so I think that with the ideal of having a man and a woman in the home, yes, that's the idea. I don't live in this life for what it should be. I live in this life for what it is. So this is a war against the black families. Guess what, y'all? The black families is no longer existence. It's dead. It died when the black women accepted the tax on their black families. So nowadays, black women do not see interest in creating value the black man's baby. She don't value the black man. She don't respect him. She don't care about him. She have done everything to show you that she's your enemy. She have got you deleted. She have got you in prison. She done got you removed from your children, keep you in courts, in these white people courts fighting for your kids. She done put you no fault divorce, me too'd you. She done believed all women you. She done white feminist you. She done everything there is. She done even changed her look of you. She no longer looks like a black woman. She's not proud of the black man's hair and all this other stuff. So she'd rather have like a wiki to procreate with, and because you don't never see black women with biracial children removing the white man from the homes and treating and putting that white man into stuff. You don't see the swirlers, these white men ending up in prison for good or getting deleted. You see that with black men. So y'all still trying to revive something that's dead.
But Jay, the only reason why you see that is because more black on black relationships is more prevalent. Interracial relationships is not as prevalent. So this is why you see more of that type of behavior where the black woman would divorce the man and put him on child support or collect out, whatever it may be, right? She takes him to the cleaner. All women tend to do this because currently we live in a system where they favor the woman. Marriage laws favor women. Currently, they don't really favor the man per se. But wait, kid, let me go ahead and get your last thoughts on this.
Yeah, just have one last thought. Would you say that if you have your daughter grow up with the mentality that you have, that you are actually limiting her abilities by putting her on welfare? Because if she gets a certain job that makes a certain amount of money, she can no longer collect welfare. So you're limiting her to what abilities she can do for work. You're limiting her to the abilities of what kind of men she will actually be able to attract. There's just so much detrimental influence that does to her. How could you not see that?
So I've been in a lot of these conversations. So the women that would chose education and money, those are the women that men come on here and complain about. Those are the women that the men don't want, right? They said that I'm supposed to prefer my daughters and them to not have an education, to depend on a husband, to put their life around finding a man to be submissive to. So the women that I see with degrees and making a lot of money, guess what? They are lonely. They
just real quick before you continue. Real quick. This has nothing to do with what I said. So can you please address my topic?
So I am addressing. So I do.
You're not.
Restate it in a question format.
Let me restate this for you again, okay?
And pose it in a question format for him.
So if being on welfare limits your ability to have certain jobs, to live in certain places, do you think that's actually beneficial towards your daughter?
No, because she's a woman.
So why would you do it?
She's not supposed to work. According to y'all, she's not supposed to work.
According to y'all, who's y'all? Well, you keep putting everybody in a monolith.
The majority of men that's going to be dating my daughters, they do not want their women to work. So no, I think I'm doing their future husbands a good deed. If I take my daughters them to trips and teach them to work and be self-independent, guess what? No man gonna want them anyway because they're gonna feel like they've never been.
But again, you're saying you're gonna treat them to be masculine and everything. So what husband are they gonna get? No man wants a masculine woman.
No, I
You're
was saying,
you're limiting them to even the men that they can now get. They're only going to find some liberal simp who's going to put up with something for them beating them up. They're not going to find a man. No real man would want a manly woman.
Right,
And if
right.
they do, they're gay.
I would say the reason why I said that it would turn out masculine is because if y'all want me to go out there and work and show them what type of masculine man I'm going to be, guess what? They're going to pick up my masculine traits. Guess what? My daughter already know how to paint walls. My daughter has been helping me fix on my food truck. My daughter has been helping me fix stuff around the house. When we go order stuff, she put the stuff together, right? And a lot of men going to feel like, whoa, this is my job. Right, so a lot of men going to be feminine. So since I was born in a feminine foundation, I'm just giving her the feminine result. Right, so they can still have their femininity because I'm raising girls. I'm not raising boys.
Yeah, but Jay, you just gave
that
examples
just goes against what you
that
just said. You just
Yeah.
contradicted yourself. You said I'm raising women, but I'm going to raise them to be masculine. That's not raising a woman. Which one is it? I'm so confused.
No, I was saying that kind of like, okay, it's not sarcastic, but I was saying that if I do what y'all tell me to do by me having full custody, that would be masculine. So what I have seen women do to instill in kids is to be dependent on the government. That's the most feminine thing you can do. Y'all saying that I'm feminine, so
Holy
it
shit.
would be that it will have these feminine results.
Let me
That
offer
your-
something.
No.
I
So
really gotta hear
the
what Carl's
women,
gotta say about this.
women women that depend on a government, they're not fit. That's not a feminine quality. You're like,
Wow.
you're like putting these
Why not?
characteristic. That itself isn't a feminine quality itself for the woman depending on the government. This woman
Yes, it
just
is.
isn't. No, what she is, she's not self-sufficient. So that's a lazy. It's mutual. It's lazy. You're a lazy woman. If you're depending on a government as a, the thing is, if you're depending on a government as a man, you are a lazy man. That's what I'm saying. But the thing about a man is, the difference is this when you're speaking about masculinity and femininity. There's certain characteristic traits within men that we know that, well, this would be a masculine trait because if men didn't do it, we would see negative consequences for it. You get what I'm saying? So I tie masculinity and femininity to virtues. You get what I'm saying? So when we're speaking about promiscuity, a man being promiscuous, that's not a good thing. We're going to see some negative effects, but if all men were promiscuous, yeah, we'll see some negative effects, but it isn't going to be the end of society. But if women were promiscuous, that's all women were promiscuous. That's like the end. No one's going to know who baby it is without a DNA test, and it's going to be chaotic. And then when we look at courage, a courageous man, this would be something that's masculine because if men aren't courageous, if we don't have courage, then, our military is going to be down the drain. We're not going to be able to protect our borders. So courage will be a masculine trait because without it, the world wouldn't be the same place. It wouldn't be necessarily a feminine trait. Yeah, it's good for women to be feminine. It's good for women to have some courage. But if they don't have any courage, we're not going to see all of these bad effects out of it. So I tie femininity and masculinity to virtues. That's the best way to look at it. You're just saying, well, like, oh, I do this, that's masculine. Oh, I do this, that's feminine. That's not how it really goes, man.
So I want to say this quickly before you move on. Only thing I'm saying is a woman's supposed to depend on a man, but since black men can't afford it, she goes to the government. So so when you get married, majority of men, especially like our grandfathers, prefer the woman to be at the home with the kids. If they don't
Jay,
have kids,
black
they
men
still
like
prefer their
you
woman to be
can't
at home.
afford it. You're making these assertions. You say, well, the woman is this or this, but they with the black man, but the black man can't afford it. No, black men like you can't afford it. Black men like me can afford it.
Let me say, but most men do not want their woman outside because guess what? The reason why you don't want your woman outside because now that pussy gonna be available to other men. They got work husbands. They got all these other type of stuff. So the reason why they came up with the concept of basically paying for their woman to stay home so another man won't have access to your woman. Majority of the cheating modalities come from her working. And we there at the point where we need DNA tests. It's a
Yeah,
lot
no,
of
Jay, that's a
you know,
insecure way of looking at why we don't want women in the workforce. One of the reasons why over here on this side of the internet we
yes,
say,
I don't want my
well,
woman that's steal
well,
y'all food.
working should be optional for women. We shouldn't be pushing women in the workforce with all of these same opportunities. If they're going to be in the workforce, have them get into nursing, get into secretary, go into the fields that they normally get into. Right now anyway, but we shouldn't prioritize. This shouldn't be a priority for women. What they should prioritize is family and children. And one of the reasons why we say that we wouldn't, like, I'm a male, as a male, if I'm raising a family with a woman, well, I don't want my children going to daycare. So I would rather I'm making a good enough income where she doesn't have to work while she's taking care of the children, and the children doesn't have to be raised by a stranger. So that's one of the that's more nuance into it of why we say we don't want the woman working.
So Coolio, let me ask you something about the energy. What do women bring? Because I truly believe that we slotting women in the wrong position. I truly believe that women bring energies, and she's supposed to bring. The only thing her role is to a man is to bring these energies. She's supposed to nurture. She's supposed to nurture. She's supposed to be feminist. She's supposed to be submissive. She's supposed to bring peace. She's supposed to be like us.
Chat told me to kick him, man. We got to kick him. They've been telling me to kick him. We got to kick him, man. You got to go.
I never thought I would see some feminists that you debated with be more reasonable than this guy.
Yeah, I mean,
Holy
I had him up
crap.
before. I can't remember the conversation when I had him up. I think I can't even remember. It was a while ago. But
that was crazy. He just literally said he doesn't care if his daughter's a stripper, essentially. Like, that just blows my mind.
He took it, he willed it back. He said that.
Oh, he wheeled it back?
Yeah, he said that he would care because he would feel shame. If they ended up on a stripper pole, he would feel shame. But he doesn't want to make any change. He wants to just stay
once
in his...
I asked him, he said, no, I wouldn't care. I went out of my brain for a second and didn't hear him restate that because that just blew my freaking mind, Bill. Wow.
Yeah, crazy, man.
One thing I wanted to say, just for like the benefit of viewers out there, that's at least a little healthy. Like my thing is that as much as I can, when I'm coming across somebody, my hope is that at the end of the day, at some point, they can be better off, and I didn't kill too many brain cells in the process, or I can be better off. So that being said, I would say for Jay or for anybody else, because this is a point of contention within the Black community, is that the educated woman turns off the man. But if I were in a position of having 3, 4, or 5 daughters that I was raising on my own, I would not want to necessarily discourage them from becoming educated for fear of men not wanting them, because I mean, the opposite is true too. Just as many women who don't have education are out there making horrible decisions, and being bad women, and are women that men don't want. I think it's more so about teaching them how to treat a man and what to expect in return. So wherever they are, and then the other part is there are some pockets of our communities that are a little more devoid of men than other pockets. Like, there's some families that for generations have not had, a strong, respectable man, but they still manage to procreate. So that's where I put a little bit of a more of a listening eye because sometimes you come across these people where it's almost kind of true. It's like in their immediate spirit, that's kind of all they see. That's all everybody's been programmed to, where it's just droves of women. So it's some men out there who they kind of got a bunch of daughters, and they're trying to figure out, well, how can I affect this? So that would have just been my encouragement for people that may think like him is, don't discourage your daughters from becoming intelligent, because some men say they're intimidated by that. Real men aren't intimidated by woman's intelligence. It's, in my opinion, it's the ability to work together and to acknowledge roles and respect, and just simply that. But it is a thing, man. It's like some no man zones out there. And some families, after generations, they're told, they've been told for 60, 70 years now, well, half the Black men, they're all in jail or they're gay. So, you got to figure it out, and for a lot of them, that seems to be the case. But I think a lot of the times we just brainwash ourselves and we tie ourselves into these corners. But the numbers can be staggering, and people come up with all sorts of weird ass philosophies, to justify it and to counteract it and attack it. But you got the way cool. So
yeah, man. I mean, good. That dude is he's something else, man. But yeah, we're gonna go ahead and refresh the panel and get some more people up here. And other than that, man, blessings to y'all too. Y'all can stay backstage, man. I'm sure I'll be bringing y'all up. We may get some more crazies up, okay?
For sure.
All right, cool. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. State your name, where you from.
Hey, I'm Daryl. I'm in Indiana, but I'm originally from Virginia. So I was trying to piggyback what the other guest was talking about before the incident happened for me. And the part that kind of baffled me is that this guy that had your picture in the background.
Okay, Jay.
How many children he has? That's the question.
Well, listen, we trying to refresh the panel. We're not trying to stick on the stuff that Jay was speaking about. But I seen you. I think you came up before Jay was even
before he got booted.
He got booted. Is there something that you wanted to debate about with me tonight?
Oh, no. I was just trying to chime in my 2 cents about with Jay because and unfortunately an accident happened right before me. That's why I left the stream because I nearly got into an accident.
Well, listen, man, you drive safe, man. I see you on your phone driving, man. You drive trucks, it looked like?
Yes. Yeah, I'm driving trucks, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Shout outs to you, man. But okay, man, I'll put you backstage.
Okay.
All right, chat. All right, let's get these panels refreshed. We still got Sid Cat back here. We got Zigzag. Zigzag, turn your camera on. I see you sent in a super chat. Appreciate the support. Zigzag sent in $20. He says, some coins to support your channel. I'm coming up in a bit. Okay, Zigzag. I'll go ahead and bring you up in a second. Let's see who else we got in here. Okay. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. State your name. Where you from?
Sean Bird. What's going on? Cool.
What's going on, man? You've been up here before. Haven't seen you in a while, man.
Yeah, man. Just been working. Really just been retired, enjoying retirement. That's it.
Word. I feel you, man.
For a bit.
What's new, man? You got anything for me today?
Yeah, so net, I was telling somebody in the chat, I was like, yeah, I'm a feminist too. And the reason I said that is mainly because it mostly means equality. Am I right or am I wrong?
Yeah. Well, I mean, depending on the definition you use, but it's equal opportunity for as a man, for the woman to be just as equal as a man. And some feminists would say equal opportunity and equal outcome. It all depends on how you define it. But go ahead. You wanted to say something.
Yeah, so of course, not equal outcome, right? It's just about having the opportunity to do it. Now, of course, the reason I say that is because of this. It's pretty simple. Look, at the end of the day, let them have it. You want to go to combat? Go to combat. You say you want to work? Work. Everybody works anyways, too. Let's get that quite clear. Human history, everybody has worked. Nobody has been at home with the kids educating them. Most people are illiterate. Most people were struggling to survive. So net, whether somebody's your partner and they're with you and they're rude and they use their college degree to say, I'm better than you, that's a different thing. But net, at the end of the day, I think it's completely fine. If that's what they want, let them have it. Men mostly let them have it already.
Okay, so
that they have. They didn't fight for it.
Yeah, you're saying that men basically gave women these rights anyway. They didn't fight for it. We just let them have it. And your
legislation.
Yeah, and the thing is, you understand the negative effects of feminism, right?
Of course, but it has to ride.
So with the negative effects of feminism, because once again, this is just an ideology. It's a construction of the mind. It isn't even like real, because the woman essentially can never be equal to the man. Men, we grant all the rights and uphold rights, and we enforce rights, but women can't do the same for the man. They can't grant us rights and uphold our own rights. We can only do it to them. So this is why it's never actually equal. It's just a delusion of the mind. So I see what you're saying, and you know the negative effects of it, but why should we let them have it? Why should we just say, oh, let it run its course? Why should we allow that instead of putting a stop to it?
Let them sit on the front lines. You gotta
Okay, they saying that they
sometimes
really
it's so-
can't hear you. I guess speak up. Yeah, speak up a little bit.
Can you hear me?
I mean, I can hear you,
Really,
but the
audience.
chat.
Yeah.
Chat, put a 1 in the chat if you can hear him. Put a 2 in the chat if you can't hear him. Or if like his side needs to be turned up. 1 in the chat if he's good, if his audio is good. 2 in the chat if it needs to be turned up.
Check 1, 2, 3.
I mean, I can hear you fine from my end, but I seen someone's just said that, so I want to make sure since you're speaking that they can hear you properly.
All right, bet. So what you just said what? Say it again. Why would we let?
Okay.
Him, right?
Yeah. So correct me if I'm wrong. You were speaking and you said you were saying, okay, we got 1s and 2s. I think you're fine. Maybe just speak a little louder.
All right, I got you.
Maybe okay. We got a lot of 1s. Let me turn you up on my end then.
I'm just on the Mac, so it should be good to go.
All right, I turned you up on my end, so it should be a little bit better now. But essentially, you're saying that feminism, basically, you're saying that it's a good thing then, right?
Negative. It's not.
Okay.
Overall, it's not a good thing, right? Because we could see certain ramifications from it. But this is what functional free will human have demanded, yeah? And again, remember we had this conversation before. Cool, we gave them rights to vote. Most men, if you talk to them on these panels that say feminism is bad, they'll say, oh, they should still be able to vote. You are kind of like at the foundation of nature and how natural order works. But most men are not like that. You understand what I'm saying? Most men still want their daughters to get educated and, of course, be able to vote.
But that was the indoctrination of feminism, though. So the indoctrination of feminism, it not only just indoctrinated women, but it indoctrinated men as well to take on that same ideology that think that, well, basically, you know, women, men and women are interchangeable widgets. The only difference between men and women is one can have a baby and the other one can't. Everything, and the man is physically stronger and the woman is physically weaker. And you know, some libtards would even twist that up. But the general population, those are the only two differences. Women can have a baby, men can't. Men are physically stronger, women are weaker. The general population understands that reality, but they don't understand everything else. They don't understand that, well, the order of life, right? Women aren't built for certain positions. So just to give them the opportunity to even go into certain positions would not even be beneficial to them. Right? It's just like a child. There's certain things that you would restrict your child from doing because it just wouldn't be beneficial to your child, no matter if you think that, well, your child is an independent person and they deserve all of this autonomy and free choice. So let the child do whatever. You would be considered a bad parent if you let your child do whatever. And as men, you would be considered a bad man if you let the woman do whatever. The woman should not have the same free will and the same free choice as men, and men shouldn't even have the same free choice either. You know what I'm saying? That things should be restricted based off of duties. Human beings, we all need duties and we need to be obligated to things in society to move society in the right direction. But a lot of males do think exactly how you said. Well, give them choice, let them do whatever. And I think that that's the feminist view in their mind. They're just speaking from their feminist lens that they're viewing life out of.
Mm-hmm. Now, when I say it, I don't say it from that construct. If someone thinks that, that's completely fine also. My construct is, you know, parents think that they can solve everything. You can't solve everything. Sometimes you have to let that kid go through that lesson and understand what they're asking for. And so again, this is the punishment. That's why I say I'm feminist. Okay, this is what you think you want. You want these type of burdens? Okay, sit on the front lines.
Then we have to
go out there in the workforce.
Then we have to get there's systems in place that saves the woman from her poor decisions. We're not here to do that. They have to go through it in order to understand. That's what I'm just saying. What I'm saying is then we have to remove those systems so women can actually take accountability and feel the consequences of their poor choices.
Not get bailed out.
not get bailed out. Currently, right now, all of these women, they got like 4,500 get out of jail free cards. They make a bad decision, there's a man to save them. They make a bad decision, there's the government to save them. They make a bad decision, no, let me just create an OnlyFans. I'm not finna work. I'm about to show my butthole online and sell it for $10.99 and maybe make some bread that way. And then they still get a simp. They still at a simp. Through all of that, they go through life and there's a simp that's going to be like, baby, I'll accept you even if you were sliding down the pole and this and that. You get what I'm saying? So there's always, women are always being saved from their poor choices by other men. So, and they're going to be saved by other men. We can't control other men. Well, actually, we could control other men to not save women. But there's certain systems in place. If we remove those systems in place, to save women from their poor choices, like let's get rid of OnlyFans, let's get rid of prostitution, let's get rid of porn, let's get rid of all of these sexual institutions that we have in place, which women benefit from financially because men are the main consumers of this type of sexuality. You know what I'm saying? So if we get rid of the sexual industry, then they'll have to use their brains instead of sexualizing themselves, right? And then if they don't use their brains, they got it. Consequences happens and accountability will be there. The thing is, women always is afraid of accountability and never want to take accountability because they're always saved. So they don't even understand the concept. Modern women don't even understand the concept of accountability because they barely ever take it.
Never get it. Never take it. That's why I was saying I'm leaning in, and of course, really not. I live my life the way I want to. But net, what I'm saying intellectually is lean in on that. And what it is okay, we're going to strip all the bailouts. Now, of course, men are not doing that. Like I said, even with DEI, right? DEI got wiped away, but women's preferential treatment in corporate America, government contracting is still valid. That did not get wiped out. And so net, as you say, there's always these bailouts. And so, yeah, it's going to be hard to try to strip those bailouts, but I want them to go through the pain. You said you want to fit. Yeah, you said you want to be in these boots. Go out there on the front lines and feel that steel. Don't run from Ukraine. Stay and fight.
Stay and fight. Yeah, man. You know, I think if they felt the consequences of their bad decisions, then the likelihood of them making that bad choice again would decrease as a whole. And then even if they themselves didn't if they themselves didn't make the bad decision, but they seen other women make that bad decision and they seen other women go through consequences and suffering, then those women that didn't even make that decision, it will deter them from making that poor choice because they see others, fatal mistakes. But listen, man,
let me just ask one more.
Sure, go ahead.
One more before I go. Would you say that it has changed a little bit? I'm not saying it's been a big change, but prior to, let's say 10 years, so let's go back 20 or something, it was all in. Feminism, I want to be independent, strong, you know what it is, girl boss, etc. Now the rhetoric, since women have been out in the workforce, since women have been like, dang, they're not going to save us on the train if somebody does something. Like, dudes are really listening to us. No one's talking to us anymore. No one's hollering at us in real life anymore. Do you feel like now they're like, soft girl era? Hey, I need a man to provide. Of course, they're making terrible deals and they're delusional when they come to the table. But net, that's in their rhetoric now, where before it was all out girl boss. Do you think it changed slightly? Not for the best.
No, I think that women, they're very good at mental manipulation. They're very good at manipulating the man. So they'll see, based off of social media and watching stuff on TikTok, they'll see what's trendy and what's getting clicks, and then they'll adjust their behaviors to get those same clicks as well. So they'll speak like, well, I'm feminine, as soft girl ever. Yeah, I'll cook my man food, but they don't really, their actions is different. They're saying it, but they're not really acting it. So I think that you never, as a man, you never listen to what a woman says, because their entire makeup is to put on makeup, is to cover up who they truly are. So they're never going to portray themselves as their authentic self. They're always going to put makeup on it a little bit, right? With a nice fine brush. So when women speak, it goes in one ear and out the other. Let me see how this chick is actually behaving. That's what I follow. But yo, good conversation, man. Yo, what country are you in again? Thailand, that's right. My brother from Thailand, man. Good conversation.
I don't deal with those problems.
He said, yeah, man, I don't deal with them problems, man. Good convo, man. And have a blessed one, brother. Shout out to you, man.
All right, bet. Peace.
All right. Zigzag, I was just about to bring you up. I see your camera went black, but it's okay. Let's bring up Gilson. I'll bring you right up after that, Zigzag. And then I got Sitcap you up as well. We got Ray backstage too. Welcome to No Fugazee podcast. State your name. Where you from?
What's up? I'm from Cape Verde.
All right. And what are you here to debate about?
I'm saying that the feminist movement, we can see that bring a lot of bad things, you know. And
okay, are you pro-feminist movement or are you anti-feminist movement?
No, I'm anti.
Okay. Well, yeah. Tonight is debate night, man. I am anti too. So I want to get some people up here that is pro-feminist movement or have you watched any of my content and you disagree with any of the stuff that I speak about or no?
I saw a video you talking about a single mother, you know.
Okay.
About the baggage. You saying that a father is not a baggage for women, you know. So I'm
okay.
trying
No,
to
I never said that is not baggage. But go ahead. What do you disagree with?
Yes, I'm trying to understand why the women is a baggage, you know, or if they have children.
It's more responsibility that the man is taking on if the man doesn't have any children, or even if he does have children, it's still more responsibility that the man is taking on if he's going to be dealing with a woman. You don't see that?
No.
Okay, so do you have kids or no?
I don't have kids.
Okay. Did you ever date a single mom?
No.
Okay, so nigga, you don't even date single moms anyway, so you wouldn't even know. Let's just think about numbers. 1 + 1 = 2, right?
Yes.
All right, so if the woman doesn't have any children, you just got one woman. It's you and her.
Yeah.
It equals 2. You take care of yourself, you take care of her. 1 + 1 = 2. 1 + 2. 1 + 2 = 3, right?
Yes.
1 + 2 = 3. Now it's you yourself, but the woman it's the woman, and the woman comes with a kid. Baggage. You could have chose it to just be you and a woman, but you chose the woman that has a child as well. So now you're taking on not just one, you're taking on 2. We consider that baggage. That's the regular way to think of it.
But I'm saying so what are the disadvantage of dating a single mom then?
I don't know. You don't date them, do you?
No, because I'm confused about that, because sometimes I think you say that you didn't say, but it means that sometimes you say that we shouldn't like date single mom. I don't see the
it I think in they are man's best interest.
I think they are more mature and they have experience, so they can bring a lot of good things in the relationship, I think.
Not from a general standpoint. Yeah, can you find an exception to the rule? Yeah, you can find an exception to the rule. But the rule is still the rule. So if I'm going to be giving any advice, I'm going to give advice on the rule. I'm not going to give advice on the exception to that rule. So the rule is, generally speaking, when you think of a woman that had a kid, let me ask you, when you think of a woman that has a kid and she's single, the man isn't around, what's the first thing you think of? You think of maybe someone just knocked her up, hit it and quit it. She has sex with the wrong man and the man doesn't even want her. So Why should I want her? The man left and left this kid behind. Like, what's some of the things that you think of when you think of a single woman with kids, single mother?
Yes, I think they have they prioritize their. I'm sorry for my prioritize their kids. You know.
You think that they prioritize their kids?
Yes, and you know they are focused on their work in order to. Yeah.
Listen, man. It could be the English language barrier that maybe maybe you're not understanding, or you can't understand this. You know, this reality here. So you said that. Well, you think that single mothers, they prioritize their kids, and you think that that's a good thing rather than prioritizing their man?
No.
All right. So if it's not a good thing, you think that they should have prioritized their man, right?
Yes, of course.
All right. So if they prioritize, okay. So how you think of it is these women prioritize their kids. They prioritize the wrong thing.
Yeah.
Generally speaking, right? So if these women are prioritizing the wrong things in their life that will be detrimental to their kids, why would you take a woman on like that? From a general standpoint, we know that there's exceptions to the rule, like, you know, boyfriend dies or husband is, you know, alcoholic or something, or things happen down the line, or, you know, get what I'm saying? We already know, like, there's certain situations where the woman wasn't promiscuous. She didn't misprioritize the wrong things. It actually, life kind of just happened, right? Forget the exceptions. The general rule, like you said, I think what you said is true. They do prioritize the kids. I actually think that they prioritize themselves and not the kids, because if they actually prioritize the kids, they would know that it's best if the father is around, so they would know not to leave the father. But listen, man, good convo, man. It could just be a language barrier since you're not understanding, you know, simple concepts from the clips that you watch. But yeah, man, have a blessed one, brother. Next time you come back up, just you know, come back up with a actual topic that you want to speak about.
Yes.
All right, let's get some more people up here. I don't think homie really understood, you know, certain basic things. All right. Okay, Zigzag, you just came back up. Zigzag, you up right after this guy. Let me bring him up real quick. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. State your name, where you from. Hey, Ray, I can't hear you. Can you turn your volume up? It's very low, Ray.
Let me get my laptop and then I'll get back. I'll get back.
That's better. That's better actually.
Better actually. All right, can you hear me now?
Well, no. I guess when you had the phone up, it was better.
Like right here.
Nah, never mind. Yeah, get the laptop, put on some headphones or something, then come back in. I got you. I'll bring you up. And I like the topic that you want to speak about. Good. I think it says morality is not ordained from religion or something like that. Okay. That's a good topic. So I'll be expecting you to come back up, Ray. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. Zigzag, what's going on, man? How are you?
Hold up. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you. Yep.
Yeah, I was muted. Cool haircut, man. Are you going for the baldy next time or what?
Not the baldy, man. So, you know, I got rid of the braids. I just randomly cut it, faded it on the side myself. I'm cutting it off. I'm going to have a low cut. I just did this just because, you know.
Cool.
But what's going on, man? Any topic that you want to discuss or debate about tonight?
Yeah, man. So last week I was trying to get on, but I didn't have time to get on. I'm actually in the process of getting my own studio too. So right now I got to do the thing in my car because my son is there with friends. He got a lot of noise there. But check this out. Last week I heard you speaking about the topic of abortion, and I want to make sure that before I make my argument that I know your position on that. Did you say that if you had a sister that got raped, you would want her or make her have the baby, or along those lines? Was it something you said like that?
Nah, I mean, if I had a daughter, God forbid,
Daughter.
that got raped, or sister, or anyone, I would not influence them in any way or try to, you know, I wouldn't be in favor of them having an abortion.
Okay, and why? And why not?
Because I follow Christian ethics, divine command. So in the good book, it tells us that even if your mother or your father forsaken you, God would still be with you, which means that doesn't matter what situation you are born in, I will still be there for you. I would still be there with you. So yeah, I think that, you know, think about my life. I could have been a statistic. I was supposed to be in, you know, prison and probably selling drugs or be on drugs based off of, you know, my background, my circumstances, my living situation when I was young, but I beat the odds. So, yeah, man, I don't think that, I think that all life is a blessing. It doesn't matter where the life, it doesn't matter the circumstances of where the life is living.
Okay. The whole situation basically, when it comes down, like,
it's
this is my
exceptions to
position.
that. Of course, if a child is born on the moon and the gravity is horrible, and then the child doesn't have you, it's always can be some weird exception. But yeah, generally, yes.
Yeah. Well, the reason I'm saying this, suppose that if your daughter didn't want to have the baby, you would still encourage her to have the baby, or would you allow her to uh, perform the abortion, or have the abortion performed on her?
No, yeah, I would influence. So influence is a very powerful source because influence creates thinking, thinking creates behavior. So I would influence my daughter to do the right thing, which I think is the right thing, is to not kill a baby. So I would influence my daughter and by going to the scripture and bringing up a passage and reading that to her and letting her know that, hey, I know this is a bad, what happened to you is bad. It's very detrimental, but aborting a baby is bad and very detrimental as well. So even if something bad happens to you, do you, like, if someone, like, even if something bad happens to you, do you want to do something bad to someone else? No, you wouldn't want that.
Okay, because the way I see it is, if you, I know you said you would influence her, but if you tried to influence her and she, well, yeah, but if she still wanted to go through with it, would you allow her to do it?
I mean, I can't control her.
Right. Okay.
I would influence.
I know, and I was figuring that your whole premise on that would come down to religion, would be to, like, Christian morals and whatnot. But let's say we tie it in from, like, a science perspective. Like, when the mom is in the hospital, the priority is going to be always the mom over the child, regardless. So why do we prioritize such a situation that basically came from a detrimental situation, when the mom's going to be prioritized at the end of the day anyway, if it was to come down to a situation in the hospital?
So you do not correct the sin by committing another sin. So the sin was, the cause of the pregnancy was grape, which is a sin. In my belief, you do not correct the sin by causing another sin, by creating another sin. You correct the sin by being righteous, right? And what the righteous thing to do is to not kill the baby, because that would be considered murder under my worldview. So you wouldn't correct that by committing murder. That's just a double sin. And not only that, we know that when women abort their unborn children, we know it causes a lot of mental damage. A lot of those women, they experience, like, a form of, PTSD. They experience a lot of depression and stuff like that. It creates a mental toll on the woman when they go through with an abortion from a general aspect. Now, are there certain women out there that's like, man, I'm out there aborting these kids all the time? Yeah, there's going to be certain women out there that's been indoctrinated or they're just evil to kill children. But yeah, under my worldview, you do not correct a sin by creating another sin.
So do you think a rapist has mental disorders, or do you think he's perfectly sane?
It could be either or.
It could be either or, but you can also pass.
I think overall, depending on how you describe mental disorder is a broad term. So in many ways, we can consider that maybe they do have a form of mental illness, but I think some of the time these people are sane individuals, but they want to do evil things.
What kind of mental illness would you categorize a rapist under?
Well, yeah, that's not my position. I was just letting you know, I wouldn't categorize it from a general perspective as that.
I ask because certain mental disorders are passed to the offspring. Either way, also, the mom is going to be having this child under traumatic circumstances. Suppose that while she's going through this, it's a trauma that she can't get over. It affects her breathing patterns. We don't know how that affects the baby's biology moving forward. So things like that are things to consider when it's under traumatic circumstances. Now, I'm not for abortion necessarily, but when it comes to the topic of abortion, I don't think it should ever even be a thing if we were actually properly grounded in our mental states, our own finances, our own, just balanced individuals. You know what I'm saying? Because a woman to me, go ahead.
On what you said, though, because essentially what you're saying is, well, we have to put in preventative measures in place to basically to stop. Like if it is the case that it is a mental disorder, that the person that raped someone, then that certain mental disorders can be passed down through genetics. And if it can be passed down through genetics, then the probability of the baby having that mental disorder or some type of disorder, it could possibly be passed down to the baby. So therefore, it would be smart to kill all babies that come from people that have mental disorders. That's the logical entailment. Do I have that correct?
Well, no. I mean, that's why I asked you what kind of mental disorder. That was a traumatic situation. How would you, have would the couple like agree to like, did they get diagnosed with mental disorder? Is that what you're asking me?
No, I'm just using your argument back against you. So I'm saying my argument was, rape is a sin. You do not try to correct the sin by causing another sin, by doing more sin, right? So if it's a sin, you do something righteous, meaning that you don't commit murder, right? You said that, well, do you consider rape to be a mental illness? I said, I'm sure some of these rapists have some type of mental illness, but I think that the majority, generally, they're sane individuals, but they want to do evil things. But let's go with the exception. Let's say if it's the case that maybe one of these rapists do have some type of mental illness, and one of these mental illness can be passed down genetically, the probability is high for that it can be passed down genetically through the child, which would then justify the mother having the abortion so that the baby doesn't come out with the same mental disorder that passes down through the father. If we use that logic, that would be, we would have babies that's going to have Down syndrome, we should abort them. Babies that's going to come down with spinal bifida, we should abort them. Babies that's going to come down with any type of disorders or defects, we should just abort those babies because they're not perfect. Under my worldview, that's crazy. That's insane.
All right, well, I mean, God wiped out, a bunch of people in the Great Flood because of imperfections in humanity. So if we're trying to be like God,
but it was choice. It was the choices that people made.
Right. So, like, what were the choices that people made that created the mental disorders?
No, the choices don't. So there's two different things. The choice doesn't create the mental disorder, right? Mm-hmm. That's not it. The mental a mental disorder would be like someone that suffers from like schizophrenia, where they actually have multiple different personalities and they can't really control their motives and their behaviors because the brain, the chemical imbalance in their brain is decaying certain portions of the brain where their motor functions isn't operating correctly, so they really can't control themselves like that. So that would be something different, right? When we're speaking about like choices, like I don't think that there's exceptions to the rule. Can a schizophrenic person kill someone because they're schizophrenic and they really can't control their motives and their behaviors? Yes. But I think most people that commit sin, like women that abort their babies, men that grape women, these is, they know what they're doing is wrong. The schizophrenic people really don't know what they're doing is wrong. Or if they do know what they're doing is wrong, they have zero control over it. So that's something totally different. I think that if you commit a sin, the act of it doesn't mean that you have a mental disorder.
The act of it does not mean you have a mental disorder?
Yeah, the act of it does not mean that you have a mental disorder. Correct.
Okay, so if you have a schizophrenic and they're trying to have babies, do you think those people are fit to have babies?
I think a lot of them don't even have babies.
So then why are you bringing up the topic of schizophrenia? That's why I asked you for specific mental. I didn't bring up schizophrenia at all. I didn't talk about schizophrenia.
You brought up the mental disorder. I'm just giving you that. Yeah, there can be an exception to the rule, meaning where you really don't have control over your behavior. But that's not most people that commit murder and do a lot of sinful things. That's not most people where they don't have control of their actual behavior. Most people do bad things. They know that they're doing bad things. They just want to do it. They want to do it because they're hedonist, pleasure seeking, and many other things,
Right. Well,
yeah.
I mean, I was trying to get an understanding of where like you were with the abortion part and whatnot. I just thought that you said you would force your daughter to go through the abortion. That's the thing.
Yeah,
that's why I needed to ask you that position first.
Yeah, no, I would enforce her not to go through the abortion. Now, if it was legal to do something like that, I would make it like I would make it totally illegal. The only way that a woman can have an abortion under my worldview would be that if the mother's life is on the line and the child's life is on the line, where it's like one of those weird scenarios where it's either you or the baby, then I would say the mother has the choice to choose if she wants to live or she wants her baby to live. That's the only exception that I would make when it comes to abortion. Everything else, I think that abortion should be 100% illegal.
Okay, so here's my position when it comes down to like a fetus in the womb of the mom. In my perspective of how I see it, they're depending on oxygen from the blood, from the bloodstream of the mom, and they're basically having this happen through the placenta, but they're not actually breathing on their own. So when we talk about like life, are you pro-life? Is that what it is, or is it just from a religious moral perspective, or is it pro-life that you're into?
Well, I think how most people make their moral alt claims is from their worldview. So since my worldview is Christian ethics, Christian ethics, then I model my worldview based off of my moral ethics. So it would come from a Christian standpoint when it comes to abortion. What's your question again, so I can answer it then?
So the question was this is my argument. A fetus in the womb is not breathing like you and I are breathing. And they are basically dependent on the mom to get oxygen. And this is happening through the placenta. So in other words, when we talk about life in general, to me, it's living in the womb, but it's no different than a plant or just something that's living, that's not having the same type of life that we're experiencing here in our experience.
Okay, so what's your question though? I see what you're saying. What's your?
I said that was my argument.
Oh, okay, that's your argument. Okay, so, but that's your argument for abortion.
Yes.
Okay.
Now I think that from now my worldview, I see whatever is in the womb of the mom is nothing but an idea. It's not something that's manifested in physicality. It's no different than if you have an idea and it hasn't manifested, you can still change your mind about it. That's my position on it.
Okay, so it's an idea because you give the full authority to the woman, so it's up to her to make the choice of having the baby or not having the baby. That's why it's an idea.
In the perspective
because the mother
of
has
the
authority.
Well, in the perspective of a rapist, that I feel like it's the total decision of the mom. If there's a couple involved, I couldn't even fathom that happening. It's that for me at least.
Okay, so then you're for. So then you are not for abortion if other than grape. So if it's grape, then you are for abortion. Okay, I see what you're saying. Mm-hmm. And then so your argument is, well, the baby literally needs the mother, so it's an idea because the mother has full authority. Because if the mother isn't breathing anyway, the baby isn't breathing. They're like, it's kind of put it together to make it make sense. Because I'm trying to grasp your argument of why
we're all ideas, but we're physical ideas. Like you have an idea of yourself, just like you have an idea of me, right? My positions, my stances. I've been up here a few times, right? But the baby is still an idea. It's just an idea that was whatever was determined on the mentality of the two individuals while they were engaged in a sexual activity. So that traumatic experience, I'm sure that you are always having thoughts, and those thoughts eventually manifest later on. Our body's made of water, and scientifically it's proven that water holds vibration and memory. So this trauma stays in the individual's body, and this is something that creates certain shadow aspects of oneself. So this is why when it comes down to those situations, I am for the abortion, because that's a very, very traumatic state. That's my argument.
Okay,
that wasn't asking a question. Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's your argument to be for abortion due to the circumstances if there's grape involved. So my refutation for that argument is that the placenta actually comes from the gene of the man. So the placenta is actually coming from the baby, right? So which then the baby is its own. You say that it's the mother needs the mother breathes for the baby. I would say since the placenta comes from the baby, which the gene comes from the man, no, the baby breathes for itself from the mother, right? So it's not the mother that breathes for the baby. The baby the placenta acts as a parasite which attaches onto the mother's womb, and it extracts from the mother. So it extracts the nutrients, it extracts the air and everything from the mother, which then for my case, it would say that, there's two different entities. It's not just an idea. The baby isn't an idea.
The baby is breathing, and that's all determined by how the mother is breathing. So if the mother is stressed out and she has shallow breathing due to this traumatic instance, the baby is going to be affected because it's going to be low oxygen levels in the bloodstream of the mom.
That's totally fine, but then what's your justification? You give a reason. You're giving a process to your reason of why it should be an abortion, but
I'm getting to the root.
You're not giving a justification. Real quick, you're not giving a. Let me just say this to you, because it's kind of hard for me to follow your argument. So it's an argument, but it's in a form of a process that it is void of a justification for the abortion, right? Like, what's your actual justification for the abortion? I know you gave a process.
The justification.
Real quick, which is why my refutation was to refute the process. I went to the process, right, to say that, well, the placenta comes from the man. It doesn't actually come from the woman. So give me your justification for the abortion.
I'm starting with the actual like root cause of how this whole scenario happened. So do you believe that we create our reality, or do you believe reality just happens to you?
It could be, well, it's both.
How is it both?
It's both, because we have perception. It's the way people can perceive something. People can have a perception of the world, and however they're perceiving it, how they're interpreting it, that can be their reality. They may not actually see real reality, but then there's actual reality out there. So I do think it's both.
What do you mean? What actual reality? Explain what is the actual reality? Because we have this topic about subjective and objective realities. So what is the objective reality?
Got it. So one, let me have you define reality so we're not speaking past one another in this conversation.
Reality is what you're observing as your worldview. And I mean worldview as far as what you're looking at, experiencing it through the five senses and beyond. Okay. That's worldview, but your perception of a worldview could be totally different than mine. And based on how you perceive your reality, you'll have different experiences. It's not to say that the world is how you see it or how I see it. Both are existing, except you're experiencing it one way because it's a cognitive bias where you're going to see your reality a certain way because everything else gets filtered out, and that's a level of awareness and consciousness.
Yeah, you just made the same distinction I did. So you made a distinction that there's reality out there, but then there's our perception of the reality, which is that it could be both. So what's your question then? Get to what you were going to say.
The only objective reality.
You're trying to justify this. Remember, I'm waiting for you to justify abortion.
Well, if we're going to start from the root cause of the problem, how it started, the abortion is justified because of the traumatic instance and where it started from, right? So it's a bad idea. So the bad idea can be changed because everything is an idea. A baby in the womb of the mom is nothing but an idea based on the thoughts that were in the individual's minds while the sexual act happened. So, for example, if this is carried in the mom's womb, the mom's going to have negative thought patterns throughout her entire pregnancy. Who is to say that we're not creating a future monster in society when the baby comes out and becomes an adult?
Okay, so then your position is to get rid of a bad idea to create another bad idea?
Well, the idea that you consider bad is not, well, that's the thing. What you consider bad is not what I consider bad.
Well, you actually
as far as what we look at it. You kill a murderer, they go to the death penalty, that person dies under the laws you follow. So it's still going to be a bad idea to entertain another bad idea. And I told you that God created the Great Flood to wipe out a whole civilization because it was a bad idea. And from my understanding of what I read, God was unchanging, but he changed his mind or had a regret and wiped out all of civilization.
No, I don't agree with any of the claims that you just presupposed on how God operated. But real quick, if you admitted that the only area that you would be a pro of for abortion is if it's grape, but everything else, if the woman is just in a relationship and it's a bad relationship, you wouldn't be pro-abortion. You would be pro-life. So the one exception that you're making is that if it is grape. So then you know that the act of doing an abortion is a bad idea. I'm asking, what I'm looking for you is, since you know that the general act of the woman going through an abortion is a bad idea, but the only reason why you would say no for the woman going through an abortion is if she's raped, I want to know your justification for that.
I didn't give you the justification.
No,
I told you about the instance of trauma, the whole the carrying the baby under those circumstances throughout her entire pregnancy.
But look, it will be circular. Let me explain.
Okay.
So if it's the case, like you said, that the act of having an abortion is a bad idea, that is a bad idea. But when it comes to the act of having an abortion, if the woman is raped, the act of having an abortion is still a bad idea. But since she was raped, that's a bad idea too. So then you're creating, since one bad idea happened, you're going to create another bad idea with it. So since she got raped, you're like, okay, well, let's just do another bad idea and let her go through the abortion. That's your worldview. Under my worldview, I go by Christian ethics, right? It doesn't matter where you're born, what your circumstances is. If your mother and your father forsaking you, think about this. If your mother and your father forsaking you under the good book, the Christian ethics that I go by, God is still with you. It doesn't matter what circumstances. So therefore, a bad idea can be your mother left you, your father left you, you got great, whatever it may be. The good idea is you correct all of that with the good idea. God is with you. You see what I'm saying? So under my worldview, you don't do a bad act. If a bad act happens, you don't create another bad act. If a bad act happens, you create a good act, a righteous act. That's under my worldview. I get you.
I understand, but now you gave me your worldview. I gave you my worldview. So
but your worldview is real quick. Your worldview, it's circular, because with yours is a bad idea. You correct that with creating another bad idea. It's circular. It's just bad and bad.
Okay, but here's the thing though. When we're using the word baby, and it's not even a baby, it's a fetus, right? It goes through a zygote, embryo, and then a fetus, but it's not a baby until it's manifested in physicality.
So then why are you not for abortion when it's just a regular relationship then? What's your justification for being pro-life if it's a regular relationship?
The reason I can't even answer that is I can't even fathom that for myself. Like, for example, if I'm in a relationship with a woman, it's like asking a millionaire a poverty question. It just doesn't happen. Like, there's just two different kinds of people. I understand that exists in the world, but I would say that I would leave that up to those individuals to decide for themselves. I can't fathom something like that happening in my reality, where I would have to experience a woman that I impregnated, and then we're having a topic of abortion. It's not going to happen. I'm only here to talk about the grape part, because I see that as something that I would say is justified to perform an abortion on somebody who was raped, because it's a traumatic experience. Now, here's the thing, because fundamentally it's already starting in a negative. I don't think that a process that was started as a negative circumstance should continue on to basically create more ideas out of that negative circumstance.
So, real quick.
First of all, the person won't even have a father, and I think a father figure is very important in a household when it comes to whatever child is coming into the world. But the person who raped that person won't be around, because either they will get locked up or whatever happens with that individual. So the mom would just be there on her own with that.
Okay, I understand you. So I don't think you're understanding me though. But I'm going to go ahead and stillman your position, so you know that I have it right, and I'm not trying to like strawman you or anything, right?
Go ahead.
So your position is, since the when you're speaking about a baby, who's to say that a baby is really a baby? It's kind of like it's we don't know if it's a baby or not, like, due to whatever the time frame of when the woman was pregnant. When does it actually become a baby? So therefore you're putting the process in there. But then your other positions on top of this is, well, if it is rape, that was a decision that happened to the mother that was out of her control, which would then, that decision caused the mother a lot of trauma, a lot of emotional instability, a lot of mental things that would happen to the mother, which then it could possibly, these can be passed down to the baby. So therefore, so then it wouldn't be anything good to have the baby. And then once again, you instill you put your process in there. Well, is it really a baby yet, or is it not? Is that your argument to justify why it's good for the woman to have an abortion if she's raped?
It started as a super negative circumstance, and it should not continue on from that negative circumstance.
Okay, got it. And with everything else I said, though, the things that I said, was that accurate or
It
was
does
I way
affect
off?
it affects the baby. There's science to confirm this, where even in toxic relationships, if, like, let's say the man is treating the woman a certain way, the baby does get affected in the womb. So just imagine, I know she's not gonna go through that with this dude because he's not around, but just the fact of how everything happened is what I'm taking into consideration.
So I understand your position. If we use your logic and we use your position, and if we map your position onto other areas in the world and history and everything else, this would mean that I shouldn't even be here because my ancestors went through slavery, which was a lot of mental trauma, which was a lot on the woman. My great grandmothers, that was my ancestors. They was raped by the slave master. They was being whooped. They were in chains.
You know of
real
this?
quick.
You know of all this to be fact?
Yeah, well, I'm a foundational Black American, and my great grandmother's mother and father, they were both slaves. So yeah, I know this to be fact as far as my history. So what I'm saying is, if we're speaking about foundational Black Americans, or if we're speaking about anyone, right? If we use your logic, anyone that experienced some trauma in their past, if they have a baby by said man during a traumatic experience, that baby should be you're making an alt claim that the baby should be aborted because this trauma can be passed down through the baby.
Pause. Not that it should. I'm not making an alt claim. I said if the woman wants to abort it, it should go through the abortion. I'm not saying that it's mandatory that she gets aborted because it's still going to come down to her decision.
Got it. But you should, the should is women should have the authority for the abortion. That's your should claim. Okay.
100%.
All right. So then that means that, listen, man, your mother experienced, I'm sure all of our mothers experienced some traumatic or are somewhere down our lineage, right? Somewhere back, if we just look back, someone experienced a lot of trauma. One of the women experienced so much trauma. It was so overwhelming and unbearable where they possibly should have considered aborting one of your ancestors, aborting your grandmother, aborting you.
Got it. Let me ask you this question. The whole slavery you talked about, where you're a foundational Black American and, you had family members under slavery. Does this affect you today?
You're making my argument for me.
I'm asking you a question.
No, it doesn't. And that makes my argument.
It doesn't affect you. Okay. I got you. No. But I'm not. Hold on. No. I got you a question. Let me finish.
Go ahead.
You subjectively aren't experiencing it, but you're telling me that Black people overall don't have an effect from that root cause of how that whole thing happened. You just happen to be an exception because you're successful. You decided to change your mind. You did certain things differently, and that was just due to awareness. Not everybody's going to go through that, though, right? So you may have had different influences, but Black people overall are in a victim mentality right now. And that's coming from what you just, that is by choice, absolutely. But because they're not aware that any other choice is beneficial for them. They're just ignorant. It's just it's almost like a poor person not being able to acquire money only because they just don't know. It's not that they have a choice. They want to be rich, but they don't know how to be rich. They just don't have the IQ or mentality to do that. So it's the same thing with whoever has gone through those traumas. That's why it's more or less like spiritually, we all get guided to an extent to be able to broaden our experience. But like, how, you know why I'm against religion? And I'm going to tell you why. Because religion just keeps you...
Before you get there, let me respond to what you said and how you actually made my point for me. But real quick, Ray, I see you backstage. I know you wanted to debate, so I got you, Ray. You up next, Ray. And we got Tyga backstage as well. I think Tyga maybe wants to hop into this convo a little bit with you, Zigzag. So we'll entertain that.
Yeah, but let us. I want to finish
Snyder.
First, all right?
Yeah. We'll continue on for another 5 minutes more. I got you, man.
Yeah, it's cool. Yep.
We got Dane. I see you back here. You said you want to come up because you want to. I'm sure you want to join this conversation. So what we'll do is real quick. So I'll bring in 5 minutes. I'll bring Tyga and Dane up, and we'll have a discussion for 10 minutes with Tyga and Dane, and then after that, Ray, I got you because I know you wanted to debate a specific topic, and I think you're the guy that emailed me. If I do believe. Yep. Okay, you're shaking your head backstage. You are the guy that emailed me, so I'll go ahead and honor that since you reached out prior to joining the stream days before. Okay, so let me explain to you how you're proving my point, right? So since it's the case that, if we're using the example of slavery, and I'm the prime example that, my ancestors went through some mental trauma, physical trauma, some dramatic experiences in the past, and then I'm still here today. I'm a living, breathing example that that the trauma doesn't pass down through the gene, as you say. Then you also said that, well, some people have this victim mentality, which it's a choice, and you said that yes, the victim mentality is a choice. So I say all of that to say that this trauma and this mental stress, how you're explaining that it passes down through the baby, which is why we should abort children that are victims, that mothers are victims of rape.
You keep saying should. It's not about should. I said if the mother wants to abort, I think it should be up for form, okay? Because the should is a normative claim. I'm not making that.
My mistake. Yep, you are actually correct. That's my mistake. That the woman should have authority to abort, the choice to abort or not. Once again, I don't think that the woman should have the choice to abort their children. I think that choice should be stripped away from them. I think that killing a child is a sin. You think that killing a child is a sin is not a sin, but you think that it's not good. But you do think that is good under this one circumstance if the woman is raped. Now,
not a child, it's a fetus.
Fetus, however you want to go ahead and explain it, right? Under my worldview,
well, it's important because you're looking at it as a baby.
We got two different worldviews, right? But even within your worldview, though, here's I'm gonna dive into your worldview. Under your worldview, you're still proving my point that it wouldn't be beneficial to just abort to grant women the authority to abort their children, right? To grant women the authority to abort their children if they had some dramatic or traumatic past experiences due to being raped or being born into poverty or whatever the situation may be, would create some mental trauma, which would then be passed down through the baby, because I'm a living example of it. And even the black people with the victim mindset, it's by choice. They choose to have that victim mindset. So I say all of that to say that, no, under Christian ethics, what you just explained, it actually follows perfect, because the mental trauma isn't passed down to the child because we have free will. The child has the ability to choose to be a victim or to choose to be a victor. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand.
So listen, the thing is, under your worldview is, if you give the mother the choice to abort them, it takes away the choice of the newborn child. You get what I'm saying? So you would be limiting choices, because your thing is like, are you basically pro-choice then? But if you're pro-choice, not exactly, because you're taking the choice away from what could be a baby, what could be a full-grown adult. Under my worldview, under your worldview,
a fetus can't make a choice. A fetus is no different than a plant, or just any It's not. It has no ability to make choices. It can't even breathe on its own. Well, here's the thing. This is where I want to get back to.
But listen, I can use it real quick, zigzag. I can use that right back to you. The woman, real quick, just a response to that. The woman can't make a choice either. The woman only is able to make choices because men give them the ability to make the choice.
We'll get into a debate on that. Yeah, no, we're going to get into it because that's another debate, though.
Since
that's
women,
another debate.
But listen to this, though. Listen. Since men give women the ability to make the choice, right? Mm-hmm. Shouldn't we just we can just take their choices away? But you're not fine with that. but you are fine with the woman taking away the baby's choice. So think about that. That's a contradiction.
The baby's not making a choice.
You're fine. Listen, you're fine with men taking. Listen, you're fine with men taking away the choices from women in certain circumstances. But when it comes to women taking the choice away for the baby, you're not fine with it. You say you're considering that it's not even a baby, or the baby doesn't have the ability to make a choice.
Well, I mean, that, like I said, that's a different topic and conversation.
No,
I don't want to get into
thing.
the whole
It's the
choice.
same
It
thing.
is not. That'll be completely different. But let me tell you something. But like, here's the thing: when we talk, you always mention about.
Zigzag. I know.
I can't even get my point across, bro. I've been trying to talk for 5 minutes.
But don't move the goalpost real quick. Don't move the goalpost.
No, we're not. I'm saying on the topic. You're moving it by talking about pro-choice.
So
let me finish my point.
Look, I got it real quick. If that's the case, let's stay right here real quick. I'll let you go there in a second.
Bro, I've been trying to talk for 5 minutes. I haven't been able to make a point.
You've been making your points, but right now I'm timing real quick. Zigzag. I'm just doing an internal critique based off what you said, right? Because it's not making any sense.
But you still gotta let me.
But you need to justify this contradiction here, right? This is what I'm looking for. I'm looking for you to make a justification for this contradiction, because a contradiction will be illogical. You're a logical man. You claim to be a logical man, so make it make sense.
I'm a very logical man.
Okay.
Well, okay. So there here.
Let me just land my plane with this, please. Zigzag.
Don't
escape this.
I'm not. Bro, come on, man. You know me. You know me.
Cool. Let me lay this out perfectly then. If it is the case that the reason, your justification for the woman that was raped to abort the baby is because the baby doesn't have any ability to make the choice. So then the mother can do whatever. The mother has the final choice because the baby doesn't have the ability to make the choice. Is that yes or no? Is that true or not true? Oh,
yes.
Okay. If that is true, then why can't women don't have the ability to make any choices when it comes to abortion or anything. Men give them that choice. Women are basically the baby in this situation, bro, is what I'm telling you. Women are the baby and men are the mother in this situation. You get what I'm saying? Because I'm trying to map it on for you. So if it's the case that the mother has the final say over every choice that the baby makes and doesn't allow them to have a choice, then why can't men not allow women to have a choice and take away their abortion right?
I don't even want. No, it's not a booyah. I'm trying to figure out why we're still on that topic. I'm not even on that topic.
Abortion.
No, it's not. That's going to come down to a completely different debate, and I'm not going to move it there. Let me go back to where we were. All right, listen.
Give me a justification for this, or concede
I'm trying
this
to justify it,
okay,
bro. I'm trying to justify it. If you just give me like a second. When you said that you came out differently regardless of the situations you were in, you always bring up your brother. Your brother was under the same circumstances you were. You just happened to change the way you lived, and all of a sudden your brother stayed in a negative state. When a person is born in a certain condition, let's say if they're born in a poverty household, more than likely that consciousness gets passed down to that child unless they become aware that they can make different choices than the parents, and then now they can actually change their worldview or their reality about how things work because they became aware of something. Now, the whole thing is, either way you put it, from cause and effect, I will tell you that it from the root cause of it, it still does have traumatic effects. Because of religion, it keeps you from knowing yourself, because you got to still look at something outside of you rather than addressing what's always in you as a trauma. So you're looking for something outside of you to cure that, and that's why people they come out with this moral thinking saying, oh, I'm a good person because I don't want to go to prison, or I'm a good person because I don't want to go to hell. But meanwhile, that's not truly in them. They're just doing it, and the whole root behind it is always going to be fear. It's not truly in their heart to actually truly treat their neighbor as they would themselves. That's what I'm talking about. So when it comes down to what we talked about from the fundamentals of this whole thing, it's cause and effect. It will still always pass down unless you become aware and you change your view on things. But when I talked about the situation with the grape, the mom has the choice, because at the end of the day, even if it was a situation where it was either the baby's life or the mom's life, they're always going to prioritize the mom because she already has relationships here. She already has experiences with certain individuals here. The baby or whatever fetus is inside doesn't have experiences right now. So they're always going to prioritize the mom. So why are we not prioritizing the decision of the person who's going to be carrying that baby to begin with?
All right, I can answer that for you.
Go
I
ahead.
think you already answered it, right? So here we go.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to break it down again. So you came in here.
But
and
you said it's religion either way. That's the whole thing. So like that's why my argument is religion keeps you from knowing yourself. You're looking outside of yourself rather than internally.
Real quick, Zigzag. I'm doing an internal critique right now, right? We finally got to it. I've been doing it, but now I think you're in a pickle here, and let's see if you can get yourself out of this pickle, right? So
Yeah.
you said a lot there that had nothing to do with what we were speaking about, because now we're on. You made a fatal mistake, and I'll explain to you the fatal mistake, right? And you would have to justify this because you're in a contradiction. Some way you would have to concede. You have to take the high ground or the low ground, but this is what I'm going to look for from you. So here it goes. You came in here and you said that I am pro-life in regards to...
Who said I'm pro-life? Me or you?
I said that under... you said that the only circumstance that you are pro-life is if it is like regular general relationships. You're pro-life. You don't think the woman.
But what's pro-life? What is life? Like the baby's not breathing like you and I. You and I are both alive. Yeah, it's living in the womb, but it's not living the way you and I are living.
Let me use a different term just to make it simpler. Let's just use abortion, right? So you said that you are not for abortion. The only time that you are for abortion is if the mother is
Stop, because I don't want to know. Because you're not, I said whatever those people are going through with their relationships, that's on them. I don't care what you do with abortion or not abortion. I don't care. I said the only time that abortion should be justified is if the woman got raped and she wants to abort the child. She should have that choice to abort that child because she was under those negative circumstances. That's what I said.
All right.
Now everything else, I don't care. I really don't care what they do with themselves. I know I can't even fathom being in that situation because I know it won't happen to me.
All right. So let me just get this right. Still man your position again real quick so we have it right. Once again, you think abortion is justified for the reasons if the woman is raped or if the mother's life is in jeopardy. Is that yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. And your justification for this is that, well, the baby doesn't have any choice because the baby is a fetus.
It's not a baby, it's a fetus.
It's a fetus. It doesn't have the ability to make any choices. So since it doesn't have, your justification is since it doesn't have the fetus or the baby, whatever you want to call it, the embryo, whatever you call it, it doesn't have the ability to make a choice, then the mother should have all the choice in regards to if she wants to abort the baby or not abort the baby when it comes to rape and when it comes to the mother's life in jeopardy. I got that correct?
Yes. Now, here's the thing, though.
Real quick, stop it there. Let me just finish my line of argument. Real quick, exactly. I'll let you speak. Let me finish my line of argument. So, if that's the case, your reasoning, your justification is actually this. Your justification is baby, fetus, whatever you want to call it, the thing that's bubbling in mommy's stomach has no choice, doesn't have the ability to make a choice. So therefore, the woman has all the choice, right? Now, with that same logic, we can map that onto men and women. Women cannot have an abortion if men don't give them the right to have the abortions, meaning they can't make that choice. Men give them the ability to make that choice. So why in one scenario you want women to have all of this choice over the thing that can't make the choice, but you don't want men to have all of the authority of the thing that can't make the choice? Justify that for me. Women cannot make the choice to abort their baby unless men give them that choice. Do you get it? The baby that fetus, whatever you want to call it, that's bubbling in the stomach, cannot make that choice unless the mother makes that choice for them.
First of all,
real quick, listen.
Yeah.
My justification for this is because The woman is the weaker sex. It's the weaker gender. She can't physically manipulate the world and impose her will on men as men can on the woman. Same thing for the baby. Do you know why? Listen, time out. The baby cannot manipulate the world or impose the will on the mother to make the mother have that little baby. But the mother can. So what I'm saying is, shouldn't we just give all the authority to males since women really don't have any choice?
Well, this is why I said that when it comes to anything else, I really don't care. Yeah, but if it's up, no, it's not. The woman has the choice if she was under those circumstances. Everything else, that's why I said whatever happens elsewhere with other abortions or if they're in couples, then yeah, I that's up to them. I really don't care if the man or the woman. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter to me. The only time I said that the woman has the authority is if she was under those under those negative circumstances. Yeah, what man is above her to tell her what to do?
Zigzag, you're missing it. You're missing my argument.
But listen, what man is above her?
Still man my position.
You said that because man is the stronger sex, that he can impose his will on women, that why would we let women abort a baby? But my point is that what man is above that woman
that isn't my position.
You said that men are the stronger sex, that they're going to always impose their will. They're always going to have to say so. So why would we let them make that choice to begin with?
But
that's exactly what you said.
No, that isn't the full position. The position.
But you know why I don't want to get into that, because I have a whole debate on that. If you wanted to, where it comes down to women are.
You can't say you don't want to get into it if we're already into it.
What man is above that woman to make that choice for her?
Listen, you can't ask me a question without answering my questions. Exact.
I just answered your question. There is no man. There's no man to make that choice for her.
The reason why, listen, Zigzag.
How can I answer a question that's not there? There's no man there.
Real quick, just listen.
The rapist is going to make the decision.
Take a breath, Zigzag. Listen, listen, Zigzag. Take a breath. The reason why you can't answer my question because you couldn't still man my position properly. So let me give you my position again. I'll use less words to make it very simple. Okay. Your reason for the woman to have an abortion due to rape or due to if the mother's life is in jeopardy, your underlying reason is because the baby doesn't have the ability to make a choice, or fetus, whatever you want to call it, embryo, the thing that's bubbling in the mommy's stomach can't make a choice anyway. So the mother makes the choice. That's your justification for it. It is. We went through it a million times. Now, if we're speaking about abortion, women can't make that choice either. They're basically the fetus in this situation. The only reason why they can make that choice is if men give them the ability to make that choice.
Oh, so you just said that's exactly what I was talking about. What man is above that woman, though? I can understand if the father was there. I would say, okay, yeah, the father has, but there's nobody there. Who's going to make that choice for her? The doctor? The government?
Bro, that's what you're saying? We're speaking about abortion is legal currently in all 50 states.
Legal. Okay, so you're talking by legal. Okay, you're going by the government legalities. That's what you're talking about. You want to make it illegal to have an abortion. That's what you're saying.
Zigzag, if the debate is currently about...
But that's my point. My position is I don't care. Only this topic about the rapist.
Zigzag, let me finish my sentence so you understand. The topic of the debate is you take the you take the affirmative position that abortion should be women should have the ability to abort children under these two circumstances: rape and the life of the mother is in jeopardy. I take the non-affirmative position for rape. So we're speaking about the position of rape, right? So if it's the case that the only the main reason, which is the only reason that the woman should have this authority to abort the baby under these circumstances is because the baby itself, or the embryo, whatever you want to call it, the fetus, doesn't have the ability to make a choice. I'm using that logic and I'm mapping it on to how everything is right now with men and women. women only have the ability to make these choices is because men grant it to them. We give them that ability to make the choice. So
right. So your position is that they shouldn't have it, right?
Don't cut me off. Listen. If in your worldview,
I'm just trying to make sure I don't lose you.
I know, got you. If in your worldview, you move all of the authority to the person that can make the choice. That's what you do. In your worldview, you give the mother all the authority because the mother can make the choice. I'm saying that, well, in reality, the woman actually can't make the choice. The man actually makes the choice and gives the woman to make the choice and gives the woman the authority to make the choice. But women actually really don't have, if men wanted to say, listen, there's no more abortions, there's no more abortions. They don't have that choice.
That's my point. That's what I was trying to explain before. You're trying to make it a legal thing. You're trying to say to make it illegal to have the abortions.
Then I want you to then...
But is that what you mean?
No, listen, Zigzag. If that is the case, which it is the case under your worldview, that's the case, then if you're looking for who has the choice, it would be men. Instead of giving the mother... Instead of giving the mother the authority, we give the man the authority.
What man is above that woman?
The father.
The rapist? The
father. We give the father.
Answer that. The greatest
the system. We give the people in charge, which is men.
The greatest? Yes or no? The greatest. You would give the choice to the greatest.
No, we give it to the greatest isn't around. He's not around. We give it to the daughter's father.
You mean the grandfather then of the future fetus or whatever the baby's going to be?
It goes to the father. It goes to the man. That's what it goes to.
So, okay, but that's why I asked you in the beginning of this debate if you were
That's
forced.
Your worldview.
Listen to me. I asked you in the beginning, would you force your daughter and you said you can't force her. You would have to just only influence her. So now you're changing it. You see?
No, you don't get it.
It's not consistent,
your
bro.
Worldview.
You just lost that fucking debate right now, bro.
Stop
you just
it.
fucking
you got lost.
You
got low IQ.
No, bro, don't say that, bro. Don't say that. Listen, bro. You lost the debate right now, bro. You literally said that you would not force her in the beginning of the debate. Chat, he lost the debate because you're now saying that that the government or the grandfather should force. But now you're saying, and I asked you, and you said you can't force her. You would only be able to influence her.
You don't get it.
See what I'm saying?
Listen, Zigzag.
You lost the debate.
Zigzag, stop it. This is not my worldview. I'm doing an internal critique on. Stop it. Just listen, bro.
I'm not going to talk. I'm not going to talk. Go ahead.
All of this is not my position. These are your logical, this is your logic and but you haven't
refuted anything. You haven't argued anything against my position.
Zigzag, chill for 1 second. This is your argument, and this is you using your logic to justify these claims. These are all your logical entailments. This is not my position. I did an internal critique on your position that concludes that actually if the person with all of the choice should have the decision, it shouldn't be the mother, it should be the man. These are your arguments. So under your worldview, you would actually, the men should have the authority they should be able to force the woman to either have the abortion or to not have the abortion under your worldview. If
you're telling me that I said this?
Zigzag, stop it. If your justification is the person that can have the abortion is the person that has all of the choice. That's your argument. The man has all of the choice, so it's self-refuting. You've been lost like a half an hour ago, bro. The chat even knows. I was doing an internal critique the whole time.
I'm in enemy territory, so I don't expect the chat to be on my side. I get it, bro. You know what I'm saying? I enjoy the debate with you, bro, but I mean, there's really nowhere else to go from here, bro.
Let me get some more people up. Stay here. We got other people that want to speak to you. It's going to be good. Yep. Let's bring up Dane Snyder. Let's bring up Tyga. I seen you in here. Where'd you go, Tyga? Let's bring up Carl for now. Okay. So, god dang. Real quick, Carl, did you get what I...
Man, this has been pretty brutal, man. You know, I had some thoughts here. I think, and I put some of them in the private chat. You know, I think the brother here is a feminist. I think he's one of these guys that believes in the eugenics. Like it almost sounds like Hitler. It's like, oh man, you guys have been through trauma. You should have never been born. like he's like racist. He believes women, and that's the danger. Like these guys who, it's not even about women being equal. It's about allowing them to subjugate men. And you have these guys that basically become like male slaves. You know, it's like they want to give women the power to completely exterminate men, period. So those are just some of my raw thoughts and ideas. I didn't even expect you to bring me up, you know, with this guy. It's like a language barrier or something with them. I don't know.
Dumbest feedback I've ever heard, bro. That's the dumbest feedback I've ever heard, because it completely isn't even my position, bro, what you're talking about. And you're calling me a feminist. I don't know how you're calling me a feminist, because what we're talking about has nothing to do with feminism. So that's how I know you make no sense right now. Stupid arguments.
Okay, let's go with Dane Snyder. I can't hear you, Dane. You're muted. Unmute yourself. You're still muted. It must be the son with the mic. Let's see here. Witkid, I see you came back, Witkid. You could come back up again. Tiger, I know Tiger was up here for a while. He sent us some super chats. I'll get to the super chat. Tiger, come on up. You got your audio figured out, Dane? It's still not working. Try like leaving and coming back in, maybe. Or yeah, like close it out and come back in. I'll bring you right back up. Yeah, I'll bring you back up. Witkid, did you understand the internal critique or like?
I understood the internal critique, but what I don't understand is where the goalposts went. That's the part I understand, is where the whole entire goalpost went, because we started off at A and we ended up at Q, and I'm still curious about A.
So the goalpost was him making a justification for why he thinks abortion in regards to grape should be basically legal, meaning that women should have the choice if they want to abort their baby due to grape. And his justification was, well, since they're the only ones that have the choice to, and the baby doesn't have the choice, then we should go ahead and give the woman that choice. And then my refutation for that, well, if you're speaking about choice, well, women actually really don't have any choice. Men give them the choice. So since men actually are the ones with all of the choice, shouldn't we just give all of the choice to men?
Okay, but if you go that way, if you want to talk about choice, well, I mean, aren't you still limiting
his justification was choice.
I mean, for him, but aren't you still limiting them then at that point? You still want to put a limit on them. It's okay, right? Because why stop the choice there? Why only give them that choice? That was the question, Zigzag.
That's for you, Zigzag. I guess a question for you.
What was the question?
Why are you only giving them the choice for that? Why are you limiting what their choice is then? Aren't you, I mean, why aren't you supposed to just let them make whatever choice they want? But you're kind of limiting their choice when you said, well, you can only do it at this point. Right?
How am I limiting their choice?
Well, you said you can't do it for X reason, but you can do it for Y reason. Right?
When did I say that they can't do it for X and could do it for Y? Can you give me an example? Because I don't know.
Well, you said you believe that abortion is wrong if it's not. So if you're not getting raped, you don't think abortion is right. Is that what you were saying before?
No. In the beginning, when I spoke to him, I told him that I can't fathom being in a situation like that. It's almost like an unrealistic reality that can never happen to me. But whoever else is doing it is. What?
Were you born a woman? I'm just curious. I'm not even throwing shade.
You said, was I born a woman?
Yeah, you said it's unrealistic that she would have a woman pregnant and try to help her have an abortion. I mean, it's a serious question. I assume that's a no. Go ahead. You can continue.
So check this out. What I was saying was that I don't really care what the whole abortion part comes down to with anybody else. I said that abortion, the only time that I would say is justified is under those negative circumstances. That's what I said. And it should be left to the female. There is no man above thank goodness you took that dude out, because he's freaking dumb. There's no man above that woman at the moment to make the choice for her. But Cooley said that it should be on the father,
you be able to make that choice?
The grandfather. I'm sorry?
Wouldn't you be able to make that choice? Like, you
Why would I
because
make that
if I
choice?
remember from a few streams back, you believe that you're God, correct? So couldn't you make that choice? Aren't you above a woman?
But your definition of God is not my definition of God. You believe in a God somewhere in the sky, or like some. I told you that my position is
I
totally
gave you
different.
my position on God. So
No, that's what
you're
I'm
assuming my
assuming.
position.
I'm
Okay, so
assuming.
how
I'm
about you know
assuming. Are
how
you
about you know
Christian?
that
Are you
I'm not a
Christian?
Christian. I'm not a Christian,
So what
actually.
are you? What are you?
I just believe in God. I don't identify as any certain
Do you believe in the
religion.
Christian God? The idea of God from the Christian standpoint?
I believe that there is somebody who created this earth, because
There's
there's
somebody.
there's
Somebody.
somebody or something that created this earth, because
Got it.
there's too many things that are too exact and precise to happen as a coincidence.
Got it. That's the Christian framework right there. But like I said, I don't want to get into the religion part right now. What was the original
That's
question
not
you
the
asked me?
Christian framework. That's not Christian framework.
You
So
said it's somebody or something. Like you
somebody
believe
or
in the
something
Genesis
that's not.
creation story? Do you believe in the Genesis creation story?
Say that again.
The Genesis creation story. We're gonna just bring it
Genesis
back to the
creation.
beginning then.
I'm
Yep,
curious to know
Genesis,
what that
Adam
has
and
to do
Eve.
with the issue of abortion, though. What's the Genesis?
Yeah,
I'm
let's
bringing
get
it back
back to
because I'm saying I'm
abortion
not
real
talking
quick.
about religion, and he's bringing it back to religion. So I'm asking it because he said he's not Christian. But do you believe in the Adam and Eve story?
Adam and Eve story. For me, it's kind of hard to
Yes.
think that two people came from one person. I think
Yeah.
there was
Nothing to do with
Yeah,
it.
So
yeah,
you
real
don't
quick,
believe in that,
real quick,
right? Okay,
zigzag.
got it.
Again, can we stop moving this goalpost?
Yeah,
This
we
is how shit
moving the
keeps going
goalpost.
Oh
down.
my
Like,
God, bro! You brought it for religion, and you're telling me I moved the goalpost. You
I
brought up
brought it.
religion, not me.
Real quick, let's make this conversation concise and good so the audience
trying.
can hear. Wick
Trying
Kid,
to.
go ahead and did you ask? I went to the bathroom real quick, but did you ask your questions to him that you needed to ask or what?
Let me go back and ask a couple of different questions. I'm so confused because we kept talking off of point.
Holy, let me cut you off 1 second. If we can make this like real concise, because I have like literally 10 minutes left. All right, so if we could just wrap it up and
Let's tell you
yeah,
real quick.
zigzag. I mean, Wick Kid, get your question, and then Tyke, I want you to get your question out too.
Let Tiger go real quick. Let me see if I can rephrase this.
Yeah, because you didn't have anything to say. You just brought it to religion. That's why you said I moved the
No, I
goalpost.
wasn't. You
That
started
means you have
talking
nothing
about
to
something.
say.
You assumed something
You're
about me. That's
you're
why I
so
brought it to
lost. It's
religion.
not even funny, bro.
Yo, it's cool. Go ahead, Tyga. Go ahead, get your question out.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, I was just wondering, like, what's a moral standard, zigzag? What moral standard do you ground your worldview in?
Christ consciousness.
I'm sorry.
Christ consciousness.
Okay, what does that mean?
I integrate science and spirituality all together. So I take like first of all, I've had certain experiences. That's why I said I don't want to go back into religion, because I'll make that another debate.
Okay,
Because that's all my perspective at all. But Christ
Yeah,
consciousness
Tyga,
is like truly, it's
real
just
quick,
religious.
that's probably not a question for him.
I have. Okay, all right. So you say you integrate science and religion. Okay, well, where are you aware that science, is mostly in consensus when it comes to where life starts, that being conception? Are you aware of that?
So can you explain?
Most scientists would agree.
Explain
that
that process.
begins.
Right, but you brought up this right. But explain that process. That's science and how that whole process goes with
Life
when it comes
starts
to birth.
at conception. Life starts at conception.
Let Tyga answer though. Let Tyga answer.
Yeah, that's basically it. Is that life?
That's what he said.
Most scientists agree.
Like what is
life,
so define life?
Well, okay. What I'm asking you is like where
Define
you're
life.
criticizing
Just define
us.
life first before you go anywhere else. Define life.
I don't think I have to, because that's not pertinent to the debate that we're having
Got
right
it.
now, right? Like
Because
we're
it doesn't have. It's not pertinent to the debate. We're talking about abortion, and you're saying it's not pertinent to the debate. Define life. That's all I'm asking you to do.
I'm critiquing your worldview and how you define.
Can you define
life.
death?
So I don't need to give you a definition when it's your worldview.
But you just said that life starts at conception, and from a scientific standpoint. So I'm asking you to define
that's
life.
not what he said. Real quick, let me bridge the gap real quick.
You use science and religion together, right? And I'm saying
I said spirituality. I'm not religious.
Okay,
but you do use science though, right?
Science and spirituality. Yeah, science and spirituality.
Okay, so if you use science, all Tyga is saying is that, well, the majority of scientists came to the conclusion that life starts at conception.
Got it, and that's why I said define life.
We don't need to listen. He doesn't need to
I don't need
define
to give you
life
a definition.
because
You need to give
under
us a
your
definition. That's the point.
under your world.
Well, I need to understand. I need to understand what you're critiquing. If you don't understand what life is, I want to know what you're
asking
It's
you.
like
Why don't you tell me what life
what
is?
is the
That's
name?
what I'm asking you.
Wiki Dreams asked me about God, and I said that
Well, you're
my
not talking to
definition
Wiki
of God
Dreams,
is totally
are you? You're
different
talking
than
to me
his.
now.
And now I'm talking to you about life, and I
Right,
want to make sure that we're on the same thing about life. So,
Yeah, so you
what is your
tell me
defining life?
I don't have to define life for you. It's your job to define
Got
life
it.
now.
So you're not going to
because
answer the question. Then.
It's
You'll
my
ask me a
question to you. I don't.
What
Why should I
question did you
answer
ask
my
me?
own questions?
Well, what question did you ask me? What question did you ask me?
I asked you, what is your moral standard that grounds your worldview on when
Christ
life
consciousness.
begins? What
Christ
does that
consciousness.
mean?
And then you said
That means nothing.
you said, but that's a religious topic, so I'm not going to answer that. And then you also said that after
Okay,
that
so
you said that
you're not answering the question either.
science confirms that life starts at conception. You didn't ask me a question. You only asked. I
I did.
answered your question. You only asked
No,
me
you
one
didn't.
question. You said, "Where are your morals grounded from?" And I said, "Christ consciousness." Then you said,
Yeah,
"Are
and
you
I asked
aware
you
that
what
What
that
life
is
means.
starts at
Christ
conception?"
consciousness?
Then I
Yeah,
asked
what is
you, "Do
Christ
you to
consciousness? Yeah,
define
right.
life?"
What does that mean?
What is
And you
Christ
did not.
consciousness?
I don't have to
I asked
define
the question
life
to
when I'm
define
asking
life.
you what life
real quick,
is.
everybody. Real quick, let's mute everybody. Y'all all talking at the same time. I got everybody muted. Zigzag. When they're speaking, let them just get their question out and then answer it. I know you don't got a lot of time, but let them just land their plane and then answer the question. So everyone's not speaking at the same time. Go ahead. Y'all off mute. So Tyga, go ahead and ask your question again, and then Zig, just give your response.
Yeah, I was just wondering because, like, it seems that it seems like what'll happen is that you'll operate under like anybody else's worldview until it comes to yours, and then when it comes to yours, it's like, okay, well, why don't you define life for me? And it's like, no, you must define life by your worldview, and then we critique that. That's where I'm getting at. So why don't you tell us what you think life is, right? And then we can engage because you can't be over here 1 second and then move the goalpost the other second as soon as you start getting into the. Do you see what I'm saying? Because this is what you've done.
But listen, you just said that I will follow on to others' worldview until I come to mine, and then you're telling me that I have
because
to
it seems like
define
your
life because
worldview is elastic.
But listen, you came onto the stream right now to ask me a question. The first thing you asked me is where are my morals grounded in? And I said Christ consciousness. Then you said
and nobody knows
science
what Christ
confirms
consciousness means.
I want to finish. I want to finish. But it's going to go into a religious topic, and we're not going to get into religion. Okay, you said life starts at conception, and I asked you to define life. What is your definition of life? How could we move forward? If semantics are very important, you're not telling me what life is. I don't know what you mean.
Well, that's what I'm asking you. I don't think you get that. Like, I'm asking you.
But you're the one who brought up that life starts at conception. You told me that just now.
That's
from my world. Hold on. I think I can figure this out. I think I know where we're missing. So the reason that he said life starts at conception is because you said that you believe in science. And then according to science, life starts at conception. So he's just using what you said according to science. So if you go by what science says life starts at conception. That's by your worldview saying you use science and Christ consciousness, what is that?
Well, here's the thing though, science and spirituality is completely separate. So what I may mean by one thing, whatever
Real quick,
you look up in Google,
Ray, I see
Google,
you back here, Ray. You coming up next, man. I got you. Go ahead.
Google will always give you a different definition of any. You can Google religious stuff on there, and there'll be contradictions everywhere. So
okay, but what do you mean?
Listen. I want to know what his perspective or yours on what is life. That's what I want to know. Forget what science. I want to know what your definition of life is. So you're here internally critiquing my point. I want to know what life is.
So let me bridge this gap real quick. So all he's saying is, remember when me and you Zigzag was having the debate, and you said that it's not a baby until It's not a baby until this, it's not a baby until that, right? So then Tyga came on, he asked you, well, how do you ground your morals? What do you use to ground your morals? And you said Christ consciousness. He asked you, well, to explain that. And then you went on to explain it. And then you said, and then he asked you, well, do you use science in regards to ground your worldview? You said, yes, you do use science. He's just saying that, well, if you use science to ground your worldview in Christ consciousness in regards to the science aspect, the majority of scientists has agreed 100%, almost 100% that life starts at conception. So he's just saying that when me and you were having our debate, well, you were lying because life starts at conception, even under your worldview.
Got it. What is the fetus in the womb of the mom a person?
Yes.
What is a person then?
Person is a human being.
Define a person.
A human being.
What are the traits of a human being?
Traits of a human being?
Yes, sir.
It's...
The last I checked, the fetus is an undeveloped human being. So it's not fully human being. It's a fetus.
But it's still a human being, right?
No, it's a potential for a human being. It's not a human being.
Well, you just said it's not a fully developed human being, but it's still not fully developed implies it's still a human being.
Bro, is a sperm a person?
Well, a sperm, no, because a sperm is a sperm. It hasn't been an egg yet.
But a sperm is it alive or is it dead?
Them little niggas move around.
They move around, but it's not a person because it hasn't fertilized with an egg.
Are they alive or dead?
They're not sentient.
It's different things.
Neither is the fetus is not sentient either. So that
Yes, it
defeats
is.
your argument there too.
What do you mean?
No, the fetus is sentient.
A fetus is sentient. Cells are sentient then. Because cells are sentient, but what level of sentience can you compare a cell to a person?
What are you talking about? A cell is a cell. So you're conflating so many different things, bro.
What are you talking about? A fetus is like a clump of cells too.
Dude, you can't be this dumb, please. What am I talking about? What are you talking about? It's the damn question around here that everybody's asking.
Well, you're smart. What is a cell? Define what a cell is.
Dude, let's stay on topic.
Right,
you keep let's
get back on topic.
Let's just stay on topic.
To abortion.
I can't answer because we're trying to talk about one thing, and then I'm asking you about A, and you're like, well, what's B? Okay, well, let me talk about B. Well, what's C?
Look, let me ask him the question without anybody interrupting. What is a cell?
So what you're doing is
it doesn't matter.
Dude, it doesn't matter. What does that have to do with what the point is?
Okay, so the fetus made of cells?
No, so what you're doing is you're asking us to define your terms for you.
Man,
this is crazy.
Like, we're not going to do that.
Look, I get
why don't you define your terms for yourself?
Listen, fully, I do gotta go, but listen, I don't take this personal.
Yeah, of course
I actually follow you guys on there.
Of course he does.
I do
when
gotta
you
go.
can't define what things are, when what's A? Okay, what does that have to do with anything?
Listen, bro. Give me. Well, I'm gonna stay here for 2 minutes. Yeah, tell me before. I don't want you.
You're real quick, fellas. Yeah, no, real quick. Tyga and
I've never ran from a debate,
and Wick Kid. Now, Zig Kid he's being genuine. He's not,
And I don't take this personal, bro.
I'm not taking it personal either. I'm just literally trying to stay on topic, and you keep moving over. Well, what's this? What's this? That has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
I don't mind you people, bro. But listen, what is a cell?
You people? What do you mean by that?
I don't mind you guys, bro. What,
you mean you people as in me, white people, or you people as in coolly black people, or how do you mean this? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by people? What's a person?
You being white and coolly being black. I mean, what the hell does that matter, bro?
I don't know. You're the one who said it. Can you define what is black?
What he's doing is zigzag. Real quick. Fellas, all right, stop trolling. He's using your argument back on you. That's what he's doing.
It's all good. But can you define it so, Wicked Dreams?
What does that have to do with anything?
Define a person. He's just using the back on you,
I told you what a person is. Okay, well, you defined a person. Now, what's this? It's not. What are we playing? Definition games? Or are we going to talk about what a fetus is? If the fetus is a person.
Hey, listen,
does the fetus have cells? Yes.
Fellas,
very important when you have definitions in a debate, because then we're not talking past each other.
I understand that, but when you have definitions that have nothing to do with the debate, so what does cells? What does the definition of a cell have to do with the debate?
I got time, fellas. Gotta mute y'all again. My bad. I didn't mean to block you out. I gotta mute y'all real quick so we could get some decorum because the audience is complaining. It's too much back and forth. So Zigzag, I know you got to go anyway, Zigzag. So you could go ahead and, give your last thoughts. Well, actually, before you go, Zigzag, I'll have 60 seconds. I'm going to time it. Tyga, 60 seconds. WitKid, 60 seconds. Zigzag, 60 seconds. Just quick last thoughts on this abortion thing. Anything that y'all want to get out. I'll give my last thoughts right now, actually, since Zigzag is going last. I obliterated Zigzag, and it was easy. But anyways, let me go ahead and take y'all off of mute. And WitKid, you first, then Tyga, then Zigzag. Zigzag, you got the last word, bro. Okay, go ahead, WitKid.
All right, so I will say that semantics and definitions are definitely important in a debate. I'm not going to argue that with you because that's a stupid argument. But when you're having definitions about something that has nothing to do with what we're talking about, yes, there are cells in a fetus. That's irrelevant to the point. That has no point bearing on what we're talking about. So you're trying to get definitions and keep talking, and you're just pretty much filibustering over and over again for no reason. A fetus is a human. And you said, oh, well, it's not a fully developed human. That still implies that it is a human. It might not be fully developed, but it is still a human by definition. So, you say it's a fetus. It's not a fetus. It's not human. It is human. It has cells. It doesn't have cells. What's this? It makes no sense.
All right, 60 seconds up. Okay, Tyga, you up next.
Yeah, I'm not going to take a whole 60 seconds. I just want to point out that when pressed, Zigzag would not give any definitions of his own. He just wanted us to define his terms for him. And it's like, no, if you make a claim, then you have to define your own terms, which is what I was really trying to get to. Define your terms, and then let's debate on that. But he wouldn't do that. He kept begging me or anybody else on the panel to define his terms for him. And it's like, that's not how this works. You make a claim, then you define your terms, and let's debate about that. But it's like, what's your definition of life? Well, that's what I asked you to start with, so that there's nowhere to go with it. It's absurd, but I'll yield there.
All right, Zigzag, you get the last word, man.
Yeah, he never asked me about no definition of life. He made a claim about life, and I asked him to define life. Because if you look at a sperm is actually alive. But if you want to compare that to basically a human person, it's totally different. Like, when you jerk off, you're basically letting out a bunch of sperm. I'm guaranteeing you both done a good amount of that and into a sock and had your way with it. But if you look at what is a fetus is not a person. A person, the traits of a fetus and a person are two completely different things. That's why I brought up the term to define the term life and to define because if you're looking at a person, completely different. The person short for personality. A fetus is not sentient, but if there's levels of sentience, a cell is sentient because it has the ability to breathe. It has the ability to multiply, think, and actually it even has organelles. You're like a more complex form of what a cell is. So I educate you, Wiki, since you don't know what a cell is. The cell is the basic fundamental unit of life. That's where it all starts. That's about it. So pleasure talking to you people.
All right, Zigzag. Appreciate you, man. Have a good one.
You too.
All right, fellas. The thing is, when it came to that debate, I debated Zigzag many times, and his mentality can be tangential. What I'm saying here now, this chat, I said this to him while he was up as well many times, that he has a tangential mind. He doesn't know how to think linear and stay on one argument. He'll move the goalposts and keep moving it. So I had to keep getting down to the root of the conversation. And when he came on, he said that, well, Cooley, we have a disagreement here because you believe that it is that abortion should be legal and it should be taken away. Women shouldn't have the ability to abort their children if they were raped. I said, no, I don't think that they should abort their children if they were raped. He said he takes the affirmative position that they should. So then we're having a back and forth and then Tiger, I get why you asked that question because what I did was I granted it to him. And the reason why I granted it to him because I debated him many times and it's going to go off into something else. I said, freak it. Let me grant it. Whatever you think a baby is, it is. Let me just go to your justification, your reason why it should be an abortion for whenever it should be. And his is all based off of choice, meaning, well, the baby doesn't have any choice. The woman is stronger than the baby. The woman is superior than the baby, basically, right? So the woman has all the choice. If we use that same logic, the man is superior than a woman. The woman really doesn't have any choice unless the man grants the woman the choice to have the abortion. So why don't the man have all the choice instead of the woman? Which then he would have to concede the entire debate under his worldview. You know what I'm saying? So he didn't get that. I had to keep saying it 1,000 times in 1,000 different ways. I'm sorry, chat. Y'all's probably like, man, what's going on here? But other than that, good deal, fellas. Good deal. Good stuff, man.
Just one more thing, Cooley, before we go, just because you said it at the beginning of the stream, give me a high five.
Yo, I do got the Wayne brothers cut, man. Yo, I got the emojis. I activated the emojis.
Actually, I was going to say that today. I don't know what's going on. So we got a fresh cut. We started on time, and we got emojis.
Listen, man, I'm turning over a new leaf.
Yeah, I don't know who this guy is on stream right now, but this is
I'm
crazy.
turning over a new leaf, man.
But now you just got to keep it going.
I got another person in here that wants to debate. And maybe even like 2 more. So we 3 hours in. We're not going nowhere though. Let's keep it going, fellas. I'm gonna put y'all backstage, man.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see here. We got Ray. I'm gonna bring you up now, Ray. And then we got Britt. Let's see who this is. Britt. Is this a girl or a guy? Ray, you are up next, but let me see who this is real quick. It's Britt individual. Britt. Are you a woman or a male? Put your face in the camera.
I'm a girl.
You're a girl. Okay,
I'm a girl.
Britt, you're a girl. And
yes, sir.
And I got Ray up.
Born.
Okay, stay back. I'm gonna put you backstage. Don't go anywhere. But let me bring up Ray, and then I'll talk to you. Okay. Mm-hmm. All right. Just wanted to make sure it was a real woman. All right, we got Ray, you're up next, and then we got Britt. She's up. What's going on, Ray? Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. State your name, where you from, and what exactly do you want to debate about?
My name is Ray from Cali. Right now I'm in Denver, Colorado. Tonight I would like to debate about morality and whether or not it originates or comes from religion, or if it's just innate within human beings, and the dangers of the world being a one religion of turning into totalitarianism.
Okay, and the dangers of the world being one religion.
Yes. And before we start, I would like to say, I've listened to you for a while, bro, so I got a lot of respect for you. I am new to this debate stuff. I just ran out of people to talk to be honest. So this is why I've turned to you, from people at my job to Jehovah's Witnesses to Mormons that have come to my house. They just stopped having answers for me and eventually just stopped coming to my house.
Well,
and so the last year, that just made me want to dive into what I'm learning now. So
cool, man. Well, welcome to No Fugazi Podcast, man. So, let me just get your position on morality and religion, and let me get your stance on that. And it seems like we may have a disagreement already off the bat. So, and we'll get into it. So, let me get your push forth your statement first. Then, floor is yours.
Yeah, all right. So I believe that morality does not originate from religion, but is instead an innate part of human nature. Long before sacred texts were written or organized faiths arose, humans lived in communities where cooperation, fairness, and empathy were essential for survival. These moral instincts are rooted in our biology and social evolution, not in divine command. In fact, when we look closely at history, we see the religion often borrows from these already existing moral instincts, codifies them, and then claims ownership. That's why different cultures with different gods or even no gods at all share the same basic moral rules. Don't murder, don't steal, care for your kid, treat others fairly, These are human values, not religious inventions. Moreover, religion has not always advanced morality. Sometimes it has commanded immoral acts in the name of God, genocide in ancient texts, inquisitions, holy wars, persecutions of minorities, and the silence of free thought. If morality were truly dependent on religion, then um, following divine commands should always lead to just behavior. Sorry. History shows the opposite. So tonight I will try to demonstrate two things: that morality is a human trait that exists with or without religion, and second, that religion has to too often justify cruelty rather than prevent it. Rather, morality does not come from obedience to authority, but from our shared humanity, our capacity for empathy, and our ability to reason from right or wrong.
Okay. All right. So I would agree on one end that morality does not come from religion, because if you just use the normal definition of religion, it's the belief in and worship of a superhuman power or powers, especially a god or gods. So it's a belief. And it's systems created around that belief, which would then be a religion. That's how I would define it. That's how, like, a regular, I guess, like a Google definition would define it as well. So under that definition, I wouldn't say that morality comes from religion. Now, in your other claim, you said that morality does not come from divine command. So you're speaking about God. It does not come from God. So you think
Correct.
that morality does not come from God. Okay. And
Correct.
one of many examples that you've gave, correct me if I'm wrong, is, well, we know that morality doesn't come from God because, look at all of the different cultures. They all get along in a way. They all know good and bad and right from wrong and, evil from righteousness. They have these distinctions in many different cultures that was thousands of miles away, that had no contact with one another, but they still were able to make these distinctions in regards to good and bad. That's your justification to why morality does not come from God. Do I have that right? Okay.
Right.
You said other stuff in there, but I think that's the gist of it. Okay. I just want to make sure I'm still in your position correctly. So got it. So, I mean, a question for you then. I take the affirmative position on that morality does come from God. You take the unaffirmative position, the non-affirmative position, that morality does not come from God. It comes from us ourselves. And how do we ourselves come up with this morality without God? How do we do this by census? Like it takes a number amount of people, 100 to 500 people to come to a conclusion on what's good and what's bad? Or do we all create what's good and bad within ourselves? Like, is it subjective?
Yeah. So I would say we don't need a divine lawgiver to recognize suffering, fairness, or compassion. These arise again from human empathy and reason. I don't need to see somebody, a pregnant woman, to know the difference of, like, a woman getting kicked in the stomach, that a pregnant woman getting kicked in the stomach is worse than that of a woman just getting kicked in the stomach. If morality depends only on God's commands, then anything could be moral. So if God gave an order to even genocide, that's not objective morality. That's obedience to authority.
Oh, I'm sorry. Say that last part again about the objective. Go ahead.
So if God gives the order to give a genocide, then that's an objective morality. That's not an objective morality. That's a obedience to authority.
So you're saying that. So you do not believe in objective morality. Then do you believe that morality is subjective?
Yeah, it could be. I mean, I think yes, it could be.
Oh,
yes. Yes.
Morality could be subjective, but is it? Is it always subjective, or is it?
Not always.
Okay. Well, then it's not then subjective if it's not always.
But I wouldn't say it was always objective as well.
Okay. So then morality isn't like absolute. Nothing is absolute. Nothing is like grounded. Then my question is, then what makes it not grounded? So if it's grounded here, like, well, this is bad, but then
I would say the survival within ourselves. So that would make it bad or like not bad to just see. So you ask how many people does it take? My perspective, I would say it only take 1 or 2 people to say like, well, me killing you would show that that's not a good thing for me. Even if it's in the community, the chances of my survival by me hurting my neighbor slims down because of what I've done to you. But rather than me taking a higher road of like bargaining or doing something or helping you.
Well, then that would be like murder. Killing is different. Killing itself is not murder. Murder is different, right? Murder is it's a distinction there from killing and murder. But how you said it like it's murder. Do I have that? Your example, what you just said was like it was murder, not just killing.
Yeah. So if I just go over there and decide for no apparent reason, just because I want to expand my land from me to my neighbors, and I go over there and do so, then I know the chances of my survival of somebody coming to do so, whether it's his family or someone from his lineage, or even just somebody seeing that and acknowledging that they could do the same to me.
Yeah, like they could get revenge.
It's going to happen. So
exactly. Then
so,
is murder always? Is that absolute? Is murder always objective? Would murder be one of the things that's not subjective? It would be objectively always wrong, always bad, always immoral.
No, because if there could be times I would say that's justified for murder within a culture's ideology, such as people who say like we should murder someone who raped a child or something, or when we find out people who did so get murdered in jail, we don't say, oh, boo-hoo. We kind of
okay. So all right. So then no, actually, then it isn't. It has to be one or the other. Essentially, what I'm saying is, if you believe in subjective morality, it's always subjective. It can't ever be like, if it's objective, then it's objective always. If it's subjective, it's subjective always. It can't go back and forth.
Okay, I got you. Maybe I need a more clear definition on the objective morality. It's like I said, I'm still trying to dabble into all this stuff. So,
well, here's the thing, right? Your claim is that morality, God does not set the standard for morality. Human beings, we set the standard. And I said, well, okay, justify that. How do human beings set the standard? How do we determine and make the distinction from what's good and what's bad? Does it take just one person to justify that of what's good or bad? Or does it take a collective of people to justify of what's good and what's bad? You said that, well, it's subjective. I can make that determination. I can make the distinction. Someone else can make the distinction. So if it's the case that morality is subjective in your worldview, then I want you to justify then how can that worldview even compete with my worldview? And I'll give you my worldview.
Okay. Well, can I have your worldview first?
Yeah, I'm going to give you my worldview. And then I'm going to ask the question at the end.
Yeah.
Your worldview is subjective morality. You yourself are the arbiter of what's good and bad. Essentially, you're God.
That's what you are. I wouldn't say that.
Oh, so here, now
I would say like police are being God because they get to decide, or the judges being God.
Well, that's consensus there. That's something that we vote on. That's something that we go to people would go to court for. It would take a amount of people to make the decision of what's good and what's bad. Under your worldview, that's not my worldview, though.
Yeah, would morality be the same thing, though, where we're all agreeing on?
Not for me, for you.
Okay.
Okay, so for you, that would be it. So under your worldview, it's subjective morality. Mm-hmm. And what I'm saying is you are your own God if everybody has their own subjective view of what's good and what's bad. Let me explain how you would be your own God.
Okay.
If you can make the distinction of something that's good and bad, then it must be consequences based off of the distinction that you make. Mm-hmm. The person that can inflict consequences on the distinction is God. They have the authority, right? Okay. So I'll say it again. The person or entity that can inflict consequences on the distinction of good and bad, they have authority, right? In your worldview, the men in general would be God. Because
I would just say
men
they would be authority, not God.
Well, listen. Listen to this, right?
Okay.
Under your worldview, the man can inflict consequences based off of the distinction that's made. Mm-hmm. So men would be God. Women wouldn't have the ability. They can make a distinction of the good and the bad, but they can't enforce any consequences on the man.
Right.
But the man can enforce consequences on other men, and they can enforce consequences on women. So then men under your worldview will be God.
Well, I don't see him.
Meaning that not just one individual, it will go by who has the collective authority, who wields the enforcement mechanism, which would be which group of men have the ability to enforce their will the most. It would be men, some group of men, which would then be the God. Because what I'm saying by God is that God is under my worldview, he is the ultimate authority, the number one authority. Mm-hmm. God, under my worldview, creates the distinction of good and bad, and that standard is set by God. So we don't worship. Think about it. Well, real quick, let me lay my plane. Under your worldview, since men are the ones that creates the distinction of good and bad, and then also enforces consequences on the good and bad, you would have to appeal to men in regards to the good and bad that you do.
Right.
Meaning that the man is the judger of life. The man is judging things. They're the ultimate judgment of life. They have the authority, that is what God is. God is the ultimate judgment. Okay. God gives the ultimate judgment. In my worldview, we don't appeal to the man, right? We don't think that morality is subjective. We think that morality is objective, and God sets the standard. So what I believe, what's good and bad, does not come from me. It comes from something that's outside of me, something that's divine, that's God. Because if it's just, real quick, if it's just me, right? If I set the standard of good, you set the standard of good, everybody sets their own standard of good, it will be chaos. And then the only person that can stop the chaos would be a big group of men that can inflict the most consequences and that can judge people. So which means that the man would actually be the arbiter of morality, and the man would be God. I don't think men are gods. I don't think we are gods. You have the same mindset of the man of Zigzag that was up here. He actually believes, well, let me explain. He believes in subjective morality. He believes that, men create morality. We are the arbiter of morality, of the creating, observing the distinction of what's good and bad, right? And setting that standard of what's good and bad. So does that make any sense? How if you believe in subjective morality, you are your own God.
Yeah, I appreciate the way you broke that down. And I would argue back. I would say that religion is just really the same thing. You guys are just using God or a spiritual divine to have your authority. So I would say like the difference between the deist and the theist is the deist says like it may not make sense without some kind of designer. The theist says when I tell you what to do, you do it because I have God on my side. The deist says he can tell what God wants of me and the length to shave my penis or what to eat or who to sleep with or even what position to have sex with. But the reason this point is important to you is because it would give you the real power of the only world that actually exists of this actual world that we're in at the moment.
Okay, I see what you're saying there, but I can justify my belief in God
with the book.
I don't even have to justify with the book. I could actually do. I could go into your worldview, which I think that you would appeal to science, since you appeal to men, and all sciences is just
I would say
discovering
science and agnostic as well, because I don't just think there's us. I do believe in something higher than myself, but I don't have the audacity or to just sit there and like say I can know what it is or what it's even thinking or what it even looks like.
Well, yeah, what I'm saying is under your worldview, I can justify God, but under your worldview, I don't actually have to justify God under your worldview, because under your worldview, we're all gods, right? So if I just do an internal critique on your worldview,
well, that's what you say. I don't say that. I say there's those that are in authority and then those that are under authority.
Okay, so you're saying that those are in authority and those who are under authority.
Yeah.
But once again, so how do you define God? Let's do that.
Again, I would just say like
you don't even believe in it. You're like agnostic then.
Yeah, I'm agnostic. Like I don't believe in the God that everyone says or like the image that everyone portrays. I think that it's kind of like I said, like for you to sit there and think at us, it's like the clay pot trying to explain what it is to the clay maker when it's just a pot. It can't explain what it is. So you have the audacity to sit there and say, yeah, I know what I am. I know where I came from and what's higher above me, and I know what it wanted for me. And then all of this, I think that's just audacity within human beings. And I think humans are theory people to where if we have no theory at all, we come up with any type of theory, conspiracy theory.
So no, I mean, I can justify my God claim by using transcendental arguments. And it could be done very easily. You know the laws of logic?
I believe so. I've heard you break them down on your show before, but if you can, just go over it again.
Law of identity, law of non-contradiction, the law of excluded middle.
Okay.
Right. So if we just look at it from a logical standpoint, I'm not going to do the whole transcendental argument with you. You may understand it, you may not, but even if you utilize the laws of logic when giving the argument, but even if you look at it from a logical perspective, and we're speaking about consciousness, let's just say, right?
Okay.
Scientists, they still don't even know. You have to appeal to science, right? And even if when you're appealing, you good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. Even if you are going to appeal to science, many scientists, not all, but many scientists would give the argument for God's existence when we're speaking about consciousness, or even if we're speaking about if you're going all the way back to what they call evolution, like the Big Bang Theory and stuff like that, like something came from nothing.
Right.
That's not logical. You know what I'm saying? That will be illogical. That's an illogical claim. So that would be, you get what I'm saying? It wouldn't adhere to the laws of logic. So, I mean, there's so many different arguments that I can prove my claim with, but we can get to that if you do have questions on it. I don't mind breaking it down, like to get deep and breaking it down further. But to your question, if you believe in that God does not set the standard for morality, and morality is subjective. My question for you, what world would you want to live in? Quick question, right? A world that everybody creates their own subjective view of what's good and what's bad. You live in a community. In your house, you know that grape is bad. You know that murder is bad. You know that children are a blessing. You know, you make all of these distinctions of what's good and bad. And the household next to you, no, they actually believe murder is good, right? It's a good thing. They believe OnlyFans and abortions and all of these things that you may disagree with, they believe that it's a good thing. So the things that you believe to be good, they believe to be bad. The things that you believe to be bad, they believe to be good. Now, that's your neighbor. And it just keeps trickling down. And everyone has these different beliefs of what's good and what's bad, right? How do you determine, under your worldview, which way the community or the society, even if we put it on a societal level, which way in the direction that things should go? Is it by voting and then whoever gets the most amount of votes? Is it by, what is it by? How do you create this?
I would probably say it's through survival. So if we see again that the bad stuff isn't working because of what we're doing bad to each other, we would have to switch that up. Whether it's voting is included, whether it's like voting.
Listen, under your worldview, the other person thinks that, well, no, survival isn't the measure for what's good and what's bad. That's just your measure. So your measure is, once again, your measure is survival. Well, whatever has the best outcome for survival, then we should appeal to that. Well, in some other person's subjective morality view, they don't appeal to survival. They appeal to pleasure. Whatever gets the most pleasure is the thing that we should appeal to. You get where I'm going with this?
Yeah, I can see what you're saying. It'll be chaos because someone's pleasure is different from my pleasure. But I could say the same thing about religion.
Someone's survival, no, the thing is different. Someone's survival can be different or better than your survival. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So when you're looking at things from a subjective morality standpoint, we are currently living in a lot of chaos because people don't have they're not grounded in their morals, right? They're not grounded in their morals. Right. And that creates a lot of chaos, their morals, their values, stuff like that, right? And if you don't have an agreement on these things, the thing is, you can actually still like go against it, but it has to be consequences on the things that you go against because you agreed to it.
Right.
Right? That's what I'm saying. So even if everybody agrees to this one standard of what's good and what's bad, there's still going to be people that breaks that standard, that disobeys, and then you would know which people should experience consequences and which people shouldn't experience consequences. Right? That's under one standard of good and bad. Under your standard, well, there's an infinity of different standards of what's good and bad. So the world will be chaotic, meaning that there's no consequences and women can abort their children. 1 million abortions per year because we live in a secular state. Right? We live in a secular society right now, a secular country in America. Women aborting 1 million babies per year. 28% of Gen Z was just aborted. Women have access to OnlyFans. They can strip on a pole. They can sell their sexuality. We know all the negative effects of these poor choices. We know all the negative effects of men knocking up chicks and just leaving them, creating these single baby moms, or whatever it may be. You get what I'm saying? We know the negative.
To say the irony of it with all of them wearing a cross on their chest at the same time.
The thing is this. That's not the irony. The thing is this, right? They can still wear that cross if we adhere to a singular objective standard of what's good and bad. But what I'm saying is human beings, we're flawed individuals. Yeah. We cannot set that standard real quick. We can't set the standard of what's good and what's bad. Under my worldview, God sets the standard. Under your worldview, you appeal to consensus. Well, however many people votes for it, then that's the standard of what's good, and that's the standard of what's good and what's bad, which then would create chaos, because then you'll have things in place where there's no consequences for women aborting 1 million babies per year. There's no consequences for all of these things currently today that I know you to believe is bad. Do you believe that abortion is a bad thing? Do you believe that the nuclear family has been destroyed and the single mother rate is very high? You believe these things to be a bad thing, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Definitely.
So got it. You believe these things to be a bad thing, but look at the leftists and the liberals. They believe these things to not be bad, to be a good thing. Let women have choice. They can choose to abort their babies.
And I think those type of people are psychotic. They're like, they don't have
listen, what I'm saying is
within themselves.
What I'm saying is that is not the case. What I'm saying is they have your worldview. They don't believe in a God that sets the standard of what's good and bad. They believe that they are the arbiter of what's good and bad. So in their worldview, how can you tell me not to have an abortion? How can you tell me not to create an OnlyFans and be stripping on a pole? How can you try to stop me from making these choices? They would actually say you're bad for trying to stop me from making these choices, or you're bad from putting consequences on me for making these choices under your worldview.
Yeah, and I would say the same thing. I feel like you guys are the arbiter just through, again, someone that you guys essentially either created or just believe in. So it's like wishful thinking that
but listen,
makes you guys the arbiter.
Even if it's not, I'll make a concession and concede on this point. Let's just say God is fake.
Mm-hmm.
It's just made up. My society, that it's an objective standard, would still do better than your society where there's no objective standard and everything is subjective.
How would it be through the objective standard without a God?
No, what I'm like I'm saying, it can still be objective if we do.
No, how would it be good through that without a God?
Under your worldview, it can still be objective without God. I'm not saying that it can still be, and it can still be good without a God under your worldview, because under your worldview, since you don't believe in God, it can still be objective because women can't,
well, I believe in a higher
the
power.
distinction.
I just don't believe in the God that humans created. So I think like Christianity, Islam, all this stuff is created by humans, but I do believe in something higher than myself, whether you call it God or spiritual or whatever. I do believe in that.
Okay, and the thing that you believe in, does that thing set the standard of what's good and bad?
Yeah, it's within me. It's like saying your thing created a Bible to set your standard, but I don't think that
No, you see,
Bible. It created, you guys, the human created the Bible.
So then you're just like Zigzag, the guy that I was debating before. He says the same thing. He says that, yeah, I do believe that there's an entity out there, but the entity out there is within me. And so I actually set the standard. So once again, you are your own God. You just proved it.
But does God do not?
That's what you said.
Is God not? Don't you guys say that God is within us as well?
No.
Like religious people, they were like, well, God is within me. I am like the image of him.
No. We don't say that. Not in
So
a
I'm
Christian
not saying
ethics.
I am God. I'm saying like, yes, I was created from a higher being, but it's not that God.
There's a distinction. We were made in the image of God. This does not mean that we are God.
Yeah, I agree with that. But my distinction is that it's not the God that I feel is created by humans. My God is just.
Who's going to judge you
audacity
at the end?
What you guys call God, but it's not. It's my interpretation.
No, under your worldview, let me ask you this. Under your worldview, will you be judged at the end?
That's hard to say. I don't know. I have no problem saying I don't know.
Okay. So that makes sense because you believe that you are God. This is why you don't know, but you can't fathom it because you think that you are the one that's going to judge yourself.
No, I don't. I think that I will be judged by something, but again, I don't have the audacity to sit there and know
Okay,
what
well,
it would be.
let's say that if you do know that you are going to be judged by something, and this something is it other than yourself, or is it yourself?
Yeah, it's other than myself. It's what created human.
Okay, so you just contradicted your statement 3 minutes ago. If you are going to be judged by an entity that's other than yourself, then that entity sets the standard of what it's going to judge you by, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then if the entity sets
But again,
the
the audacity is knowing the standard.
Let me finish my statement.
Okay.
If the entity sets the standard of what's is going to judge you by, that is true, right? The entity sets that standard of or do you set the standard and the entity takes the standard you set?
No, not at all.
So what? Okay, real quick.
The entity, but again, because it's like you're saying something that I don't agree with.
Okay. You may not agree with it, so and that's totally fine. Let me ask the question again and tell me which one I'm going to create, A or B. I'm just trying to understand your thinking.
Yeah, I got you, bro.
Does the entity judges you based off of the entity standard, or does the entity judge you based off of your own standard?
So I think it should stop right there in the first one. So I believe there's an entity, but to say that it judges me based on its standard, and for me to know its standard, that's where I say that's the audacity within humans.
No, here's the thing, my friend. We say that in Christian ethics is that the entity, since we say that we are made in God's image, this is why even if you have any kids, you can tell they know right from wrong. They know when to, if you see them, I got 3 kids and
I got one.
Sometimes you ain't even have to tell them, don't do this. Before they do it, they'll look at you like they know what they're about to do is like problematic, or it could be wrong, or it could be bad. They know pretty much not to do it. So when we say that we are made in God's image, this morality, we have this natural inclination to know right from wrong, good from evil. We all have this natural inclination to know these things. But we are still all born within sin. We may know these things, but we'll choose to do these things, these sinful acts, even though we know it, based off of, well, it gives me pleasure.
Right.
Well, it serves me financial gain. Well, it serves me a purpose here. We do these things based off our own selfish motives.
Yeah, I agree.
So, under your worldview, you think that it's like that. That is, we all have this natural tendency to know right from wrong, generally speaking.
Yeah, just as you just stated with a child, I think that's perfectly said.
Guess what? Under my worldview, since we know this, that we all have this natural ability to know right from wrong in a sense, we're saying, where did this come from? Where did this natural thing come from, right? I say that what you say, it comes from the thing that's outside of yourself. Because the only way for us, like, all to know that it's you, and the only way for us all to know the things that is, good and bad, it has to come from outside of us, because if it was from inside of us, then we wouldn't be knowing these things that are good and bad, or right from wrong. But we all have this natural tendency to know what's good and bad, which means that it comes from outside of us, not from within. Because if it was from within, everybody, even as little babies, it would be chaotic. They wouldn't be looking up like, oh, should I not do this? Or should I do that? We all know these things, but with nurturing, like influence and influence the child then to do the right things and to not do the wrong things, that helps with their biological proclivity. So human beings, we have a biological proclivity to sin, to go towards the fleshful desires, even though our spiritual being knows like this is not right to do. So
Right.
currently we're speaking about the spiritual being knowing right from wrong, but the fleshful is pulling us in a direction of the wrong. That makes sense, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, since all of this makes sense and you would agree to this, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if you would agree to that, then when we're speaking about objective morality and who sets that standard of morality, God would set that standard of morality because it's outside of us. It's the spiritual being in us
Yeah, I understand
that's setting that
but-
standard. This is why we know, like, we all have this
but
inclination of
that's
what's good and what's bad.
audacious. That's audacious to you guys for someone, a believer, to say it's God. Why? It's like even you guys could have said it was just clouds or something, and then we would have had to go off of what the cloud said this. But just the fact that it's God, it's like the entity of God. But it's just can't just be an entity. The fact that humans have to put a name on this entity to have control over other human beings, whether this morality through goodness or badness is still control over humans through this creation of God that humans created.
Yeah,
I wouldn't
so
say the entity itself is created from humans. I would say the name God and the image of God is created by humans and used as a weapon.
that's totally fine. You can say that words are social constructs. It's just things that we make up in our head and but we give it meaning. But that's totally fine. I don't care what name you use, God, Jesus, Yahweh, whatever name you use. If you yourself believe in an entity that's outside of yourself, and that entity that's outside of yourself is going to judge you based off of the entity standard of good and bad, you may not know that standard, but in fact, we prove that you do know that standard because all human beings are born with this natural inclination and this tendency to know right from wrong. But our fleshful desires get in the way of choosing right from wrong and good from bad, right?
Yeah, I mean that will always happen.
Okay, so
I think
look,
the world.
look real quick. This would be the end of the debate because you actually believe in objective morality, not subjective morality. And like you said before in the beginning, when you came in, you said that you don't think morality is set by divine command. But in fact, you just proved and conceded that morality is set by divine command.
Not by your guys' definition of divine command. That's what I'm saying. So I would say.
Well, listen, I follow Christian ethics, right? So I can go ahead and give you my arguments for how my belief in God is the right God. Even if I don't even have to do that, though. Currently, right now, you're on track into just believing in divine command. You're not an atheist.
No.
Yeah. You're not even agnostic.
Okay.
Yeah, you're not an atheist. You're not agnostic. You literally just said that morality is objective.
From what I've read, agnostic is believing in something higher than yourself without putting a name or image onto it.
You don't. I mean, it's a little bit more than. Well, it depends on what. There's different sectors of agnostic, but yeah. Even if you do not, in regards to this discussion, though, even if you do not put a name on it. You still believe in objective morality and you believe that the morality is set by the entity that is outside of yourself.
Correct. But I don't believe that it's set by Christianity, Muslims, or like religion.
But that's this debate is not about, once again, I already said that we agree that morality is not set by religion.
Gotcha.
We agreed to that.
Okay.
The part that we disagreed with is that you said that morality is not set by divine command. I said that morality is set by divine command. Remember? But since what we just went through, you actually believe that morality is set by divine command too.
Yeah, again, it's just not your divine command. So I think that's what, again, I appreciate this conversation because...
It actually is, though. I'll explain.
Okay.
Because remember... You made the concession that we, even before we got into this, you actually did this in your opening. You made the concession that how do human beings from different cultures and different nations that never had any point of contact with one another, how do they all know right from wrong, good from bad? How do they know these things, right? And then instead of you appealing to the thing outside of yourself, which you know there is a thing that's outside of yourself that sets the standard of the good and bad, you just appeal to the person, to the individual, right? So you put God within the self, but you already admitted that there is an entity that is outside of the self that you are going to be judged by. You don't know what you're going to be judged by, but then we came back to the point of perspective that you actually do know what you're going to be judged by, because we all know right from wrong. Our fleshful desires just get in the way.
Yeah, I guess the difference from me talking to you, because again, I talk to different Jehovah Witnesses or like Christians and everything, is that most of the religious people would say that like morality comes from religion, and without religion there will be no morality. Or even like with the Jews, when they say everything wasn't kosher before they went to Mount Sinai, and
They will probably have a. A lot of people say that because they probably have a different definition of religion. When some people use the word religion, they go by like their belief in God. But religion is a set of practices. There's many different types of religion with many different types of set of practices.
So I think that's the difference between you and the ones that I've spoken to, because that's where I feel like you probably was gonna stand on that, where it comes from religion. But
no, I don't think it comes.
Yeah,
but I don't think it comes from religion.
I do agree with you overall, where it's does come from divine. It's just our divine is different.
You've already hey Ray.
No,
you've
your
already
God. I don't
admitted.
Believe in your Christian God. So like
listen, Ray. We don't even got to speak about Christian. That's not the topic of the debate. You've already admitted actually that all of us have this natural inclination, this tendency of knowing right from wrong, good from bad. Even if we're in different cultures and we never have any point of contact with one another and we're thousands of miles away. It's funny. This was your opening. It's funny that the good and the bad would be very similar. Like generally it's similar. There's some outliers out there. There's always an exception to the rule where they got things twisted and upside down.
Right.
But generally, most people know that, this is bad and this is good. Right. Mm-hmm. So even under your worldview, you know that there's a set standard of what's good and bad, and that the good and the entity that sets the standard of good and bad is not within you, it's outside of you.
Yeah.
And you actually know the good and bad. The only thing that gets in the way of human beings not knowing the good and bad is by our fleshful desires and negative influences. And influences. We can be, sometimes you don't even need to even have a fleshful desire. You can just be influenced by feminism. You can be influenced by fascism. You could be influenced by one of these isms that can lead you astray. You know what I'm saying? So yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Fair enough, man.
Yeah. I appreciate
I gotta bring you over to our side. So, and this is what I'm saying is this is the Christian belief when we extrapolate it out. This is, we are made in the image of God. We are not the arbiters of what's good and bad. God sets that standard of what's good and bad, and we follow the God's authority. And we actually already know this. We don't even need the book. And this is why when we're even speaking about Christianity, how people in other different walks of life, Jesus is for everyone. Yeah, you can say, well, Cooley, how can you say that? Jesus was in only certain parts of the world. He wasn't everywhere. He didn't walk and, go to these other places and preach the gospel and all of these things. No, Jesus was in these certain parts of the world. But God already set this standard of good and bad, and it's instilled in with all of our spirits. But the reason why we are born in sin is because we are born in this flesh, and this flesh is sinful. This flesh is flawed, is easily susceptible to outside influences. It can be manipulated easily. This is why we're born. we're born in with sin that way. But anyways, man, good conversation. I've been streaming for 4 hours. I'm starting to freaking stutter and jack up my words. I probably need a break. But anyways, man, good conversation, Ray. I appreciate you for coming on up, and I look forward to speaking with you again, and maybe we can get into some other topics in regards to.
Yeah, I definitely will.
In regards to this, man, I know you sent an email and you reached out. Thank you for that.
Yeah, I'll definitely do the same as well.
Do the same the next time, and if you come in on time, I'll prioritize you. Since you sent an email, I'll prioritize you, and I'll make sure you're the first one up. And thank you for being patient. Okay.
Yeah, no problem, bro. Have a good night, and appreciate you.
All right, man. Have a blessed one. All right, let's bring up Britt. Hello, Britt. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. Where are you from, and what do you want to debate about?
I'm from San Antonio, Texas. And I agree with you on just about all your positions. However, I do want to question some things and see if you agree with me.
Okay, Britt. Can you put your face in the camera? Because this seems weird. Everybody else had their face in the camera. It's okay if you gotta listen. I got the nigga naps in right now. You got a bonnet on, that's totally fine. You know what I mean? Ain't nobody judging you for your hair.
It's embarrassment for a woman, though.
Well, if it's in a bonnet, you're fine. We're not even gonna be able to see your hair. Yeah, you got your hair wrapped. We can't see it, but if I can have your face in a camera, because it just makes for a better conversation and people can see the person that I'm speaking to. Do you have a light that you can shine on your face? Because you're very dark right now.
I'm using a cheap phone, so like
it's okay. If you can go in front of the light, I see a light in the room. If you can go by the light and just point the camera at if you can hold the camera back a little bit so we can see you.
That enough?
Just so you could just hold it back a little bit so we can see you, and I'll be more than happy to have the conversation with you.
Like that. I'm kind of doing that.
It totally fine. I just need you to. If it's good now, the lighting is good, but can you hold the camera back further?
Do you need me to do this for the whole debate?
Yeah, I would need to see your face. I need to read when you're speaking. We need to read your lips and the things that you're saying. I don't need your body in it. I just need your face in the screen. That's all.
Like this is the best I can do, sir. I'm just coming to ask you a position, and I wanted to know if you agree with me on it, and that's all.
Okay, but listen, I have a big platform, and I brung you up here, and I thank you for being patient and waiting. But I have this platform. Every other guest had their face in the screen. I would just like that you honor.
You're also male.
The same thing that we're doing.
So they don't.
Yeah, and we already see your head is covered up. It's totally fine. I just need to see your chin to the head. That's totally fine. Chin to head. That's all I need. Right there. It's perfect. Chin to head. Yeah. That is perfect. Chin to head. Yeah. But put your camera down more. If you can angle your camera down more, we need to see chin to head.
Actually, like that, I guess. That's all I can do right now. That's it. My camera's getting hot my phone getting hot. But I wanted to ask you, you are not a fan of feminism. Am I right?
No.
Okay. And you are a Christian apologist, right?
No, I'm not an apologist. I'm just a man that believes in Jesus Christ.
Right. You believe in the Christian situation.
I believe in Christian ethics and divine command, yeah.
The reason why I contacted is because I'm not a big fan of not Christianity, but I'm not a big fan of feminism neither. However, when I do hear people argue about feminist and how they're destroying things. That is your view, right? Like they make things worse. Being feminist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The
And
ideology is a contradiction. It's not real. It's a delusion.
it's a poison. Yeah, it's a poison to the society. I agree. But my biggest disagreement is, instead of focusing on the women that are the feminists, I look at more like, because you also believe in what Andrew espoused, which is the force doctrine. And I believe the reason why the females are the way they are is because we have weak male leadership. Do you agree?
Okay, the reason why, what? Say that again. Weak male leadership, but what's the reason why? What's the reason for weak male leadership? Say that again.
Due to the fact that men these days are weak, women, just like the Bible had said, they will always try to up a man due to the original sin. And I think that's the same thing that is happening here. If men have the force doctrine, why don't they, just like in other countries, force women to abandon the feminist situation, like putting laws in not allowing women to do things that will hurt the society. Like, men take the lead as they should. They are the leaders of the church. They are the leaders of the family. They are the leaders of the society, and they have the force doctrine. And yet we don't have men do that, and thus women take advantage of that. Those feminists take advantage of that weakness. And I'm trying to agree what I'm trying to say here.
Okay, so you're saying that men hold the monopoly on force. So why don't men just force women to, get rid of the feminist ways or whatever? That's what you're saying. Yes. All right. So feminism is things start with an idea first. So feminism is an ideology, right? When we're speaking about the ideology of feminism, it's just not rooted into women. It's rooted into men as well, right? So men can adopt the same ideology of wanting things to be equal opportunity, and all of this. Maybe some of them even equal outcome. All of this weird stuff that just isn't true. It can never truly be equal because men and women aren't equal. Your question is, why don't men just force women out of it? Well, one, I would say that men are benevolent. Generally speaking, men collectively as a whole, we seem to be benevolent because, we tend to, let's say, forcing women out of the practices of feminism we can do. If we look at Afghanistan, the Taliban, when the Taliban wasn't in power and the American soldiers was over there protecting, the women in their society and creating some structure over there, bringing in feminism. Women were going to school. Women were in certain career fields, going into certain career fields. Once America left Afghanistan, the Taliban took over, and they took away women's right to vote, women's right to education, women's right to have any authority, meaning that women have to be subordinate to a man. So it's not that men can't do it. It's about the ideology, because influence creates thinking and thinking creates behavior. So before you even enforce something, well, what are you enforcing them on? You are enforcing them based off of your ideology, the things that you're thinking, right? The things that, and then thus the things that you are influenced by, thus the things that you are thinking. So we have men have the ability to basically stop feminism, but a lot of men don't share the same ideology. Make sense?
I think so.
So I'll just say it quicker. In Afghanistan, collectively, real quick, in Afghanistan, collectively, men shared the same ideology. So they stopped feminism. There's no more freaking feminists. You can have that. These women can still think that they're equal, but they can't, put anything into practice. They can't put anything into effect because men said no, took away their rights. So women have no physical capabilities of going to school because they got rid of the schools. They got the guns, they got the force. They're stronger than women. Women can't do it. What I'm saying is we see it in other parts of the world, how feminism can come about with men. And then if men have some shared ideology, if men do have another shared ideology that's not feminism, they can take feminism away overnight.
Mm-hmm. But I'm not talking like even from an extreme point of view. Like you can go to somewhere like Japan. When I went there, women are practically, without words being said, they are second class. But it's not it's a society thing, but not a government force thing. And women do know their place, is what I'm trying to say. And they didn't have to use like a force doctrine, but an understanding with their women that there is some things that we are not going to allow in our society for you to do, or to jeopardize our society with your ideology. So I'm trying not to go
force
like
doctrine
the
is
extreme.
always, what you have to understand is force doctrine is always being utilized. Always, consistently and constantly, it's always being utilized. Whether if it's utilized in, it's always is. Whether if it's utilized in the ideology that you want, or it's utilized in the ideology that you don't want, it's still always being utilized. Force doctrine, even before the suffragettes came around, it was still being utilized, meaning that even before the idea came. Real quick, so you understand. I don't think you understand, though.
Yes,
So
I do.
Okay, so if you understand, then the question is null and void, because you know that even if women have the idea of wanting to be equal and have equal opportunity and equal rights to the man, even if they have the idea, they can't do anything with the idea unless men enforce the idea. So the only reason why feminism came about is because men enforced the idea, because men shared the same idea. You get what I'm saying? But anytime men come around where they do not share that same idea, and collectively they can always come together and get rid of enforcing that idea. They can stop enforcing the idea.
They can also stop men for also that have the shared ideology.
Correct.
As feminists as them.
Only
and that's what they do.
Only if they hold the monopoly on force. For example, in Afghanistan, when the American troops was over there, the Taliban couldn't do anything because they didn't have the manpower to, to outweigh the American troops. So they waited. Once the American troops left, guess what? The Taliban got their way. See what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yes, I do agree with you.
But
when the Taliban took over, and what they did it by
with Cooley. You're literally debating with the chat room. If anyone wants to come on up. Anyone else wants to join it? My bad. I'm speaking to other people up here in the chat. Let me, you know what?
I understand.
Let me stay backstage. Let me bring up this one gentleman here. Maybe he may have a different opinion on what the conversation is. What's going on? Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. State your name. Where you from?
Calvin, from Miami, Florida.
What's going on, Calvin? What you here to debate about?
So I was just jumping in, man. I didn't really watch too much of the show, but I just wanted to hear your thoughts, like on what's kind of going on with like the Charlie Kirk situation, and then we'll kind of go from there.
Oh, okay. What in regards to what? Like with like who killed them and stuff like that, or what you mean?
Yeah, like where you stand with it and stuff like that.
I mean, it's still under investigation, man. I mean, there's a lot of conspiracy out there in regards to, the things that certain questions are being asked. Candace Owens asking questions, many people asking questions in regards to, like, was it just this guy? What is his name? Tyler?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a 22-year-old kid that.
Yeah. Was it just him? Was it other people involved? Right. It could be. I'm under the perspective that it definitely could be multiple individuals involved. Information just came out that the bullets may be untraceable because the gun is very. That the bullets may be untraceable.
Damn.
May be untraceable. So information came out about that. So I mean, I think. Most people they take the position where, we're waiting for more information to come out to create a solid perspective on things. But, I think it was a tragic event. But what's up, man? What questions do you have?
I just want to see where you stood with it because so many people are like split between the Charlie Kirk thing. I know
split in what? Like what they mean? Like what they think Israel did it or had some involvement? What do you mean by split?
Some people say that. Me personally, I just think the kid did it from the information that we got so far.
Yeah. I mean,
there's more. Yeah,
I think it was the kid, or it doesn't put it past me that it can only be the kid. It's because. He was a lefty. He was dating a man that was transitioning to a woman. There's many text messages that came out that he was against Charlie Kirk, messages came out that he even said that he was the one that murdered Charlie Kirk. So, I mean, I can see that that's definitely be a logical conclusion that it was just a kid, but I don't put it past it that maybe some other people was involved too. But go ahead. The floor is yours.
Yeah. All right. So, I mean, what about when he was what about when he was alive? Like, what about his message? Do you like resonate with everything he was saying, or where you at with that?
Oh, okay. So then that's the part that you want to get to.
Yeah, because I don't know where you stand with everything. You know.
Well, that's what I was asking you, man. We could have got to that right away.
Exactly.
So here on No Fugazi Podcast, man, we speak direct. I know it's your first time coming into debate night. I don't think I've seen you before, but over here we men, and men speak direct. So don't be afraid to ever speak direct, to ever say, listen, did you like Charlie Kirk's message or did you not like it? Come in here direct, man. This is I've been 4 hours up here.
No, it was direct. That was the first question, and then this the second one. That was the first one.
Okay, it seemed like I had to kind of beat it out of you, but fair enough.
Nah. That was the first, and then this the second. So yeah.
All right. So did I agree with all of Charlie Kirk's views? No, I don't agree with any man 100%. I think any man that agrees with a man 100% is gay. So with that being said, no, there's many things that I disagree with him on, especially with his geopolitical views. But as far as the ethics of his message, I would say that I agree with the general view of his ethics.
Okay, the general?
Yeah, the general view of his ethics.
Okay, what about race?
Yeah,
like his topics, like how he talked about black pilots not being qualified, stuff like that.
Yeah, even when he said that black pilots isn't, he would question the qualifications of the pilot. It had context. Do you know what the context was?
Yeah, I know I know what the context he was trying to say. He was trying to go like the DEI route, which I think was wrong. Like, I think he was completely wrong. And if you thought he was right, we can debate that. That'd be a great topic to debate.
Okay. So then let me ask you a question. If a company is prioritizing, diversity and equity and inclusion, and they're instead of prioritizing meritocracy, do you think that's a good thing?
No. I want to stay on that topic specifically. I want to talk about the pilot, and then we can go into that.
This is the topic.
With the no. Specifically with the pilot thing.
No, but this is the topic, man. I'm asking you a question in regards to that. If you peel back the layer to what DEI is, it's diversity, equity, and inclusion.
For hiring, not qualification.
Yeah, for if you're hiring, are you hiring people based off of meritocracy, or are you hiring people based off of wanting to be inclusive?
No, no. Listen, based off of what he was talking about, he said, I thought he was basically saying, I wanted to see, he would question if they're qualified. They're going to be qualified automatically.
No, I'm asking you the same question. How can they, and my question for you is, if you think that they're going to be qualified automatically, how is that the case if it's the case that the company is prioritizing DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, rather than meritocracy, which is quality? How can a candidate be qualified?
The candidate is qualified because they had to pass the same requirements before they even entered the job pool in the first place to even be hired. The DEI perspective is, from this pool of people, what we've noticed is, out of all of these qualified pilots, the white ones keep getting hired. So what we want to do is we want you to hire equally the ones that are actually qualified. That's like saying a bunch of races pass the bar for lawyers, but only the white ones get hired. So these guys they're both qualified. They're both passing the bar. Hire them. Like, that's just basically what it is. It's just like, all right, we see all of these black pilots being qualified. Hire them.
Got it. So you think that
that's why
when
I
a
disagree
company
with him.
Let's make it make sense. I've worked many years in HR. I worked many years in staffing agencies and stuff like this. So I actually know how the process works when it comes to hiring, and when the higher ups gives you the a process of hiring. There's certain goals that you need to meet when you're hiring candidates, right? So, and one, even if we're speaking about DEI real quick, we already know that the numbers in regards to DEI, it really didn't even benefit black people anyway. It benefited a lot of other races and things like that anyway. So it's not really, it's perspective of Charlie Kirk's message of what he said, which I'm going to ask you a question to see if you actually think that it's the right thinking and methodology that should be used. So DEI creates a certain form of methodology. And one of the methodology ways it creates it, because even if you have a pool of candidates you would say that meets a standard of qualifications, DEI, if it's the case that you're prioritizing that to be diverse over it, you can't really do both. And I'll explain why. The reason why you can't prioritize quality, meritocracy, and DEI is because what's the population in America of white people?
You tell me.
It's about 60%.
Okay.
And then if we're looking at pilots, I don't know the number, but you can Google it, or one of the chat can Google it. Even if you're looking at the candidates of pilots of who actually are qualified candidates, do you think that it's more white people over other races?
Yeah,
it is.
Right.
It's higher in population, right?
It's the higher population.
It's the higher population. So let me finish. Let me finish. Look. So if it's the case that, white people is the minority, white people is the majority in the country, And they're the majority of candidates that's going to be actually qualified for DEI. You would agree to that, right?
Yeah, because they're the majority. They're
okay. Now watch.
It's gonna be more coming through. Yeah,
it's gonna be more coming through. And if it's gonna be more coming through, then it would also the logical conclusion would be that if it's more qualified candidates coming through, it's a higher probability that those would be the ones that meet like the highest qualifications of that position of being a pilot, right? That would be like a logical conclusion to it.
Okay, what are you trying to?
I'll say it again. Look, watch this. All right, so look.
I don't get what you're trying to say.
I'll walk it through the line. There's more white people in America. People candidates that actually qualify to be a pilot is more white people, right? You said yes to that already.
Yeah. We agree on that.
If it's more white people and more qualified candidates to be in that position, then if we're looking at who would be the best in that position, who would be the best, if we're just looking at numbers, the logical entailment would be that white people would most likely be the best since there's more of them that's qualified.
No, I don't agree with that part.
Okay.
I agree with the first two.
On a numbers wise,
I think that's a.
So real quick, time out real quick.
I think that's the wrong assumption.
Wait, time out. How can that be the wrong assumption if you're looking at numbers, if you're looking at probability, if there's more white people and if there's more candidates that go into the field of being a pilot and more qualified candidates, if we're looking at a pool of who would be like the best candidates, by probability, it would be white people. Would that not be it?
No.
The numbers match it. Okay, explain to me how it wouldn't.
No, that's an assumption. The last thing you said was an assumption. The first two things I can agree with.
It's a logical entailment of the three.
No. I'm breaking down.
Go ahead.
The first thing I can agree with. The second thing I can agree with. The third thing, that's an assumption.
It was a fourth thing. There was three things and there was a fourth.
You're assuming that the most qualified out of the group will be the majority of the people. That's not necessarily the case. Like you're making that assumption. That's
how didn't you?
Because you can't.
How did you not? Okay, look, I'll repeat it back to you real quick. I'll give you let's use an example to see if you get the argument, right? Cool.
No, I get what all right, repeat it, but I get what you're trying to say. But the last thing that you said that's an assumption. You're assuming that because it's the majority that they're going to be the best.
No, the most No, listen, bro. If it is more white people in America, the population, yes, then that is going to be who goes into that field more. There's more white pilots.
Those are the two things we do agree with. Yes.
Okay. So if there are more white people as a candidate than any other race, we would have to say that most of the qualified candidates would be white.
Yes, that's what we agree on. That's the part that we actually agree on.
Okay, so if most of the qualified candidates would be white, when we're speaking about DEI, you would then prioritize diversity. Right? Now watch this. This is how it becomes immoral. If you are, now we agreed on that. How didn't you agree to that before? What part did you disagree with then?
No, literally.
If it's not more, let me go back real quick before we get to the morals. Because now you agree to it. How didn't you agree to it before?
I'm going to tell you why.
Okay, go ahead.
The first thing that you said was, okay, if the majority of population is white, which we agreed on, that means that there will be more qualified, or there'll be more.
Well, you're missing steps. That's the end of it. The end of it is the most amount of qualified candidates will be white people.
Because there'll be more of them.
Because there'll be more of them.
Yeah, but the way that you whatever. We'll get past that point. I'm not gonna get into that.
Yeah, maybe I used a different word. Like,
Yeah, 'cause
did I use maybe best?
Yeah, if you
did I use
rewind it,
best?
you'll see.
Okay, then I'm.
Because you made it sound.
I meant
Because the way you
most.
made it sound was because there's more. That means that they're the best of the like. That's how you made it sound.
Oh no, I
And
meant
was like,
most
that part, I
because
don't
they're
agree
because
part.
they're most.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
But
Fair
the
enough.
fact that they're the most, if you would have stayed on that topic, that's the part that I did agree on. But
Okay,
then you
fair
made
enough.
it seem
So
like
maybe I misspoke
because
then.
they're the most. That means they're gonna be the best. Out
Got
of
it.
that
Yeah, I
group.
wanted
Like,
to
no,
see
that's
what
not-
you disagree with because I'm like, wait, did I misspeak or did you
Yeah,
misinterpret
rewind it,
something
you'll
wrong?
see. Yeah.
Fair
No,
enough.
if you
Fair enough.
rewind it, you'll see it. Yeah.
So if they are the most qualified candidates, and then you have something in place that's DEI, it's being diverse and being inclusive, then you would be. Then what you're doing is the practice that you're doing is then to skip over all of these other qualified candidates, right? Skipping over all of these, you're getting most of the resumes is qualified, 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 qualified. Oh, well, this one is qualified too, but then is it as qualified as all of the other ones that I skipped over? That's the question that's what begs the question. Is this candidate that I chose out of all of these 400 other candidates, is these 5 people better than out of these other 400? And I don't think that would be the case. Out of a huge majority of candidates, that a minority would actually be the top picks out of this other huge pool. I don't think that would be the case. So then therefore it would be not prioritizing meritocracy. It would be prioritizing inclusiveness, because if you are prioritizing meritocracy, then you're not going to look at race. You're just going to look at who's the best candidate. It just so happens to be that there's more white people, so you're going to get more white pilots anyway. That's just what's going to happen, right? That's the name of the game when you're speaking about numbers. But if you prioritize the inclusiveness, the diversity, equity, and inclusion over the meritocracy, over the quality, the scales flip. And is it really quality then? We truly don't know, because the numbers don't add up. And it's also immoral. I think that's like, I think it's immoral.
I like how deep you went with it. That's cool.
Do you have any refutations for that though?
No, I'm going based off of Charlie Kirk's position on this, right?
Well, that would be his position.
What'd you say?
That would actually be his position. That's right. So okay. So
this is what I'll say.
Oh, go ahead.
Right,
real quick, over here on this side of the internet, when we look at DEI, we know that it's just a it's stupid. We know that it's immoral because it's actually racism. Because if there's more, think about it. You are actually looking at race and you are trying to disqualify all of these other candidates. Like, think about it. If there's just more people that's qualified of this race, but then you don't want to choose them, you're going to choose the minority, that's actually racist, which would be immoral from my worldview and from Charlie's worldview, which is why I said that I agree with his ethics.
So you do agree with his ethics for the most part. So this
for the most part.
Yeah. So this is my thing with it, right? I'm not gonna get all into the numbers and all this stuff like that, and I'm not gonna sit here and act like I'm for DEI and stuff like that. I brought up the pilot example, not necessarily to jump deep into like the DEI and the numbers and stuff like that and all of this. The reason why I wanted to even bring up this debate in the first place, because there might be a lot of things that he says that are accurate, but my issue or my thing with it is, why does he only point at things with the black community when the white community has its own issues as well? For example, if I made a podcast and I brought up stats, which were 100% accurate, right? We're not talking about DEI. If I brought up stats about, white people tend to be the most school shooters, white people tend to do the most. I'm not trying to get you kicked off the show, but you know what I'm trying to say. Underage kids,
Yeah.
sexual
P-files,
stuff like
all
that.
that.
You get what I'm trying to say? Yeah, I don't want to say all that stuff on your show. If I kept pushing those narratives to an all black audience, what would your perception of me be like? What, like if you were an outside looking in, what would you be like? You'd be like, what is this guy trying to do? Like, why does he keep bringing up these particular stats in front of an all black audience? Is he trying to demonize white people? Is he trying to start a race war? Is he trying to? That's what I'm really trying to get at. You get what I'm trying to say? Some of his stuff might be accurate. Like he might, but the fact that he says, "Oh, I'm going to jump on a plane and then assume black pilot is less because of DEI." Well, the black pilot could actually be even more qualified because of everything he had to go, to even have the balls to even apply and pass all of those requirements to even get in the job pool to begin with. You get what I'm trying to say? So that's
an assertion, but the black person could be more qualified than the white person. But if you just prioritize meritocracy, if you prioritize that, then you know you're going to get the most qualified candidate, is what I'm saying.
Yeah. I'm not going to make the argument. I'm not going to go into the numbers and all that stuff like that. I just want you to answer, because I wanted to see where you stood at with them. But I wanted you to answer my question. If I did that, right, jumped in front of an all black audience, and all I did was name all of the true stats about white violence, about biker gangs, about KKK, about white supremacist groups, about neo-Nazis, about how they founded our country with violence, slavery, all of this stuff like that. And I just kept repeating these points to an all black audience. How would you view me? And would you view me differently than you view a Charlie Kirk?
So one, I've never seen Charlie Kirk speak in front of an all black audience. I think he did something before in the White House.
You're missing the point.
Is this a hypothetical you mean?
No. You're missing the point. Being a black man.
Oh, no, I get it. Real quick. Is it a hypothetical? I'll engage the hypothetical, or I'll engage it with in reality. The reality
this is a hypothetical.
The hypothetical, I'll answer. Go ahead.
Audience, no, listen. The reason I say all black audience, because I'm black, right? So I'm saying me being a black person talking in front of an all black audience, saying all of the wrong things that white people do. What am I trying to do there? Because it's equivalent in his situation, because he's a white man in front of a all white audience. Do you get what I'm trying to say? Talking about black issues. What's the point of it?
This is an argument of identity. So your argument is an argument of identity. And when you're making an argument of identity, we can even map this on when it comes to women and men. What does a man look like? He has the man identity, speaking to a group of women and saying all the things that maybe that they need to improve on and all the things that they're doing bad at. So we can map this identity argument on to many areas, and it will all be the same, even if it's a black man speaking to a white audience, if it's a man speaking to an all woman audience. The truth is the truth, right? It doesn't matter. And I think the truth is the only thing that can set someone free. So how I would look at the person motives, if it's a man speaking to all women, if there's a white man speaking to all black men, if there's a black man speaking to all white men, if they are saying the truth and speaking the truth can only set you free. So I know that if it is the truth, if it's the case that it is the truth and not lies, then I know that it's coming from a place of good, because truth is good.
Oh, so you assume that Charlie Kirk was coming from a place of good. So that's where you stand.
I'm making the assumption that if it is the case that the things, I don't agree with everything in regards to him, but if it's the case that what Charlie Kirk is saying is actually true and not a lie, it doesn't matter if he's speaking in front of an all black audience. I think that it is good. And I think the motives.
You're saying if it was the truth, you say it's good regardless. Like
if it's the truth, it's good.
Him bringing up.
If it's a lie, it's not good.
Yeah, but no. But even if it was true, I'm saying I'm assuming that it is true. So him speaking primarily in front of an all white audience as an all white man, basically bringing up black issues, right? Black on black crime that doesn't have anything to do with him or his audience or because it's black on black, right?
But when you're
So, but
speaking,
like,
no, look, when you're speaking to an audience, real quick, when I'm speaking to people, one of the ways to not have social anxiety is to not think about you. So don't think about you when you're speaking to the audience. Speak about the audience that you're speaking. Think about them, and you'll be able to, one, relay the message better, and you'll also be able to speak in a way where they can understand because you're thinking about them. I think that's genuine. You create some social awkwardness there, or some social anxiety when you start to think about yourself. So I think that Charlie speaking to all black people, or anyone speaking to a group that they don't identify with, as long as they're speaking the truth, I think that that's a good thing. They're not selfish. They're speaking about things that can benefit the other people. They're being truth. As long as they're true, it has to be beneficial.
That's where I disagree. This is where I disagree.
Okay, so you want them to lie? You want them to lie?
No. I feel like there was no point of him even bringing it up because there was no solution. What was he going to? What is he saying? More fathers need to be in the home. Whatever. Yeah, that's the case for every single race out there.
True, but more for black people.
No, this is where me and you would disagree. I believe his motives were impure. You believe his motives were pure because you're just saying, well,
not all.
It doesn't matter.
I don't agree with everything he said. I'm speaking about the things that I believe to be true in his message. Now, the things that we're speaking about, if we're speaking specifically about DEI and black pilots. When we're speaking about
I brought up that example to go a different route, and then you went into the DEI thing. But
yeah, but listen,
day,
Calvin,
this is where I'm coming at. I'm bringing it full circle. This is where I'm coming at.
Sure.
I'm honestly saying that I do not believe his motives were pure. I honestly believe, this is my opinion. You can debate me on this or whatever the case is.
Okay.
I honestly believe that Charlie Kirk was speaking in front of a all-white audience about black issues to, in some way, shape, or form, create some form of division or some form of it's us versus them or some form of basically to divide. Because there wasn't any I'm doing this to help them or I'm doing this for the better. No, it was just purely bringing up stats that are out of context or whatever the case is, just to bring them up, just to basically paint a picture in his audience's mind, or maybe it's something that they agree with, right? That's probably why he brought it up, because this is probably the stuff that they secretly agree with behind closed doors about a specific race or whatever. And you can insert whatever you want to insert if it's about whatever community he wants to talk about. So that's where my disagreement is. That's where my debate is. That's why I asked you where you stood. And it seems like you stand on like, oh, he just was a pure guy telling the truth. I don't believe that. I believe that.
No, I don't think anyone is totally pure and someone is always telling the truth. I don't believe that at all. Once again, what I'm saying here is very simple, right? So I'll say this first. So if he is speaking something that's true, I think it's good because I think that truth is good. It doesn't matter if you make the assertions and the assumptions that he's speaking to. Let me finish. You make these assumptions and these assertions that he's speaking to a white audience only about black people. That isn't the case. That isn't true. He speaks about many different issues. He goes against things like feminism. Feminism is the white woman's ideology.
Okay,
so he's speaking against. Listen, I know. Listen, or if it's not even okay, if it's not only, and he's speaking about many different ethnicities, even his own people, his own race, and other races as well, then obviously he's being more objective than what you're saying. You're saying like he's not being objective, that he's only speaking crap about black people. He speaks crap about white people as well. What I'm saying here is maybe you didn't say only, but that's what you're insinuating.
No,
that's what you are insinuating.
First of all, I didn't say.
Do you know what insinuating? Do you know what an insinuating?
What it means. I know exactly.
Okay, then you are insinuating that.
No, I'm not, because I said it doesn't matter the group, because he also talked about the trans groups and stuff like that. It's literally, I'm gonna be honest with you, because I'm trying to go back to my point, and I'm trying to figure out where you stand on it. And I feel like
I gave you my stance, but okay, go ahead.
No. I feel like you're talking in circles on me. I just told you where I stand. I feel like his motives were unpure. That's how I feel. I feel like he was disingenuous with why he brought up those facts. I'm not the believer of you.
You only brung up.
It doesn't matter.
Okay,
you
so
and I never said only. I never ever said. You make it seem like he only. I never said that. Not one time. Never said that. He talks about all kinds of groups, but he does it in a way. In this is the part where I'm gonna be honest. I don't believe he deserved to die for basically freedom of speech. I don't believe he deserved to die for that. I'm gonna be honest with you. Now that part is a little too extreme, but by me watching his debates after the fact that he passed away, because I didn't watch him before like I watched like one clip before he passed away, and I'm just being honest. Then I went into it after the fact, and I was watching his long form and watching stuff like this, and I'm like, hold up, man, there's a lot of like racial bias, undertones, things like that in the way he's speaking, and it seems like it's deeper than just stats. It seems like there's more to it. And then come to
I'll let you finish.
out,
Go ahead.
No. But you never told me where you stood on it. Do you honestly believe that he had a pure motives with what he was saying? Because you keep going to, well, it's facts. There's
so
here's
a difference.
Factual, but I can spin it in a way to create a different type of.
Here's the difference between me and you. You go based off of your feelings. I'm not going. Well, you are. You're going based off of how he said it. It's the way he said things. I think he's going at it in this way, and it's not genuine. It's I mean, that's what I'm getting from what you're saying, bro. Anytime you're speaking about how, Calvin, I'll let you speak. I really wasn't interrupting. When you're speaking about how things are said rather than what is said, you are going into then your interpretation of the message, which would be feelings based. Is that incorrect or correct?
No, that's very incorrect, because I never said how it was said. I went into actually what was said.
Let me. You didn't answer my question.
You never answered mine either.
I'm answering your question, right? So
I said where? No. I said more like. Do you believe
Calvin,
that his intentions were pure when he was saying the stuff that he said? That's all I asked.
I'm answering your question, Calvin, but I'm answering your question in a way where, one, I would say I've already answered it when you first asked it, but I have to answer it this way because you're not understanding me. That's all, right? So just
now you talking.
Let me put my argument out. No, I'm not talking a lot of anything.
You never answered.
If it's not the case. I said that we view the world differently.
That is watching, no, trust me.
Okay, did I not answer it? Okay, here we go, Calvin. Your question is this: do you think that the things that Charlie Kirk said was pure? That's your question.
Yeah.
Okay, I answered that. Stop it, Calvin.
No.
Well, that's not your question, or is it your question?
Because you take words out. I said, do you believe his motives were pure? Do you believe his motives were pure?
Okay, once again, I answered this when you first came in. You asked a similar question to it. Now you're adding the word motives in, right?
No, I said that. All right, please rewind this. I've said motives the whole entire time. Every time I asked, you took the word out. You're spinning it. I promise you. You got to rewatch this.
No, listen, Calvin. No, Calvin, you're 100% wrong. And just chill out here, man. It's very simple. You asked the question, do I think his motives are pure? And when you asked the question in the beginning, you asked it in a different way. I can't remember the exact words you used, but it's the same type of question, but you asked it in a different way. What did I tell you? I said that there's certain things that I agree with Charlie Kirk on, and there's certain things that I don't agree with. What I do generally agree with is his ethics, his moral claims. From a general standpoint, I would say that I agree with that. It could be little certain things, but he started to switch up his message towards before he was murdered. So I started to agree with him more because he changed up. But it can be older clips that you can watch that I would probably disagree with. Maybe from like 3 years ago, I would disagree with some of his ethics in regards to things. But he started to change up a little bit. So I would say that current, like here, as far as before he died, I started to agree with it a lot more. Now, this means that though, Calvin. Well, let me finish.
I'm not trying to cut you off.
Calvin, let me finish. Calvin, I'll let you speak. Just Calvin.
I didn't. All right, go. I'm helping your debate. I'm saying I'm not trying to cut you off. I'm just letting you know, just all honesty. I might be going off of his old stuff because that's probably the stuff that I was watching. So his new stuff that you just mentioned right now, I didn't go that deep. So when you just said he changed some stuff up in the new stuff, maybe I didn't get to the new stuff. Maybe I'm going still off the old stuff.
Yeah,
still.
no, that's totally
I didn't
fine.
watch it until after he passed away. Does that, like,
okay, so you're just watching all of these clips and stuff, anything that comes up. Yeah, I've already.
I'm going. So when you just said that last part, that's what I'm saying. I'm new to this. I heard about you. You know what I mean? From to be honest, the way I found out about you was somebody said that you said something about you don't, or something about baby moms, like they not qualified, and you ended up dating a girl with kids that's not yours, something like that. So then that's how I found out about you. So I really don't watch your stuff like that. I just seen debate. So I wanted to see where you stood on that, because I'm getting a lot of black people, especially, and they's like, oh, Charlie Kirk was a pure guy. Charlie Kirk was the best guy. And I'm like, bro, the stuff that I'm watching of this guy is like low key, like racist for real. Like, I'm not even joking, because I'm born and raised in Florida. I grew up around real racist people. Like, you grow up, they'll call you nigger, whatever the case is. So there ain't really no feelings in it. I just wanted to see where you stood at it. So the way I grew up, and the kind of the stuff that he was saying, his old stuff, probably, I got that same kind of feeling. You feel me? Like, I grew up, dudes would be like, hey, shut up, nigga. But like, and it is what it is. We from Florida. We fight down here, whatever case is.
Yeah.
But the thing is, but listen.
I've been letting you speak for a while, man. I've been granting you the platform and letting you speak. But once again, you're going back to feelings, and this is the difference between me and you. This is why you really can't understand the message. I got to stop you here so I can speak, because you're going off on a tangent. So let me clear up some things. Let me clear up some things of what you said, man. And I've been letting you speak, man.
I was finna bring it full circle and end it.
I think I get the gist of it. I understand what you're saying here, but what you're not understanding about me, let me finish. Stop speaking. I gave you the grace to come up on a platform. Just stop speaking real quick, because this is what you're misunderstanding in regards to me. Cooley up here. The way you view the world is in a feminine way. You view the world on feelings. You just started speaking about your feelings again. I don't view the world that way. When you asked me the question, I said that if the things that Charlie is saying is true, then it is good. This is when I'm speaking about ethics, moral ethics, the distinction of what's good and what's bad. There's things that I agree with him on, the good and the bad. That's what I'm saying. If you're speaking about other things in regards to Charlie Kirk, let's get to the specifics. You brung up DEI. Time out. Stop it. You brung up DEI and you brung up pilots. Stop it, Calvin. Stop it. I'm speaking now. I've let you speak. Stop it. You brung up DEI and pilots. When we're speaking about DEI and pilots, you had no refutation to my argument on how I broke it down, because actually DEI would be immoral. It doesn't adhere to my ethics. And you couldn't say anything, because guess what? It probably wouldn't adhere to your ethics either, because it is racist. The practice itself is racist. Guess what? Now let me ask you the question. If you're looking at the NBA, and the NBA came up with a DEI program in regards to, oh, you know what? We need to prioritize DEI with getting more white athletes in the NBA, more white athletes. Well, guess what? There's going to be some good white athletes. We do know this. There's going to be some good Mexicans, some good black people, but the majority of qualified candidates for the NBA is going to be black people. But if we prioritize DEI and getting white people or other races in here, then some of these black qualified candidates for the NBA that actually can be way more qualified than these white people are not going to get the position. So it's going to exclude these people by including these people, which is inherently racist. It's a racist program. You have a weak feminine mindset and you go by feelings based. I'm speaking facts. I'm breaking things down to the root on down to the methodology on how they go about these practices. I'm speaking about numbers. You tried to run away from numbers. Your mindset is that of a woman. This is why you say, well, I'm one of those people that don't like Charlie Kirk. I know why you don't like a Charlie Kirk, nigga, because you don't like how he says it, because you are a beta. You are a weak male. You are feminine, my boy. You are feminine. You feminine right now, and your glasses are fogging up. Your glasses are fogging. They're fogging up. So listen, this is what we're going to do. Since your arguments is so weak, we're going to get down to something that's very specific again. Tell me something. Once again, I don't agree with everything Charlie Kirk said. So we'll actually probably find some agreement on things. But tell me something else that you disagree with Charlie Kirk. Something specifically. Give me that now.
First of all.
No, first of all, give me something specific. You lost the pilot debate and the DEI debate. You lost it. You lost it, and you know you did.
No, I did not, because I was going to bring it.
So if you didn't lose it, no. Let me ask you the question, Calvin. Calvin, let me ask you the question. If you do not agree with it, then what about the NBA? What if the NBA did the same methodology?
Hey, that's his point. You just bringing up Charlie Kirk's point.
Answer it. What if the NBA did the same methodology of DEI? Would this exclude black people? Would this exclude black people?
Hey, you keep cutting me off. Like I can't even get it. I can't even get my words in.
If the NBA time out real quick. If the NBA prioritized DEI and wanted to be diverse and inclusive, would the NBA be trash to watch because it'd be all these white people? Would you trust that you'll get a good game?
Bro, you brought up Charlie's point.
Would you trust?
All you doing is bringing up his point.
I'm going into your worldview and I'm refuting it. This is called the internal critique because you go based off of feelings and not facts.
And that's where you're wrong. This is exactly where you're wrong, because I have no emotions into this. I really don't care.
You came in here with emotions talking about, I don't like how he said it.
No, listen. No,
you did. Calvin, you did.
You rewind this and you actually watch this.
Calvin, you came in here with emotions, Calvin.
And you're not really actually staying on the point. You're talking in a whole lot of circles. But this is where I will go back and say this. Out of the two of us, the only one that's getting emotionally riled up is you.
No, Calvin. No one's getting emotionally riled up, Calvin. I speak to all people like this, Calvin. Calvin, I speak to all people like this. Calvin, you're not special. Calvin, you're not special. Calvin, you're not special. Watch my debates. You're not the only one that I speak to like this. When you have the mind of a woman, Calvin, when you have a mind of a woman, I speak to betas like you. I speak to men that have the mind of a woman. I speak to men like you that have the mind of a woman. The NBI, DEI example disproves your point. Because does the NBA practice DEI? Does the NBA practice DEI? Answer the question. Does the NBA practice DEI?
That's not what we're finna do.
Does the NBA practice DEI? Answer the question. No, time out. I answer all of your questions. Listen, bro, I'll kick you off my stream if you ain't answering questions. Answer the question.
I will answer the question.
I stayed and answered all your questions.
Bringing it to a different spot.
Does the NBA practice DEI currently? Yes or no?
Does the NBA practice DEI? No.
Yeah. Okay. And since if the NBA did practice DEI, would you trust the players that's being drafted to the NBA and that's starting and stuff like that? Would you trust them to have the best people in position?
I never brought up DEI to begin with.
You brought up Charlie Kirk speaking about the pilot and Charlie Kirk's reason. I brought up
the pilot situation because you're not letting me
reason for it, you knucklehead. You have low IQ. I asked you, do you know the context of his statement? The context of his. Stop it, Calvin. Calvin, stop it. You're not listening.
If you hear what I got to say at the end, it will make sense.
Calvin, stop it. You don't know what you're speaking about right now, Calvin. No, you're not listening. Is it not the case? Is it not the case? The reason why? Stop it. Is it not the case when you brung up DEI? I mean, when you brung up the pilot.
You brought it up. Rewind it.
Stop it. When you brung up the pilot,
I brought up the pilot situation for something completely different.
I asked you context.
The DEI.
I asked you context.
Writing Charlie.
No, I asked you context.
You bring up everything Charlie brings up, just like the NBA section.
You're slow. You have a low. Listen, you have a low IQ, my friend. You have a low IQ.
Call it what it is.
Let me ask you the question. When we're speaking about, you don't even know how to have linear thinking. Your thinking is very tangential. When we're speaking about the pilot. The reason why Charlie Kirk said what he said is because of DEI. Is that not the context? And you even said yes to the context.
I was gonna take it to a completely different space. You
was gonna take it to a completely different space.
I didn't
Stop
say nothing
it.
about DEI.
I asked you the
brought up these
context.
points because you're dick riding him.
I asked you the context.
You're dick riding him.
You are a
If you
liar.
go
I
back to
asked you the
beginning and you watch
context.
this, you're gonna see how everything.
You know what
play
you
out.
dick ride? You dick ride your
You dick
feelings
ride
because you're a
him.
chick.
No,
you dick
that's what
ride
you
your
do.
feelings because you are
right
a
now.
woman.
Hey,
you dick
you're
ride your
emotional right
feelings
now.
because you are a woman. That's not emotional. A man
You are
raising his
emotional
voice
right
at
now
another man is not
because you brought up
emotional,
your
you
own
nuthead.
debate.
What are you
All right,
speaking about? What are you speaking about?
No,
So,
keep going.
No, yeah, this is what I'm saying. Stop trying to move the goalposts and avoid things and obfuscate off the topic. You brung up the pilot. I said, well, yeah, he said something about black people in regards to the pilot. I said, but he added,
I brought up the
stop
pilot
it.
because of DEI.
Stop it. I
brought up
asked
the
you.
DEI part.
I asked you what context in regards to it.
That he says in his videos, you're dick
Okay,
riding him.
is it not the
He even brought up
case?
the NBA thing that he brought up.
Is it not the
the
case?
No, listen.
You still have low IQ. I'm gonna mute you because you're not. You listen. You're muted right now. You brung up pilot when you. I'm gonna take you off of mute. You brung up pilot because you don't know how to have any decorum. One mic at a time, nigga. You brung up pilot and what Charlie said about black pilots. I said, well, yeah, he said some stuff about black pilots, but he had context in there. I said, do you know the context? And then you said, yeah, he had some context in there. Even if I mentioned DEI, DEI is part of Charlie Kirk's context of why he said that he would question if he walked into a plane and if it was a black pilot. All of my arguments was around, well, if a company prioritized DEI, prioritize over meritocracy, I'm giving the distinction. If they prioritize meritocracy over DEI, well, you know what? We got some stuff here. You're going to get the most qualified candidates over the ones that's just going based off of race, because that would be racist. You get what I'm saying? It's immoral. Just like affirmative action. These type of practices are immoral under my worldview, under my moral ethics, which is why I said that, well, in regards to Charlie Kirk, I would say, generally speaking, we would share the same ethics. Everything I said perfectly. You don't know how to follow an argument because your mindset is tangential like a female. It's not linear thinking. Men, we think linear, one directional. Your mind, you think like this. It's scattered. It's tangential. Listen, nigga. So don't try to say you brung up DEI. I asked you for the context and we agreed on DEI. We agreed on that. So then when I make the argument and I bring up the NBA, you have no refutation for it. You have no refutation for it. So guess what? You would actually share Charlie Kirk's ideology when it comes to DEI. Yes, you would. You share it for the NBA. Why wouldn't you share it for pilots? Answer that question. Since since you are against DEI in regards to the NBA, why are you not against DEI when it comes to pilots?
I'm gonna tell you exactly why. And
okay.
And I'm gonna tell you why it wasn't about DEI for me. Because
that is why he said
listen.
He would be, curious or question if there's a black person, if there's a black pilot.
I'm trying to talk. I let you talk.
No. Listen, you trying to say something that is false. You're lying. This podcast is called No Fugazee. You are lying, my friend. You're lying.
Listen. I let you talk. Now it's my turn to talk.
I've been letting you speak, but answer my question. No, stop and answer my question.
Listen, though. You got to listen to me, bro. You
go ahead, answer. I'm going to go ahead.
Bro, I'm here. The reason I brought up the pilot thing is
I don't care why you brought up the pilot. Answer the question, bro.
I am answering the question about, bro. The reason I brought up
why you brought it up. Just answer the question.
Bro, you're not letting me talk, bro. God damn, I'm answering the question.
How about you answer my question first and then talk? Answer it first, then talk.
You cut me off, bro.
Answer it first, then talk.
I'm the feminine one out of us too. You the most feminine one out of us.
Because you've been obfuscating off of the topic, and I let you speak.
You're not letting me say my point.
I let you get it off. You know why I let you get it off? Because it's your first time up here. This is why I let you get it off. But since I know that you're disingenuous and you lie and you move the goalposts, this is why you actually have to answer the question specifically. So I'll repeat the question back again. Here's the question. You are not for DEI in the NBA. So why would you be for DEI in regards to pilots?
Okay.
Because you're obviously for DEI when it comes to pilots if Charlie Kirk was against it and you have a problem with it.
Coolly, one thing that you do is you make a lot of assumptions. I'm not saying this. This is the stuff that you're saying. What I'm saying with the pilot situation is with the pilots, for them to even be in the job pool to begin with, they have to be qualified. That's
Not
what
if
I'm
you're
saying.
Not if you're prioritizing DEI, they won't. We don't
No,
know that they're the
you have
most
to have a pilot
qualified.
license, bro. There is
You
no
can have a
DEI for
pilot license.
qualification.
Listen, you
have
dumb dork.
to be
Girls
qualified
have
before they can hire you
pilot.
as a
Girls,
pilot.
listen. Women have a license to drive a
Now
car.
you're
A
lying.
17-year-old has
Now you're lying.
An 18-year-old boy has the license to drive a car, but is an 18-year-old boy better than more qualified to drive a car when you're 25?
Bro,
Why
you're
do you think
lying,
it's the
bro.
case? Stop. No one's lying. Why do you think it's the case?
They're
And
lying.
for you to rent a car in America, you have to be 25 because they know that, well, if you're under 25, a lot of accidents and things like that and insurance rates is just through the roof because a lot of young people get into accidents. So therefore, even if you can pass that standard test of getting your license, you are still not the most qualified person, you dork. Do you get that? There's a standard for being a pilot. This is, even if you meet the standard, it still doesn't mean you're the most qualified person. This is why when I walked you through the argument, I said that who would be the most qualified people? It will be white people just by numbers because it's freaking more white people. This doesn't mean that there's not a black person that's a better pilot than white people. This doesn't mean that. This just means that there will be more white people qualified than black people because there's not a lot of black people as pilots. That's what that means. So
But
if you are
Cooley, this is your
prioritizing
type of messing
DEI,
up.
stop it. If you are
No,
prioritizing
listen.
DEI, you are not getting the most qualified person. If you are prioritizing meritocracy, you are
Cooley.
getting the most qualified person. That was my distinction. My comparison was meritocracy and DEI. That was my comparison. So you have to go into what I'm saying. You don't make up stuff yourself, bro. What are you speaking about?
Bro, I literally just told you. I literally just broke it down.
Look,
You
chat.
have to go through
Look,
the same
Calvin, low
qualifications.
IQ. You don't get this stuff,
No,
bro.
listen, who cares? Who cares what this dude is saying? At the end of the day, you have to all be qualified to be a pilot in the first place, right? When they're looking at applications, you can't guess who's more qualified. You can't fucking be like, oh, this application, I'm just assuming that he's more qualified because he got a fucking white name or whatever. Bro, you
can't
actually.
You never worked.
Bro,
you don't know the methodology when it comes to hiring people.
Bro,
when you're looking at applications, there's resumes. There's stuff that you did in your work history, other jobs that you had. So a person, let me ask you this question. A pilot, he just got his license. Right? He just got his license. Let's say he had it for a year. He flew around. His work history that he worked for a company, another airline for Spirit or whatever, and he flew around or whatever, stuff like that. But he's trying to get into United Airline. But then he's going against people that flew in the military that has 20 years or 10 years of work history as far as flying a plane. You can qualify to fly a plane. It doesn't mean that you're the most qualified to fly a plane. You dork. That was the argument. Listen. You have low IQ. You stupid nigga. Listen. You are the reason why black people are in the poor position that they are in because you are dumb.
Hey,
you're dumb, bro. You're dumb.
Hey, you can say listen.
You're
dumb.
You can
get all riled up. No, listen. You can get all riled
There's
up.
There's no riled up, nigga. This is how I speak. Welcome to No Fugazi Podcast, nigga. Welcome to No Fugazi Podcast. Look at my debates. I invite soy boys like you and fly them out and punch them in their face, nigga. Look at No Fugazi Podcast. What the freak is you speaking about? I always speak like this. I come with all this energy. Especially to betas like you, nigga. You are feminine and you have low IQ.
Hey, you can say whatever you want to say. We both know it ain't true.
You're a girl. You are a girl. You are a girl, and you put up no full arguments. I'm gonna give you one. I'm gonna give you one chance. One chance. Is there anything, real quick? Is there anything else that you disagree in when it comes to Charlie Kirk? Anything else that you disagree when it comes to Charlie Kirk specifically? You brought up the pilot thing. Is there anything else that we can debate? Because you lost the pilot debate. Let's bring up something else.
No, but all right. So now
you did.
We went through that. Now that we went through that, at the end of the day, you can laugh all you want to. Hey, at the end of the day, what I came in with it as was, I honestly do not believe he was genuine or whatever the case is. I honestly believe he was literally spewing these specific points to create division. And that's my honest opinion. And the reason why I even came to that conclusion, even after I started looking up stuff, was one of his little fucking high school mates from back in the day was like, yeah, we went to high school with Charlie Kirk. He used to be a cool motherfucker, right? He tried to get into West Point College, and that was the only fucking college that the dude fucking applied for. And then when he did not get into West Point College, he ran around the school saying the reason I didn't get in is because of DEI. They gave it to some black guy. They gave it to somebody else instead of me. This went crazy on it. So
okay, what's your point?
Me seeing this and understanding all of this is the reason why when I came into the debate, I wasn't trying to get into all these fucking stats and shit. I was just like, where do you stand?
If you're going to come into a debate, you got to get into the facts and the stats and everything, man. We got to go down to the methodology.
Listen, I just wanted to know where you stood with him on you watching him from a I can't even fucking think of the word, from you watching him just like, no.
Listen, man, I told you the things that I disagree with him on, and I told you the things that I agree with him on. So what's your point?
I felt like from the jump, it was all disingenuous. The only reason he was bringing up all these black stats and black crime and this was to build in his audience's mind that our enemy is black. It was all.
Where did you get this from? You're making this assertion.
I'm not making
this is coming from feelings because this is not what he said.
I just told you.
If it's not coming from facts,
said that he was pissed off. I just told you. Is that not factual? Is that not? Is it not something that should be taken into consideration when you're spewing off all his points, basically dick riding him, basically
no one's dick riding nobody. I would never dick ride another man. So you are incorrect.
All the points that he brought up. And then you start coming at me over some motherfucker. You the one who fucking put up the thing, do a debate and da. Well, I just randomly clicked this shit. Like,
are you streaming right now?
Hell no, I'm not streaming. I'm on your shit. Why would I stream?
Okay, fair enough. So real quick, let's be honest here. Okay, let's be honest. Let's be honest here.
Yeah.
When you brung this up, you said that you disagreed with Charlie Kirk. The only specific thing that you brung up was the pilot
I didn't say
thing.
that though. I said, where do you? I said, be honest. I'm talking black man to black man. I was like, hey, be honest. What, bro? You can rewind this shit. I wasn't talking about none of that shit. I said, be honest. Do you honestly believe that Charlie Kirk's
I answered that question though.
Genuinely? So that's what I came with. That's what I started with.
Oh, that's
exactly how I started.
Yeah, we know that's what you said when you came in. And then I asked you a question. I said, tell me something specifically that you disagree. The one thing that you brung up was DEI. And the pilot. The context behind why he has this opinion on black pilots, the context is the reasoning is DEI. So when I debated you, if it is the reason that someone has an opinion, you want to see if the reason is valid. If the reason isn't valid, then obviously I would consider what he said to be racist and to be wrong. Like if he just said like, well, man, if a black pilot, if I walked into a plane and I seen a black pilot, yeah, I'm going to question his qualifications. If he said that, listen, if he said it without any context, I would say, what's the context behind it? Because the only thing that I'm getting from it is you have this view to discriminate solely based off of race. The context behind it was, his reasoning was actually the DEI program. And the DEI program, that program is actually immoral. That program is not anything that you ever want to prioritize in a company. if you want to have the most qualified candidates into position. That's not a program that you want to have, that you want to prioritize. So since let me land my plane. So real quick, I got you. So since his reasoning of what his statement was is something valid, and you would even agree that no, DEI shouldn't be in the NBA. So why the freak should it be for pilots, right? We would say that DEI overall, even when we look at the stats, it don't even benefit black people anyway. So it's just stupid. Since there's more white people, it's always going to benefit more white people. When he first had said it, what I'm saying is, I already knew these things. I'm older than Charlie Kirk. I know that DEI and their methodology follows affirmative action. When he was first speaking, I don't think he knew these things that is really truly gonna benefit the white people anyway, because it's more freaking white people, right? But then when he started learning more about it and his method started to change and he started to explain why he's saying these things, then I'm like, I can agree with that. That's all I'm saying, bro. So when we're speaking about Charlie Kirk, I am not no writer for any man. I'm not I'm not no fan of any man. What I would say is that his ethics, like I said before, his moral ethics, his distinctions of good and bad, generally we agree. I would maybe have to like fully pick through and see, but I don't really think that there's any good or bad that we would disagree with.
Yeah. So okay.
But policies, I already said his geopolitics. I do not agree with his geopolitics. He wasn't America first. He started to become America first, due to the before he got murdered.
No. Don't get too deep into that.
We don't got to get too deep into that. But then I was like, when he started to become more America first, I'm like, okay, all right, we getting somewhere. But before, he was leaning too much onto some other stuff. I'm like, I don't agree with his geopolitical views. So listen, man.
And this is and you understand, I'm not you see how you was citing all of the stuff that he was saying and all of this stuff like this, and the NBA example, he used that example, stuff like that. I don't even fuck with him on that level, right?
I'm gonna be honest, I didn't even know that he used that example.
No. But I can tell you probably study him a little bit even more than me, right?
That was just a logical entailment to the argument that we were having. But fair enough, land your plane. Go ahead.
And all that stuff, he did it.
Probably
down to the
did,
whatever.
That's logical entailments,
Yeah. But what I'm trying to say is, the pilot situation is he made a lot of assumptions to paint a picture in his people's mind to divide. That's where I started with. That's where I end with. You can't change my mind on that. And the reason why, yes, you can sit here and say, "Oh, DEI." Bro, you act like these goddamn airlines train their own pilots after they hire them. You act like these airlines is not going to put them through a protocol before they put them in the air. You act like bro, I've worked jobs too, bro. Like you learn more on the job than you learn at school or bro, everybody knows this.
You do learn more on the job. So
more on the job than you learn.
But this is why knowing.
All right, go ahead.
But I get what you're saying. This is why knowing the methodology of enforcing DEI, this is why understanding that methodology and the practices and how it plays out is very important to understand, which I happen to understand. That's all I'm saying. Since I understand it, since he gave the reason, his reason was DEI programs, and I know the methodology is not anything good, it's actually stupid, it's just dumb, then I say that, well, his reasoning, his statement isn't racist. If his statement did not include context of DEI, then I would say racist. Now, do I know someone's mind? Do I think that he loves black people the way that maybe that I would favor black people or love black people? No, I'm black. We all are tribalism to a certain extent, maybe not, but in my worldview anyway, I adhere to Christian ethics, which I do believe he does too. Then we should share a similar Christian ethics, whereas you don't really look at the color of skin. I'm in an interracial relationship. My kids are mixed. You get what I'm saying? So even within that, I don't look at things in regards to like, oh, skin color and things like that. I look at values and the context of someone's character rather than just the skin color. So this is why someone can make a statement that could be racist, that could sound like, God dang, that could be a little bit racist. But if they explain and expound on their point and give context, and if the context isn't rooted in like racist theories and methodologies and stuff, If it isn't rooted in that, okay, then the statement is actually factual. And his statement was factual when it came to the pilot. Like, put it like this. Me and you both would be we wouldn't be too sure about if the NBA started to prioritize DEI and we seen some white athletes starting, more white athletes getting drafted, like a higher percentage than normal before. We would be like, do I really trust that, they're going for the best candidates, like the best players? And not only that, if they're not going for the best players, they're leaving out the best players, which would then be segregating and be racist against black people. It will be racist against whatever race is. Like, think about this. The NBA, black people, we just better at that. And it's more of us in that field. Pilots, bro, it just happens to be that there's more candidates that are pilots.
I know, but the thing is, all right, so this is where I'm just gonna be real with you. I don't have nothing. No. I'm gonna be real with you. I don't agree with DEI. I never brought up the DEI.
Fair enough. I'm gonna leave you in here, Calvin, because I think maybe we got people in here. So what I do is no. I'm gonna bring more people up because I think the debate is fairly over. So I'm gonna go ahead and bring people up. You basically conceded on the debate, so I win that one. But let's get some people up here. So we got Darnell and we got Adam. So you guys been listening to this discussion. I'm not sure if you want to join this discussion or make a different discussion. But in regards to this topic here, any questions for myself or any questions for Calvin? Let's start with Adam.
Yeah, I believe my point or my position is Charlie Kirk. I would say all of the talking points that I heard him say are designed to either perpetuate white supremacy. That's my position. My position is his goal was to basically perpetuate white supremacy or give white people privilege through his talking points. That was his main. That was what his purpose was for his arguments. I'm not saying that everything he said. I'm not saying that what he was saying wasn't true. Some of it was true, but the truth was crafted in a way that was deceptive to perpetuate white supremacy. Every single one of them.
Okay, what about then if it's to perpetuate white supremacy?
Wait.
The thing is, go ahead. I'll let you.
I would like to. Because I know that you all are at a certain point. You all are talking about the NBA.
Okay, can I address this first, what you just said, and then keep that train of thought, and then you can bring that one? Mm-hmm. Okay, so someone can say something, and then you can perceive it and take the message that, well, it is perpetuating white supremacy. But if his message, if he's against feminism, which is a liberal white woman's ideology, white liberal women are for that and want to be equal to the white man. That's them. You would have to say that he's actually against these white women and this ideology as well, and other people, other ethnicities, and other people that share that ideology. If he's against transgenderism and this woke ideology, and he's against the self-mutilization of kids at young ages and things like that, you would have to say that he's against these other things too. If he's against all of these things, and one of them so happens to be that, well, he's very the things that he says, maybe not all of the things. I heard him make many mistakes when it comes to giving statistics. We all do. That happens, which can be totally off in regards to speaking about the black community. I even heard him be off on white statistics, but when he's off on black statistics, as a white man, it just don't look good, period, because black people generally happen to be sensitive. So it's like, oh, what do you mean, right? But I would say that if he's if he's critiquing many different other races and even his own race, then how is he perpetuating white supremacy rather than perpetuating the truth?
I would say
that, meaning that how can you take from the bulk of his message if he's critiquing everybody that he's perpetuating white supremacy rather than just the truth?
I would say that he's pushing, basically, in my opinion, a white male position. So for example, feminism, that will be against the white male. So I think that basically I'm specifically talking about what he said about black people, but
it's against all males.
As far as the totality of his whole message, I would say generally it's probably just to, promote like a better position for white males. But I haven't watched much of what he said about everything. I've watched mainly what he said about black people, so I don't really.
Would it not
everything
be,
he talked about in totality?
That's fair.
But yeah.
So you're saying that, well, the things that he's speaking about is to if people actually practice what he preaches, it will put white males into better positions. But even if black people practice what he preached, like, prioritizing the nuclear family and not divorcing the man and all of these other things, wouldn't that actually help out black people and put them into a better position as well? Not just white people?
That would, but like I said, I believe some of the stuff that he said was true, but I believe that he used that truth deceptively. Now,
exactly.
This is why I say that.
You have to explain.
I'm about to explain.
Sure.
So this is why I say that. I say that because that's a deflection. Okay, so he's using that as a deflection away from the harms of white supremacy. Now, I say that because of this. Okay, I'm gonna give you an analogy. So let's just say I knocked the windows out your car, right? Broke the windows up. So you come out, you like, man, what the fuck? Like, can I cuss on here?
Try not to, man. We on YouTube and we on TikTok and Facebook. Actually, everybody that's on Facebook and TikTok right now, I'm going to go ahead and close down the stream. Come on over to YouTube. That's No Fugazee Podcast on YouTube. Come on over to YouTube now. I'm closing down the Facebook and TikTok stream. But yeah, still no cussing since we're on YouTube. I got you. Censor your words.
Okay. So let's just say I vandalize your car. I hit it with a bat, break out the windows. You come outside. You're like, man, what the hell? Like, what are you doing? I'm like, and then I reply, I say, well, aren't you an alcoholic? Like, you're already doing stuff that harms yourself. Like let's focus on what's really wrong with your situation. You're an alcoholic. So that's what Charlie Kirk did with the.
So
that's what
George Floyd.
That's what he did.
One of his George Floyd opinions on that, it was just stupid. It's dumb. That's something that I wouldn't agree with. It was it wasn't just him. It was so many conservatives that they were making that position like, oh, well, he was the drug didn't kill the cop didn't kill him. The drug killed him. Well, if the knee wasn't on his neck, we don't know if the drug would have killed him. So some positions that certain conservatives would take is just stupid. And I don't agree with all of it. But their reasoning behind it, I even heard, what's the guy's name? Tatum, something Tatum.
Officer Tatum.
Officer Tatum say the same thing.
He's the big
Candace
Sambo.
Owens said something similar. When you hear certain things, this is why you really got to pick up some of this ism, because it grounds you on the way you think. Certain things, some people are so stupid. If they're a conservative, I agree with everything that they say. If they're a liberal or a feminist or a Democrat, I agree with everything that they say. No, man, you gotta think for yourself and to be able to make a distinction of something that's stupid and smart. So the conservatives' perspective on the George Floyd thing, saying that this fentanyl or something killed him, it's dumb.
So let me ask
I don't agree with that part. So go ahead.
Let me ask you a question. Why do you believe that Charlie Kirk decided to say that the fentanyl is what killed him versus the cop killing him?
Yeah, so I would say that their reasoning, just like him,
officer,
any of them, they had the same conclusion. I watched these people. They had the same reasoning.
Yeah.
Same reasoning. All of their reasoning was the same. The reasoning was, well...
No, I'm saying, do you think that there was so you think he really believed this?
No, let me real quick. I'm gonna do the same thing what I did with Kelvin. So when someone has a statement,
My phone about to die in a minute, but I may come back.
okay, when someone has a statement and you're speaking about their statement, I want to get to the root of it. So we have to go to the reason why they made the statement. If the reason itself is illogical or is just like it's not factual, it's not truth, then the statement has to be wrong, right? The reason why I disagree with that statement of saying fentanyl killed him, not the cop on his knee, is because, well, simple logic, right? If it's the case that the knee was never on his neck, are you for certain that he would have died?
Right. Exactly.
Yeah. So that's so
and
once again,
anybody
when
with
I'm
an ounce of common sense would come to the same conclusion as you. So I'm asking, why do you think that he
not all.
came
So
to a nonsensical conclusion on this?
let me let you know. It's because the certain conservatives, how they try to reason things, they think that, and this is not my perspective on it from a general standpoint, but this is their perspective. So, because you guys tend to be a little bit more liberal and Democrat. So let me just give you
Not at all. Not at all.
Well, maybe you may not pick a party at all.
I just
But let me give you.
I just know what Charlie Kirk. I know what he was doing.
Yeah,
got it. Let me give you understanding. Yeah, let me give you understanding of their reasoning to it. Their reasoning is, well,
And then I'm gonna tell you the real reason after you get done. But go ahead.
I actually know the real reason, and I could tell. We may actually agree on. We may agree. We may not agree. But
I'm gonna drop down and come back though. My phone about to die. I'll be back though.
All right.
All right.
I guess just come back on and then I give my reasoning. All
right.
Okay.
Well, real quick.
That's the point that I was trying to get across.
Calvin.
Yeah, that's the point. The same point that
let me give Darnell the floor.
Oh yeah.
Because Darnell, go ahead. What question for me or question for Calvin?
Well, first of all, sir, let me just say thank you for having me on your show. It's a pleasure. And rest in peace to Charlie Kirk. I am not a Charlie Kirk supporter, but given the situation, I just don't feel the. It's one of those things. I don't like talking ill of the dead, especially so soon. But it is what it is.
That's fair, man. What's your question for us?
So, well, to be honest with you, you kind of answered it already, debating the other gentleman on the panel. But the thing is, I'm not a Charlie Kirk supporter, okay? But the thing is that I do feel like Charlie Kirk, should not. Well, I guess I'm more concerned with do you feel that black conservatives are just kind of grifting off the name of Charlie Kirk and the situation that happened?
I mean, I gotta mute you while I'm speaking because I hear an echo. So when I speak, I'll mute you because there's an echo. But when you speak, I'll take you off of mute. So do I think that Charlie Kirk, do I think that black conservatives are grifting off of Charlie Kirk? That's your question. I think that can be the case. There are, certain people out there that can, when something traumatic happens and it's popular in the algorithm, people are going to go ahead and, the algorithm is, if I put in Charlie Kirk's name, if I speak about this, I can get some views, I can monetize it, I can make some money. Do I think that there are some people out there that's doing it? Yeah, and some of them aren't even conservative. But I think that anyone that understands the nuance in regards to these statements that are being clipped up out of context, because there's statements, but then there's context. And a lot of people watch these 1-minute clips or these 15-second clips, and they make their perspective on someone based off of this little clip. Right? Just like Calvin, when you said that when you heard of me, you heard of me in regards to the single baby mama thing. But then they tried to point me out as being a hypocrite because I'm in a relationship with a woman that has children. But the context of you seen that clip, but they never gave context. If you actually watch my show, I have panels of single mothers. And when I'm speaking about single mothers, I'm speaking about single mothers when they date men that don't have kids. So I have children before I even met my girlfriend, and she has children. So we came into the relationship with kids. So it's something totally different. When I'm speaking about single mothers, it's not in the man's best interest for, if he doesn't have kids, to date a woman with kids. And there's many reasons for it. And then even when I say that single mothers will be recreational use, the context is a lot of women are recreational use. Strippers, girls that have OnlyFans, girls that sexualize themselves, and all of this type of stuff, or try to garner men's attention for resources and all of this stuff, they would be considered recreational use. So that's the context behind it, right? Which means that I wouldn't be hypocritical because I am a person with kids, but I'm speaking about men that don't have kids and dating single mothers. So that's that context. So anytime, like, you can hear some stuff in Darnell, sorry, I'm going for a while to answer your question. Sometimes you can hear a message, but without any context, man, you'll just make this assumption about the person without even really getting to know their position. And you're off of mute. Go ahead.
The only thing...
You're off of mute.
The only thing, sir. Yes, sir. The only thing is that I again, I didn't know much about Charlie Kirk prior to his assassination, but at the same time, I don't think a lot of his things were taken out of context. Like when saying, okay, black people, are violent. By nature and things of that nature. I've
never heard him say that.
It's like, okay.
Yeah, he said.
He said that. He said
to commit crimes.
So that would be so these things would be a statistical fact, but he's not saying black people are violent by nature. If he said black people are violent by nature, you would see me like, no, this nigga was a racist. I don't think he ever said that.
I'm willing. I'm willing to bet it. Go ahead. I was just going to say, I'm willing to bet if you were to pull up old clips, I'm willing to bet he said it somewhere.
So once again, this is making an assertion based off of what you don't have facts for. I'm not in the business of making those claims. I truly believe, once again, I'm 36 years old. I'm older than Charlie Kirk, right? I've been knowing this information beyond a lot of people, right? So when we're speaking about, if he would have said that, this actually would have been in the clip. Black people are more violent by nature. That would be black conservatives wouldn't even be backing him. They'd be like, wait, by nature is crazy, bro. That means that we're inherently more violent than white people. That's a racist claim.
Well,
that's a claim based off of
I don't see that.
The nature of me is I have melanin in my skin. I am a foundational Black American. My ancestors are from slavery, from Africa, the transatlantic slave trade. So that would be something based off just me inherently, me as myself. I'm more violent than white people, and I don't think he ever said that.
Yes, I'll try to pull it up. Maybe I can send it to you, perhaps. But yeah, the thing is, though, when you said we don't do insinuations, that's what Charlie Kirk was known for doing. Was doing all these. I mean, what do you think? His premise for saying stuff like that. You know what I mean?
We have to.
It was all insinuations.
One thing here, man, it's high IQ conversations over here. So if you're gonna say that all he did was make insinuations, you have to speak specifically about what he said, and we have to determine if it was an insinuation or if he provided facts or statistics. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. So saying stuff like, as far as,
I'll give you a better example. The example where he said that black people, what did he say? Something about their brains, or they don't have the brain width or the brain power to even handle something like that. I don't know the exact words. I'm paraphrasing it, but
was he speaking about black women?
Yes, black women don't have the mental bandwidth to handle something.
He said the mental processing power, and
exactly.
I'll let you finish, but go ahead.
No. You that's what I wanted to get across. The mental processing power.
Okay.
Basically, if I had to make this up, he's comparing that to himself or a white man.
Okay, so do you know the context behind that statement?
Give me the context on that one.
Okay. And I actually have this up. I could actually probably find it and play it real quick. And Adam, thanks for coming back in. We'll get to your questions. I know you had a question to ask, but I'll get to yours in a second. Let me go ahead and honor Calvin's question, because Calvin's question is to Darnell's point. So let me actually, I think I got a clip. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Give me just a few seconds here. Maybe I could find this clip. One second here, man. I think, is this it? No, that's not it. 1 second here. Okay, here. I found the clip. And actually, you know what? Let's go to Captain Cesariak page. He posted it before. This Hebrew Israelite. I could bring up exactly what was posted here. We got Captain. Thank you for your patience here, fellas, and also chat. Oh, okay. Let's type in. Okay, here we go. All right. Give me just a second. I got it here now. I'm just gonna bring it up and. Okay, here it is. Okay, we could actually play it just from here. And all of you are going to be able to see this. I'm going to share my screen. And actually, right before I share this, I got to take a quick bet. Yeah, I've been streaming for it's going on 6 hours, so appreciate you guys in here. Want to have this debate. It takes courage, so that I do appreciate. Everyone that's in here right now, get the likes up. Do not be a ninja watcher. If you have any questions for myself or Calvin, Darnell, or Adam, we got more people backstage too. We got Mr. Cal, I'll bring up shortly. We got Yo Boy Lim, I'll bring you up. We got EP, I see you back there, EP, bring you up. We got Ross, I see you back there too, Ross, gonna bring you up. And we got Anthony, gonna bring you up as well. Gonna have all of you people up here. But let me get 1 minute. I gotta take a bathroom break. Just 1 minute. And Darnell, 1 minute. Once I come back from the bathroom break, Darnell, I see you raising your hand, so I get to you first, but then I'm going to go ahead and play the clip to give context, and then we can go ahead and speak about it, okay? That's fair?
Yeah, that's cool.
All right, I'll be back.
Yeah.
All right, we are back. Darnell, I know you raised your hand for a second there. You wanted to say something. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. You had asked me for a quote. Let's let's see. You asked me for a quote where he was insinuating blacks were more violent. I just wanted to read a quote from you.
Do you
from the
have
Charlie
it? I can
Kirk
share
show.
it on my screen.
19. Yeah, I can show it to you right there.
What you do is get the link and just you can share it yourself. So get the link, and if you click on the plus sign to like add a video, it'll be there. You can share it yourself.
Well, I looked it up on my computer. I'm not as tech savvy
Okay,
as
all right.
you.
So how about
you guys.
We'll get to that in
I
a second.
apologize.
Let me go ahead and get this video up to Calvin's point real quick.
May I read the quote at
let's
least?
do one at a time. Let me go ahead and honor Calvin's thing because I'm going to bring up a clip for that. And then whatever you're speaking about, I'm going to bring it up. That's what we're going to do. Yeah. We're going to,
Yes,
we
sir.
got to bring everything up.
Yes, sir.
So 1 second here.
Yes, sir.
All right, my bad. I got to mute you, Darnell, because there's an echo. All right, so Calvin, here's the clip right here. Let me go ahead and play it for you. And let me know if this is what you were speaking about too. But I think that this is correct of what you were referring to.
I was paraphrasing it, but yeah.
Yeah. So what we got right here is you can see that. 1 second here. This is JD Vance talking about him, and let's see if I can make this even bigger. Let's make this bigger. So I'm going to take it off of mute. 1 second here, chat. I got you, so you can hear it. But let me refresh.
Charlie of saying, and I quote, "Black women do not have brain processing power to be taken seriously." But if you go and watch the clip, the very clip she links to, you realize he never said anything like that. He never uttered those words.
If we would have said that Joy Reid and Michelle Obama and Sheila Jackson Lee and Ketanji Brown Jackson were affirmative action picks, we would have been called the racist. But now they're coming out and they're saying it for us. They're coming out and they're saying, I'm only here because of affirmative action. Yeah, we know. You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously. You had to go steal a white person's slot to go be taken somewhat seriously.
All right. So there you go. That is the clip, and that's the context of what he used. And once again, his context was affirmative action, because Joy Reid, it was, let me bring it up real quick again so I can read it here, but it was Joy Reid, Michelle Obama, and Ketanji Brown Jackson, they themselves said that they were the benefited from affirmative action, right? And affirmative action is essentially DEI. It's you can get into certain, if a company is prioritizing affirmative action or the government is prioritizing affirmative action, it would be to get people in certain positions based off of their race, based off their gender, based off of stuff like that, right? So if they themselves said that they are the benefactors of affirmative action, this would conclude that those specific black women, not all black women, but those specific black women, like he said, he named names, Joy Reid, Michelle Obama, and Ketanji Brown Jackson, they don't have the brain processing power themselves. Because if you had the brain processing power yourself, you wouldn't have to use affirmative action. You can get there based off of meritocracy, based off of quality. You get what I'm saying? So
I get it.
What
But
points do
this
you
is
have
where-
on that then?
Yeah, I just feel like he's unpure. I feel like his motives are unpure. I feel like he honestly says things to divide a country.
But I say the same
because
thing,
he
man.
used-
If I
No,
said it,
listen.
would it be impure?
No, listen. No, you would be doing the same thing because you didn't say the last part.
What last
you
part?
Didn't say because he compared the brain processing power to a white person.
Yeah,
This is
if
what I'm
they
trying
would-
to tell you.
well,
This is
that's
his
what that
mind.
is.
This is how it works. You got to pick up on the nuances, bro.
Bro, that's
You
affirmative
know,
action.
You know what he's doing, but he's using that to really go and say what he really trying to say. You know it for a fact.
No,
and this
bro,
is the thing, Cooley, I know. Hey, Cooley, I know you're smart.
Do you not understand affirmative action?
But you're missing the nuances, Cooley. You're smart as fuck. You're 36. This is the problem. You stick too much to the fucking numbers, bro, like a robot.
No, the specifics.
Like you make it seem like, and then we were talking earlier, and I bit my tongue on this. Obviously, I had to. It is what it is. Just like you bit your tongue when I brought up the baby mama thing. It's respect both ways. It is what it is. You know what I mean? We two grown ass men fucking talking shit. It is what it is.
No, I didn't bite my tongue. I was pointing out I was giving you an example how people can be disingenuous when they view clips.
No. I'm saying, but you bit your tongue in the moment when I said it, then you brought it up later. Just like how I'm finna. You get where I'm coming from?
I get what you're saying, but fair enough. Go ahead, land your plane. You're good.
Yeah. I bit my tongue on some stuff too. So one of the things that you was trying to point out is like, well. You was trying to call me feminine in a way. Bro, I'm a grown-ass man. At the end of the day, you can talk whatever you want to talk. It is what it is. You know what I mean? But what I'm trying to say is we not robots, bro. Even if you a masculine-ass man, you the most pure masculine motherfucker in the world, that does not mean you have no fucking emotions at all, unless you're a sociopath. Like, you know what I'm trying to say? So what I'm trying to have you understand is, how are you missing the fucking nuance? Because I know you smart. I know you a smart man, bro.
Got it. So what's the nuance?
I feel like you trying to like, and you purposely threw out that part at the end when he said he compared it to white people. Why do you have to compare it to a white person?
Listen, bro. Listen, Calvin. That's what affirmative action is. Affirmative action, since white people are the majority, right? In the United States. That is true. And even when we're speaking about all of these women are in positions of power in the government, right? So if we're speaking about these things, then we would have to we would have to speak about, well, if this system of methodology is to prioritize race, ethnicity, and gender rather than qualifications, brain processing power, we would have to conclude the logical entailment is that if they were hired based off of this, they actually did take white jobs. That's the logical entailment. But that is the logical entailment. I would say listen real quick. I would say the same thing if black people was the majority and they wanted to do affirmative action and have these freaking white people prioritize ethnicity and gender, women and black women and white people. I was like, this is stupid.
Hey, cool.
This isn't even fair.
Yeah, listening to you talk, I highly doubt you would have said the same thing and you would have used those same words. This is just my opinion. You wouldn't have compared First of all, he's assuming that it's based off of brain processing power. They could have, think about this. They could have said, we wouldn't have got these jobs based off affirmative action, meaning that she could have meant that, nobody would have even looked at my damn application if it wasn't for affirmative action. He assumed, think about this. He assumed it's based off of brain processing power, and then he related it to a white person. You are very intelligent, Cooley. You know what this guy's trying to do.
But I'm
have
just to
up on it. You get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, listen.
I pick up on the game that he's running. That's all I'm saying.
Okay,
he's running game.
Affirmative. You know that we got away with affirmative action in 2021 or 2022.
No, I get that you're trying to make it debate. You know he's running game.
No. It's not game. So here's the thing. I think that for you, Calvin, and maybe other people like you, when you don't know how to view things objectively instead of asserting things in there that is based off of how you perceive it to be rather than what is actually said. So someone can say something, you perceive it away, and then you make an insert based off of how you perceive it, meaning how you feel. I'm not going based off my feelings. What I can do is I can be empathetic, which is different. I can place myself in their shoes and say that, like I said, if black people was in the majority in America, and if we had a system in place of affirmative action or DEI, and that was prioritized, and they wanted to be more inclusive and more diverse based off of race and based off of gender, instead of based off of meritocracy, I would say that I would come to the same conclusion. If you put this methodology in place and this system into practice, it would inherently take jobs from black people because we are the majority. That is the truth, though. It isn't. Wait, Calvin, is that not true, or is it true? Wait, you guys, real quick, say one, Calvin. If it's not true, then we have to have a debate about affirmative action, which is basically DEI.
No, I'm not getting back into this DEI.
Okay, well, Calvin, tell me.
I can pick it up.
Adam, then same question to you. If you have a disagreement with me, is that true or untrue that affirmative action discriminates based off of, now affirmative action really did discriminate based off of the majority. DEI is something different. DEI actually does not discriminate based off of the majority. It actually discriminates for the majority. But go ahead in regards to affirmative action.
Okay, I would say we're missing. There's something about this talking point that's missing. Now, before there was affirmative action and the DEI, these types of programs. I might just ask you a question. Why do you believe that these programs were put in place? Like, what do you think was the people that put them in place? Why do you believe that they decided that?
Okay, real quick, Darnell, you raised your hand. You had something?
Yes, sir. I went ahead and posted that video clip of Charlie Kirk saying the words of the quote in your chat. It says it's the actual video, so I didn't.
Okay. I got you. Well, we'll get to that in a second. Let me go ahead and honor Adam's question real quick. And also, we got a lot of super chats that came in. I got you, man. I'm going to get to y'all super chats. Just bear with me. Right after I actually answer his question, I'll get to this. We got to take at least 2 minutes for me to get through the super chats, fellas, because they've been piling up and I haven't been honoring them. But I'm sorry. Adam, ask your question one more time because I forgot it.
Before DEI and affirmative action was put in place, why do you believe that these programs, what was the motivation for these programs to be put in place?
You know what? It can. Why? So when we're speaking about DEI, I would say that when we're speaking about motive and methodology, when we're speaking about motive and outcome, if the motive doesn't match the outcome, it really doesn't matter about the motive.
No, I'm just asking.
But what I'm saying is, I really don't know what the motive is. I don't really know what the motive is because the methodology is so stupid.
I can tell you why.
You can have an opinion of what a motive would be, but go ahead. Maybe I would agree with it, or maybe I won't.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I see if you agree.
Sure.
Or disagree with this. Well, they put it in place because Black people or people of color weren't getting hired. They were being discriminated against for some of these positions. Would you agree with that?
Yes, as always was discrimination going on.
Based on race, like they were getting discriminated against based on race, so they needed a program. They needed a program to counteract this. Do you agree with that?
If you're being discriminated based off of race, which Black people have been discriminated, and I'm sure most likely still are discriminated based off of race in certain areas. But now, since with DEI, you are actually incentivized to hire Black people, so they're not really incentivized to discriminate based off of them. But yeah, I would say that yes, that would be true.
Okay, and so these programs were put in place as they were correcting. They were attempting to correct.
I don't know if that is the case, but if that is the case, then if it's the case that they were put in place to correct the discrimination, based off of race or gender, then I would say that maybe not that system is good, but maybe we need to do something.
No, I'm saying the motivation.
The motivation.
I'm just asking about
The motivation would be a good
why?
motivation.
No, I'm saying, like, do you believe the motivation was because
if it is, yes, if the motivation is to stop discrimination based off of race, the motivation will be good.
No, and I'm not asking if it's good or bad. I was asking, what do you think the motivation
Yeah, once again, the practice is so backwards and so dumb that I don't think that is the motivation when it comes to DEI, because DEI, the outcomes, they actually do not benefit Black people. When it comes to affirmative action, that was benefiting Black people a little bit more than DEI. DEI, Black people are the last recipients to benefit from that. Transgender people benefit from that more than Black people do.
Yeah, we talk about the outcomes of it. I'm just talking about the motivation for why they would put it in.
Well,
But
once again,
I'll ask a different
the
question.
motivations may not even just be for race, because it's diversity, equity, and inclusion. So the motivations could be for transgenderism. It could be for feminism, to get women in the workforce. The motivations can be a lot more things other than race. Yes.
Yeah, they had a history of discriminating against certain groups, so they needed a program to fix that. I mean, I would you agree with that?
Well, no.
I would agree.
I would agree.
I'm gonna tell you why.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious.
I mean, listen to my point here.
Go ahead. Yeah, sure. Go
Listen to
ahead,
my point,
Calvin.
No, but I do want to expand.
Okay, go ahead, Adam.
That little spot, because I went to college and all this stuff like that, and they broke down. They had experiments where they'll go out, they'll turn in a bunch of applications. The only difference was this person will be Black, this person will be white. A lot of the cases, the Black person was more qualified, still wouldn't get the job, or the Black person wouldn't get the housing, even though they had better credit, whatever the case is, and they'll still pick the white person. So they actually done studies where they actually showed that they actually take the less qualified person, even if they're white. So I just want to throw that in there.
Hey, real quick, get the likes up too, man. Don't be a ninja watcher. I see y'all in here. Get the likes up. Go ahead, Adam.
Okay. So this is what I'll just go with what I believe, and then you could, bounce off of that. I believe that there's a problem. There's an issue. There's a problem where certain positions, like in jobs, a lot of positions in jobs are filled not because of merit, right? But because the person is
Nepotism is one of the main reasons why positions get filled.
Wait, can I say something too? I want to say something too. I want to complete the thought and everything. Okay, so a lot of cases, just by my own observation, a lot of positions are filled because the person is white, not based on merit. So to say that so the DEI and all that is to counteract that. So it's not, so before the DEI and the affirmative action was put in place, it still was not based on merit.
I never said that it was.
It was based on.
No, I made I was putting forth an alt claim. So an alt claim of what it should be. So I was making a comparison of DEI and meritocracy. I would be more for meritocracy being prioritized rather than DEI. I never made the claim that before DEI or before affirmative action, they were prioritizing meritocracy. No, that's just untrue. Most of these companies, they prioritize nepotism. But the thing is nepotism immoral? Is nepotism actually bad as a practice in regards to something that's it is discriminating, but if you my brother, Bill, make my brother get the position. I help my brother out with the skills, and if he don't got the qualifications, we'll get him the skills, right? That's my brother. So is that immoral? No, it's not immoral. But if we're comparing, now nepotism is one, but now if you're going to say, well, they're just discriminating based off of, I don't like, his name is Jamal. I don't want no black person in here, whatever it may be. No, I don't like black people like that. I don't like the way they smell, whatever it may be. I don't want an Indian in here. Oh, they stink, whatever it may be, right? Then that's not a moral justification for hiring one person over another. This is what I'm saying, man. It's a lot of nuance in all of this. And if you don't have the ability to understand the nuance when it comes to these hiring practices, I'll be honest. In my work history is actually this. Like, that's my work history. So like when we're speaking about these topics, my work history is hiring people. I was a hiring manager. I had companies where I hired people. My podcast, right? It was my idea. You got Fresh and Fit doing a podcast dating show, other people doing dating shows, but they failed at doing full panel dating shows. One of my ideas was, let me recruit girls off of dating apps. No one thought of that. No one did that. That was my idea because I come from the background of recruiting and hiring, right? So my idea, this is why the podcast became successful and I was able to get girls on a show and stuff like this, because I'm like, you know what? Let me hire these recruiters, download all of these dating apps. This is a good way to source women because they're dating anyway. They would maybe want to come on a dating podcast. So what I'm saying is when we're speaking about these hiring practices, I would say that, yes, Adam, you're right. When it comes to prior to affirmative action and DEI, no, they weren't doing meritocracy. They were either doing nepotism, or the other thing is not even nepotism. Think about it. Most of people, one of the ways how you become successful or get into certain positions of power or a certain company is by knowing someone. So by being social, like if you're friends with this person and you can get in, it can be a form of nepotism because you know someone, but it isn't actually nepotism like hiring like your brother or your family member or something like that. So a lot of the hiring practices, how it's always been in any part of the world it's in, it's based off of literally nepotism, hiring family, or certain forms of nepotism based off of, you know this person, they know this person, they referred me. I trust you because Kyle works here and Kyle trusts you. So I'm going to prioritize you rather than prioritizing Jamal because I never met this nigga and no one met this nigga. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But it is the case that a lot of these companies were racist. Some of the people in HR was racist. And they still are. Yeah, racism is not going anywhere.
Yeah. So my point is this, that with my own eyes, and I see that there's certain positions, I'm not going to say where I work, but there's certain positions that really you almost got to be white to get there. You almost, they purposely funnel white peoples into certain positions in my job, and they purposely funnel black people into certain positions at my job, like literal segregation. And it's not based on merit, it's based on race. So,
but that isn't, you know that if we go to, so manipulation happens when you focus on the effects rather than get into the root, the cause of things. The root cause of things was Jim Crow was bad because for many reasons, because the KKK was back there and, you know, it was a lot of things. The government was just having a blind eye to what the KKK was doing, etc. We know that segregation itself is not a bad thing. But under the Jim Crow era, that's what segregation was under, black people actually did better off because we were creating our own jobs, our own businesses, our own companies. And guess what? We were practicing nepotism as well. Everybody does it, right?
We had to.
And we can say we had to because we were separated. It was segregation. But even when you look at Martin Luther King, Martin Luther King was, no, we need to get rid of segregation. I have a dream that a black man will be able to eat at a white man's restaurant and a white man would be able to eat at a black. They was trying to integrate. The truth is, Martin Luther King, if you read his last writings, he actually said that I think I led my people astray, because he knew that, well, segregation is not actually, why would you segregate with those people when they have all the positions of power? We will be at the bottom. We need to go out there and create something for our own. So when we speak about manipulation and how manipulation happens when you focus on the effects, like what we're speaking about now, rather than speaking about the root cause, the cause of this is because Black people had an effeminate mindset and they wanted to appeal to the white man's way of living rather than appealing to the way we were living. After slavery, we had many of the skills, many of the hard labor skills when it came to infrastructure and construction. We had those skills because we were slaves. Why would we give this up to work for another man, which would then we would be below this man? So our ancestors back in the early 1900s, they made the wrong decision. So these are our people. They fought for the wrong things. Now we can say, well, coolly, we really don't know the outcomes, what it would have been like if everything was still segregated. That is true. The outcomes for us right now, though, right, is that we're not segregated, we integrated, but we still have the ability to create for our own, but we choose not to. I don't work for no white man. I did it for many years. Once I turned 32, I was like, freak this junk. I'm not working for the white man no more. I'm working for myself. And I'm hiring. I don't hire based off of crazy thing is I don't hire based off of nepotism. It's my company. I'm hiring based off of quality. I don't care if you my family, nigga. I need to get all my coins. I want the best person that can make the best clips. I want the best person. So I hire people from overseas that can do it at a good price, or I hire someone over here. If they can do it better at a reasonable price, I'll go ahead and take you. Doesn't matter if you're black, white, Spanish, Mexican, it doesn't matter. So I think that even when you create your own business, you kind of get a reality of the world. Like if you want a business and you want that business to thrive, most people with that mindset, if you want a business to thrive, you ain't really even looking to be racist anyway. You actually looking for the best person to fit your position because you're trying to get the money. You're trying to make more money, right? So the racist ideologies, I truly think that if people in these positions in the company, of like the HR positions and stuff like that, if they were racist, they would be doing a disservice to their company. And if the owner or the boss found out that they were actually being racist and not hiring based off of quality and hiring based off of race and stuff, I would say that the owner of the company, the managers would actually fire them because we need the best qualified candidates. When you're making bread, bro, you're trying to increase your baseline and get more money. I know this because I run several other companies rather than just this little podcast.
Okay, it sounds like
that was a lot there, Adam.
Yeah,
but that was a lot there. Go ahead, Adam.
Sound like you got a new position. So basically,
no, it's the same position.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like you're saying instead of us worrying about merit, or worrying about if we're getting positions based on merit, we should just have our own stuff. That's kind of what you've moved into.
Well, no, it's the same position. If you have your own, you do want to operate based off of merit. You don't want to operate based off of nepotism. But I will I'm telling the truth. With me having my companies, I haven't hired any of my family members. So I haven't even operated within nepotism. I haven't even. Well, actually, I would say that no, my co-host, I knew that nigga. I did hire him. I got him in. I knew him. So for one position, yeah, I did. That was nepotism. And I had many other people looking and asking for me to be a co-host, but it was just like, I know this nigga, we gonna get along much better. I knew him since I was 19. But every other position was based off of quality.
So basically you're saying, have your own and then hire the best with your own stuff.
Have your own. Actually, if you have your own, you're more likely to hire the best anyway, is what I'm saying, because you want to make money. And most of these white men, they're capitalists. They're not freaking social. They're not socialists. They're not looking. They're looking to keep growing their companies. They're looking to get richer and richer and richer and richer. So they are operating out of quality. But I do think they definitely still operate out of nepotism. You really can't get rid of nepotism, but I don't think it's immoral. Oh, Darnell, my bad. Oh, real quick, Darnell, Calvin, anything on that, or Adam?
No, you said
on
nepotism.
that rant? Nah, you didn't really say
You said nepotism was immoral earlier. You said it was immoral earlier. You said
No, I never said nepotism was immoral. I said that we don't really know if it's moral. We would have to have a debate on if it's immoral. Truthfully, I don't think that it can be.
You said that basically, you said DEI is immoral, so that's like based on choosing people based on some type of specialty or special desire.
No, that's different. That's different than nepotism. DEI is specifically about race. It has nothing to do with your family member. DEI is specifically about race and gender and your identity, like transgenderism. If you're a transgender or if you're part of the LGBTQ community, what you identify as, this is the things that they are prioritizing. That's their methodology for their practices, to prioritize those outliers.
My question is, how is nepotism not immoral if hiring based on race is immoral? Like, how are they both not immoral?
Well,
like once based on merit, because I'm believing that you believe that if it's not based on merit, it's immoral. So how?
No. That's what I didn't say that though. I didn't say if it's not based off of merit is not immoral. What I said was, again, I never made the claim that nepotism is moral or immoral. I said that, I mean, if I think about it, I can't see how it's not moral because it's your family member. And I even gave an example, like, it's my brother. I'm not going to hire my brother if he needs a job. Like, say if my brother, I don't know the person on the application. They may really need a job, but I do know my brother and he really needs a job. I'm going to hire my brother because I know this individual, right? That will be nepotism. You would have to explain to me how that will be immoral.
Okay, well, what I'm believing, because I'm actually going
because it's hard to do. Trust me, I had these debates. You can't really
going based off your standard. I'm actually going based off your standard. So I would have to ask you, is the DEI, is that immoral because it's not based on merit?
No, DEI would be immoral is because it actually discriminates based off of. Let me land my plane. So DEI is immoral is because it discriminates based off the things that it prioritizes. So it prioritizes gender. So women, they want more women in certain fields. It prioritizes race. They want Spanish people, black people, you know what I mean, other races. And then it also prioritizes identity, right? Not only does it prioritize identity, it prioritizes equity as well. Not equality, but equity. Equity would be like outcome based, right? Certain people have different definitions of equity, but it's essentially outcome based. Equity, if you or the people in the chat don't understand, let's say if I'm 6'4", Calvin, how tall are you?
5'9".
Okay. So there's a gate, there's a fence. I'm 6'4". I can see over the fence, but you're 5'9". So for you, in order for you to see over the fence, we're gonna put a crate under you that you can stand on. So you get a crate to stand on to see over the fence, but I don't get that crate. That will be equity. So it's giving an outcome. It's trying to have an outcome for the people that maybe it could be for anything, bro, because it's for race and it's for identity. So it's based off of like even their own choices. It can be like some people don't have certain opportunities or don't reach a certain outcome because they just make poor choices. But therefore, based off of equity, you'll give them a crate and not give the other person a crate because this person identifies as a woman, but they're really a man. It's stupid. It doesn't make any sense. It's immoral. So, and then also when you're looking at it from the discrimination part, if you are going to discriminate solely based off these outliers, then you're really discriminating. Who are you discriminating? If you are going to discriminate for these outliers, who are you discriminating against? So you're always going to discriminate based off of on someone. You're going to discriminate on men because you want women in. You're going to discriminate based off of whatever ethnicity is the majority, which it happens to be white people. So you're going to discriminate based on white people. They're going to be discriminated against. So this idea is rooted into race. That's racist. That's how racist people think. They're like, well, what? Well, let me actually go ahead and exclude some of these people.
Cooley, I'm gonna throw something at you.
Create balance.
Yeah, I'm gonna throw something at you.
But the methodology is it can try to create balance, but the methodology is the wrong way to create balance.
I can agree with that. I can agree with that. I can agree with that. But I will say
Darnell,
that
I got you, Darnell.
Yeah, Darnell got his thing.
Go ahead, Adam. I got you, Darnell.
Yeah, it's really there to create balance and to counteract the fact that white people were getting in these positions not based on merit. It's meant to as a balancing.
But it's not balanced,
mechanism.
right? Let me give you a methodology that will create more balance.
Okay, yeah.
Right? Because anytime what happens is I want you guys to pick up some of this ism, right? Manipulation happens when you focus on the effects instead of going to the root, the cause of things. So if you're looking at the effects of things and you're trying to be reactive due to a poor outcome. So bad outcomes here. So let me be reactive. But if you're not reacting to that bad outcome at the cause, and you're reacting to that bad outcome at some of the effects, like the things after the cause, then the outcomes is inherently never going to fix or change anything. I say all of that to say this. One of the methodologies that you can use when it comes to things is to give people equal opportunity, but then to create areas where there's job opportunities and education in a way where, like, think about it, bro. Black people, I'm gonna speak in general real quick. Maybe you guys will understand, but I think you guys would understand. You know, how we were raised, bro, we weren't really raised to like understand finances and money and stuff like that and know how the stock market works and all of these things, to know about credit. We weren't really like brung up on these values. You guys would say generally that would be true.
Yeah.
For the black community, versus the white community, right? Yeah. And we would say that, well, one of the reasons being for that is because, well, the white community pretty much like built this system. So obviously it's in their lineage to teach these certain practices because the system was built, right? So and also there's more white people than there are black people. And it's not to say there are many white people, definitely Southerners that don't even understand finances to the degree as some of the Northern folks, right? So there's even a distinction of different white people. But we do know that what I would do is I would get to the root of things. Well, education is important, and we need to educate these communities with all the information we know about finances and money and how the stock market works and how credit works and these things that you need to take serious in your early years. Take very serious about your credit and things like that. We should instill these things into our education system to educate the youth, which would then educate other communities just like we're educated on. That's how you fix the problem rather than going to the cause, rather than going to the effects of things and trying to create some system when you're going to basically just be discriminating other races and other genders.
Hey, Cooley, but this is a very important point.
Sure.
The business owners weren't complaining, bro. The person that was complaining was Charlie Kirk. The only reason he was complaining about it is because he was wrong and he thought he was discriminated against because he didn't get into the college he wanted. The business owners weren't going to the government and being like, hey, we don't like this DEI thing. The business owners, they still growing profit because guess what? When you hire somebody, you put them in your system and they do what you tell them to do. And if they don't do what you tell them to do, you fire them. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Kirk was trying to divide.
Oh, you're speaking
Kirk was
about
not
in his
trying to
early
help.
years when he was in high school. You're speaking about. That's
Yes,
I think that's the point
only
you're
reason
making.
he was crying about it. And then guess that's when he was found.
Yeah.
He was found at 18. A kid found him at 18 talking shit. That's what he was doing.
Yeah.
He gets paid to talk shit. He gets paid millions of dollars to talk shit. But the thing is, the way he talks shit is to divide. He's not trying
Okay, so
to
real quick,
become
Calvin,
better.
let me understand. You said that the companies say that again. I didn't understand.
Oh,
so
yeah,
the
my bad. Let me
companies
slow
did
down.
the companies did
Let
what?
me slow down.
Okay.
The companies weren't complaining about DEI. The companies
Okay.
weren't complaining.
Companies
They're
weren't
still making
complaining about
money. So
well, this
what
was
I'm
back
trying-
then. It was affirmative action. But go ahead.
Yeah, whatever. The companies aren't complaining. That's what I'm trying to tell you. The companies aren't complaining. You got this guy complaining, trying to stir shit up and trying to divide. Now, if all the companies like, hey, our numbers are going lower, you're forcing us to hire people, that's a different story. Companies don't play about their money. And this is the crazy thing. I work for companies. They bring in some guy that might have not been qualified. He's the black guy. Why is he the number one sales guy? Why is he the top guy there? Why is he? I've seen this time and time again.
Yeah.
So the companies aren't
Go ahead.
complaining. Those are the people whose lives it be affecting. Charlie Kirk, God bless the dead. He has the right to speak, but he was trying to divide. There
Okay.
wasn't no real reason for him to bring up. And you debate, you debate very well. And I don't even do this debate stuff. I'm gonna be honest with you.
That's fair.
I came on with what I came with, and I just told you he was to divide.
Oh, that's
Because the
fair. And
companies weren't coming in
Darnell,
and be
you're
like,
up. You're
"I
up
don't like
next.
this. I don't like
But
this affirmative action." Oh,
let
yeah.
me give context and also correct the two things that you said. When you're speaking about affirmative action and you're speaking about the companies wasn't for it, this is incorrect because companies, when we put affirmative action in place, the government oversees these companies and say you have to adhere to this in order to get certain government grants. This is how things work when you have a company in like a Fortune 500 company, like bigger companies and stuff like that. These companies thrive off of certain government grants.
So you're asking for a handout.
Well, listen real quick. What I'm saying is, in order for some of these companies to get these government grants, they would have to meet certain measurements when it comes to their hiring practices. Because
Yes,
audits
but don't meet the measurements. Don't meet it and then forget the grant.
Real quick.
Stop looking for the handout.
But when you're speaking about the companies, now it wasn't like everyone didn't qualify for these grants and things like that, and it wasn't anything. You get what I'm saying? But anyways, when we're speaking about this here, and we're saying that, well, Charlie Kirk, him speaking about affirmative action back then and complaining, he wasn't necessarily complaining about the school that he couldn't get into. What he's complaining about is the school that prioritized affirmative action rather than the most qualified candidates. That's what he's complaining about.
He assumed that he was the most qualified candidate, and he's a guy. He's not the business owner that is actually affecting. It would make more
he doesn't
sense.
actually
It would hold
know.
more weight if the businesses came together and was like, we don't like affirmative action. It would make more sense.
So I'll say this, Calvin.
And the government is putting it over your head. Like, if you want money from us, this is what we want you to do. That's
Calvin,
anybody.
I'll say this.
You would say that. You would say that. You'd be like, hey, before I pay you, this is what I want you to do for my company. If you don't do this for my company, I'm not gonna pay you. It's simple.
Real quick, Calvin. What I want you to understand is when you're making an assertion in regards to how Charlie Kirk was operating, right?
That's what he does, and that's what you're
the
doing.
assertion. No, I'm not. Look, the assertion that you're making is because he tried to shame and come after the one college, the one university that he couldn't get into, and he blamed it on affirmative action. You're saying that, well, this is what started it. This line of argument does not follow for him being a racist or anything. This line of argument would follow that he's been consistent. He's always been against programs that practice methodology that doesn't produce any good outcomes. This is why we gotta, like, the legislative. We voted against affirmative action, bro.
I'm gonna tell you why you're wrong there. You're wrong there because he blamed it on a black person. That's where you're wrong. If he was against affirmative action, he wouldn't have said, I lost it to a black person.
He said that he lost it to
Yes, that's what he said. He said to all his classmates, he said, the affirmative action, I lost.
Okay, even if he said that he lost it to a black person, what is affirmative action? You're forgetting the practice. The practice is to discriminate based off.
To a woman.
It could have been. It could have been to a. It could have been to a woman. It could have been to a. It could have been to a black person.
That's what I'm trying to tell.
It wasn't for a. Go ahead.
He is black. That's what I'm trying to say. It could have been not a black person. It could have been.
It could have been to a woman.
He could have just not been qualified. That's the part he doesn't.
Or he could have not been qualified.
He thinks he's a smart white guy.
Yeah.
That there's no way me being a smart elitist white supremacist, I would have not got in. This is what we're trying to say. He's making assumptions, and then he's trying to force his racist views on his audience.
I already said that. Once again, what he is doing, which I would agree with, is that he is making an assumption because no one knows. If you apply to a job, no one really know why you didn't get hired. Like the individual themselves don't know exactly like why you didn't get hired. We can make some assumptions of why you didn't get hired. But if an organization, if a company is practicing affirmative action or DEI, then one can make a confident assumption that it's a possibility that you were probably discriminated against based off either you being a man or your ethnicity. You get what I'm saying? That's one of the assertions. And his assertion and his claim, he didn't bring up women. He could have brought up women and people would have just called him a misogynist rather than a racist. Think about it. If he would have brought up women, then you just would have called him, oh, well, he's, why did he say, oh, I didn't get the job and a woman got the job over me? Are you a misogynist? Either you're a misogynist. Listen real quick. You said that he shouldn't have said nothing. Bro, people say things.
You should have said, I do not like affirmative action. He shouldn't have even said.
And that's basically what he said.
I lost it to a woman.
But this doesn't mean, that doesn't mean, this is what I'm trying to say. If he didn't say affirmative action and he just said black man, then I would say that he ain't give no context, no other reason. He's probably has this racist view and he thinks that he wasn't hired because he wasn't white and someone else was hired because he was black. I would even say this about black people if they don't have any like context. Since he said affirmative action and this company their hiring practices was utilizing the methodologies of affirmative action, then his assumption, the college, the institution, same thing, the company, his assumption for the reasoning of affirmative action is valid. If he would have said woman, he would have been labeled a misogynist. He said black person, so he's labeled a racist. Either way, he's going to be labeled something.
No, he shouldn't have said anything.
You can say that he shouldn't have said anything, but guess what? He said something.
Yes, but what I'm saying is he shouldn't have said nothing after the affirmative action. He'd be like, he should have just been like, I hate affirmative action. I didn't get into college because of affirmative action.
But even if you say something after, but affirmative action is for two reasons. It was for either gender or for ethnicity. So it's either for those.
Anything. That's what I'm trying to say.
But he said it. It doesn't. He can say it because he said affirmative action. If he didn't say affirmative action, then what he said was we would say that is either racist or actually misogynistic.
I know. He shouldn't have said nothing. That should have ended the sentence right there.
Okay, let me ask you a question then.
If affirmative action, just like he shouldn't have said the brain power thing with the women. Bro,
you say that. So let me ask you.
Why is he related to a white person?
Let me ask you this question then.
They don't have the brain operating power as a white person. He shouldn't have said that.
Calvin, let me ask you this. And Adam, I think Darnell was supposed to. I don't know where Darnell went.
He Darnell thing because he has an exact quote of something.
Yeah, he got a quote.
I'm over here going back and forth and whatever.
No, you're
Darnell thing and handle that.
Yeah, I got you. But let me just
you know.
Let me reply back to what you said. I get what you. I got you, Darnell. When you're saying, but you saying that I know you know. What I'm telling you is I am not the end of, if someone gives a reason, like a justification for their statement, I have to include the justification. What you're doing is not including the justification for their statement. So if they give a justification and if the justification is valid, I have to say that, well, there's a high probability. Now, do I know the heart of Charlie Kirk? No, I don't. Could he actually be a racist and against black people? It's a possibility. Do I think it's probable? From what I've heard in his ethics, I don't think that it's probable. Possible, yes, but I don't think that it's probable. But real quick, let me
tell you why.
Real quick,
Because you're ignoring
Calvin.
the words that he is saying.
Calvin, we're going back and forth. Let me get Darnell up here to get into his thing.
You're ignoring the words that he is saying. That's where me and you
Nope,
disagree.
I take both into consideration.
No, he's saying the words,
but the word is included in affirmative action, is what I'm telling you.
But you're purposely ignoring what he is saying because you're trying
I'm
to
not.
give him the benefit of the doubt.
No, what I'm telling you is
because the clip, you never said the white part. You said,
nope.
Oh, he just doesn't have the brain processing power of a white person, and you left that part out.
No, I read he said the whole thing, and then I just read it. He already said it, so everyone heard it. So I didn't leave any
out that part.
No, Calvin, listen. It's very simple. If it's the case that the justification of what a statement of someone makes a statement, you got a statement, right? Then you have the justification that backs up the statement. If the justification is valid and it is true, and if the justification includes like race and gender and things like that, and within the statement they include race and gender and things like that, it is aligned within the justification if the justification is valid. So let me repeat it into regular format. Listen.
No, I hear what you're saying.
Okay, listen real quick. We could disagree, but let me lay my plane. His statement was, well, I wasn't hired at this college because of affirmative action. And so they hired some black person rather than hiring me. That was the statement, right? Something like that.
Something along those lines, which he did not know. And he shouldn't have said the black.
He didn't know. Yeah, you don't really know 100%.
And he doesn't even know affirmative action did.
Got it. No, stop it.
Yes.
No,
he doesn't even know affirmative action. Because
I would say that, listen, if it is the case, because we don't have the specifics, but if it is the case that institution was not practicing affirmative action, then your argument holds more merit than my argument. Then I would say that, this institution wasn't practicing affirmative action, then he just came up with this out of thin air. Yeah, man, I could see that there could be some, his motives could be like racist, I would say. But if it is the case that the institution was practicing affirmative action, everything that he said would be justifiable based off of affirmative action, including race and gender, because he's talking about race. No. It is, man. But anyways, Darnell.
It's not.
Yo, real quick, Calvin, I want to, we got other people backstage, and I want to give good conversation. Calvin, you kicked it. And I would say that one thing that is masculine about you, I would say that, yeah, man, you was being feminine, you was whining and junk like that. The masculine thing is about you. Don't even try me, bro. Yeah, a little bit. Nah, I wasn't. Listen, the masculine part that I'll give you, because I want to be objective here. I like to give kudos to when it's due, and I like to give, I talk my stuff when people talking nonsense. So I'll tell you this. You got courage, and courage is a masculine virtue because you stayed up, you weathered the storm, and you gave your perspective. You didn't back down, and you also conceded certain points when it made sense. When I explained it, you actually, okay, I'll go ahead and concede that point. You made certain concessions, and I do honor that because here is No Fugazee Podcast, so I don't like people that's disingenuous, like when they know they're wrong, but they want to double down. At least with you, I think that the part that we tend to would still disagree on, which would basically be the certain assertions, what we make. Some of your assertions is based off of different assertions that I make. I stick to not really make certain assertions. I stick to just speak about the facts. But you make these assertions that's based off of what you think the person is insinuating, but based off what the facts is there, I take from it that they're not actually insinuating. We don't actually have proof of what they're insinuating. You are saying that, well, no, I could kind of feel this. I understand it. I got the sixth sense. These niggas racist. Fair enough, man. Fair enough.
No, I just hear the words. No, it's just because you got to understand when a person uses certain words, they really telling you who they are. So like if I came on my podcast and I just talk shit about white people all day long, I'm really telling you who I am. I can bring up stats and everything. Why they're gonna be like, why does he always keep bringing up white pedophilia stats? Why does he keep bringing up this? Why does he keep doing it? Like,
but not if you justify it.
Is at. Yeah, you can tell where first heart is at.
And
he could have still got all of those points across without bringing the race. He could have got that. He could have got those points across without saying they don't have the brain processing power. Without saying this, he could have just stuck to the actual thing, which is the DEI or the affirmative action. That's what I'm saying. That's
so
how
you know what? There are many conservatives that do speak in that way. They speak in that way, and they may not go into the little, details of things and be abrasive in a way or do any shock factor or really hammer down a point. There's certain people that don't really hammer down a point, and they go kind of under the wind. They don't get a lot of light shine on them. But I think when you can hammer that point on home, say, listen, this is the conclusion of it, which what Charlie Kirk would do. You just don't, you don't like the conclusion. Like, oh, you could have left that out, but he put it in, and it's still valid because it's justifiable based off of the affirmative action. So it's just that I would say that truthfully, you wouldn't like the way he speaks and how he's speaking, because I can name so many people that made the same arguments, but maybe just to hammer it down with the conclusion like that, which you would be like, I like that better. So that's a difference of how things are said rather than what is said. And for me, remember when I bring you up here, I said that the way I interpret things is based off of what is said. I'm looking at the facts rather than how it's said. If it's how something is said, then we would need some proof. I can't just make these insinuations.
No,
if things are being justified.
No.
But listen, Darnell, I don't want to have the back and forth too much with you because I want to get more people in here. But once again, I do listen, man. You're welcome to come back up. I would say this, since you have a different perspective than me. Come back up again. I'll honor you to debate with you because you are at least genuine. You're not trying to lie and stuff like that. So,
okay, for sure.
I'll bring you back up. And next debate night will be Wednesday at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
I bet.
Yeah. So come back up again. All right, man. Have a blessed one.
All right, you too, brother. Take care.
And take care, man. All right, Darnell, I'm gonna bring you. I'm gonna take you off of mute, but let me bring someone else up. We got we got a lot of people in here. All right, let's see who I can. Carl, you've been back here chilling, man. I appreciate you for back here just watching, man. I know you share certain perspectives that I share too. You back here chilling. Let's bring up Mr. Cal, and go ahead, Darnell. You're off of mute, so you could go ahead and bring up whatever you want to bring up. And real quick, actually, before you go, Darnell, I want to go ahead and honor the super chats. I'll read them briefly real quick because I did say I was going to honor those. And I've been streaming for 6 hours, guys. Actually, it's going on 7 hours now. This is going to be, I think, one of my longest streams. So just bear with me here, man. So super chats that came in, let me honor these real quick. We got Kenneth sends in $10. He says, what about raped mothers who do choose to have their baby? Are they wrong now? What about mothers that do choose to have their... Okay, so that was in the conversation when I was debating Zigzag. So that was a question for him. We got Tyga says in $10. Appreciate the support. Tyga says, good show, Cooley. Here's some support. The stash bids you good tidings. I appreciate that. We got Tyga again says in $5. He says, what moral standard does Zigzag ground his worldview in? Just his personal preferences? Yeah, basically. This was like 3 hours ago. We got Dane Snyder sends him $5. He says, what language is that? something, amigo. Okay. I think I was chrome kicking out my Yeti mic. By the time I got into Safari, he was almost going. I'll be more prepared next time. Yeah, Dane Snyder, if you're watching this, I like you, man. As far as your perspective, you came in twice. You gave really good statements and a really good perspective. So I'll definitely bring you back up again. I think we share a similar worldview. We got Zigzagzilla. He says, Zigzag resigns supreme. Thanks for having me on. Zigzag, you got washed. Zigzag, you was easier than Calvin.
No, come on.
We got Tyga says, if morality doesn't come from religion/God, then it must come from individual preferences. If it comes from individual preferences, then it boils down to might makes right. That is true. This is why religion is necessarily for society. Yes, that's a good argument and a good statement, Tyga. When I was debating Zigzag, I was coming from the standpoint of basically that, no, actually it was another guy that I was debating, Ray. When I was debating Ray, I was coming from the standpoint that basically, God and religion is can you really make a distinction between it? Yes, but under Ray's definition of religion, it was more of the Google definition, which does create a distinction of God and religion. We got Uncle Tyke again, says in $10. He says, one more and I gotta go to bed. Thank you, Cooley, for being a gracious host. Shout out to Witkid, Tim, Zandal, etc., and all the debaters. I'm honored to be a part of this community. I appreciate you, Tiger. You are supporting, so you are definitely a part of this community, what we got going on here. Man, it's 2 a.m. and we still got over 200 people in here, man. So that's pretty good. We got Vincent sends in $10. I'm not sure what currency this is, but he says ENDEI is equity, not equality. There's a reason for this. Equity is equality of outcome. Yeah, that's what I broke down. We got Yo Boy Liam sends in $5. Myron Coward Ninja got mad at me because I stood up against him after mention you. He got mad. I triggered that dork. Wait, what? Myron is emotional burn. I see why people. I don't know what you speak. Yo, Bolim, I guess you mentioned Myron. In regards to something, what happened, bro? I think you backstage. What happened with you and Myron?
Yo, what's up, man?
What's going on, man?
I would like to hear that. Well, I try to. He got mad at me because I'm trying to reunite the brotherhood. You know what I'm saying? I guess he thought of you as a hater because you're associated with Saint Sin.
Hold up, real quick. Let me I gotta mute some individuals because I hear background noise. Okay, go ahead. Say that again. I couldn't hear you.
So basically, I sent the chat. I could give you the screenshot. I cussed him out because, I don't like people talking crazy to me. You know what I'm saying? I was a big supporter, and he talking crazy to a supporter. Like,
okay, but what happened? Go to the like. What happened?
So the main point was, I told him like, hey man, Cooley's in a debate right now. You should come join the stream. Here's the link.
Was this today?
Yeah, just today. And he got mad at me. You guys keep sending me this guy, Cooley, and this is getting annoying now, man. You fucking annoying, man. Da 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 da. I'm like,
yeah.
Look, motherfucker. Look, I'm just trying to reunite the brotherhood. You getting mad and everything like that.
So what about Marquette came into place? You said something about the Saint. What?
Because he know that you're associated with Marquette. So him and Marquette got a problem. That's why he
Oh, they got a problem? I didn't know that they had a problem.
yeah, and then the fact that he knows that you are friends with Marquette, basically he thought that you're one of the haters, and I keep telling him like he's not a hater. He speaks highly positive about you, man.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So, I mean, yeah, this is all like, I don't know anything about I don't know anything about none of this. I always say that I got nothing against Myron or Fresh. I actually, I messaged Fresh on X. Fresh hit me back and pretty much I say kudos to what he's doing with his 305 podcast. I gave him kudos. Fresh hit me back and said, thanks, man. I hit him back and said, yo, let's collaborate. He never hit me back. I hit up Myron too, like, yo, what's going on? I do a lot of open panel debates. If you ever want to come on and do a debate, I don't even think he reviewed it. But then I think, is that guy still their manager? The guy that, the GG3 guy, the guy that,
GG13, the numbers dude.
The numbers guy? Is that the manager?
You know, they're still friends with him, you know.
Okay, well, essentially, like the manager posted something on. So I'm thinking if this is the manager, I'm thinking like he said that, you know, he gave me props, like me, Myron, and Marquette are one of the most articulate black people on social media. Mm-hmm. So in my mind, I'm thinking like, well, if the manager is cool, maybe there's just a communication thing. Maybe they're not, you know, maybe they not seeing the DMs or whatever it may be. But I messaged them both on X just one time. But, you know, I did my part as far as personally reaching out to them. Once again, I got nothing against them brothers or what they doing. I never knew that him and Marquette had beef, though.
Yeah.
I see how that could be.
Yeah, in the fact that you're associated with Marquette, I guess he mistakes you as one of the haters. And
yeah, nah. So listen, man. The thing is, and I'm sure some followers of Fresh and Fit, just like yourself here, bro. I'm friends with Marquette. Me and Marquette speak off podcasts. I'm friends with him. We got a good relationship. We don't agree on everything, bro. We have many disagreements. Like, I don't have to agree with 100% of things 100% of what someone says. Right. But if I agree with like most things, I normally get along with people, and if they're not like weird or like in the LGBTQ plus community, I'm never going to speak to you outside of anything at all. Right. That's just not how I roll. But even in regards to Myron and his message and the things that he's done for this red pill or manosphere space, whatever you want to call it, I'm totally for it. I would say that I agree with him, but there's still minor little things that I maybe even would disagree with Myron on. But those minor little disagreements, would those ever even come up? We agree on so much stuff. The little small stuff would probably never come up. That's like with me and Marquette. Some of the little small stuff that me and Marquette would disagree on, it will probably never come up. So yeah, I'm not sure what's going on between them two, but I'm not in that. I got no.
Well, and that's what I was trying to tell Myron, that like he's not a part of the charade of Marquette, and I think he's you know, he doesn't understand the fact that I was trying to tell him like, look, I'm trying to form a brotherhood here. Like, he's not a hater. He speaks highly positive about you. And then
I know it's you and
he started cussing me out, and I'm like, nah, man. I'm like, you know, I send another chat. I'm like, look, motherfucker. I basically told him, don't talk to me like that. I'm your biggest supporter, and you're gonna talk crazy to your supporters, man. I don't like people when talk. I don't like it when people talk crazy to me, and I'm your biggest supporter, and I'm trying to be the bridge to the brotherhood, man. And
yeah. So I'll say this, Yo Boy Lame. There's many people, not just you, but there's some cross viewership, not a lot. Our viewership is different, and his viewership is much bigger as well. But there's some cross viewership, and you're not the only one that will reach out to me either on stream or behind stage. Like, yo, you got to go on Fresh and Fit. Yo, I messaged them, and yo, I really want to get you on there, and we got to make this collab happen. At the end of the day, man, listen, I got nothing against them, but if they don't want to collab, bro, it's just not going to happen. There's nothing that you can do, I can do, is just not going to happen. That's how things work. And the other thing is, a lot of people in this space, which is not me, which is why Marquette, he tends to honor this about me. When it comes to this, I'm out here like I gave Marquette some of my secrets that I haven't told anyone, which actually helped. He even said on his stream, which actually helped grow his platform, which actually helped him out in a lot of different ways. I gave him mad methodologies of what I utilized, and he utilized that on his platform, and he was able to grow his platform more with some of the things that I told him about. And he said this himself, like, this actually, helped me out. It's good information. Right. But there's a lot of people that don't view it like the way I view it. They view it as competition based, which is, I agree though too. Essentially, all of us are in competition, but we have to come to the understanding that the main competition is the people that has opposing views than us. Right. People that's pushing forth this degeneracy and feminism and wokeism and all of these other crazy different ideologies that is destroying our society. That's really the competition, because it's either us, either our ideology is going to prevail or their ideology is going to prevail. So it would benefit us. I would be in agreement that it would actually benefit us if we did come together more.
That's what I'm saying. But
yeah, but I would say this though, I'll be honest. Fresh and Fit, bro, they've been around much longer than I have been, and they put a lot of people on. So I got to give them the kudos. They'd never have to put me on. They put so many people on, like Marquette and different people in a space that I respect, or I would say that, man, this person is spitting game. They put so many people, good people on. They don't need to put me on. I'm not in need for them, bro.
and the thing is, like, this is what my problem with Myron. He's actually he's a hypocrite.
Yeah,
the fact that he talks about freedom of speech, freedom of expression, but then when I express myself, he tried to block me on the OSS website. We got his little OSS website with a bunch of.
So listen, I'll be honest.
He got a lot of his cocksucking fans in that website, like, trying to ride his dick paws.
I'll be honest with you real quick. If someone is streaming and you have this agenda on your stream, these bullet points that you need to hit off, you're streaming. If your audience is like saying like, oh, hop into this stream when you already got a set program, it will annoy you because you already got a set program. You doing what you doing. So why would I want to stop what I'm doing to go into someone else's stream? You get what I'm saying? The only reason why I would stop doing what I'm doing to go into someone else's stream is unless it's actually beneficial. So like if I had 2,000 people watching me, for sure I would see, well, this could benefit Myron would see the benefit. Or if I had all of these subscribers or something and it can be a benefit there, then people would go into the stream. But you got to realize this though, Fresh and Fit gave out so many like handouts to went on so many people's streams or allow people on their platform where maybe there wasn't like a big benefit for them, but they did it out of love. Mm-hmm. They don't have to they're not required, bro, to give love to anyone else. So I don't respect that love at all. I don't expect it. I don't expect that olive branch to be given. Now, I'm growing my platform already on my own. I'm under 3 years in. I'm about to hit 400,000 subscribers. I'm doing pretty good. They tried to cancel me already. They tried to put out some fake exposures of me, but my channel is still growing. At the end of the day, much respect to them. Let them keep pushing out the good ideology, the things that I believe in. I'm going to keep pushing out mine. And if we never link up and we never collab, it never happened. Who cares? But at the end of the day, the message is still getting out there, right?
Yeah,
so,
that's true. But like I said,
but
I like watching you because you invite ladies on the platform, and you don't talk crazy to your fans, and that's what I like about you.
Fair enough, man. I wanted to go ahead and bring you.
Some retard in the chat said freedom of speech don't mean you can come to my atmosphere and do that. No. Freedom of speech can be anywhere, brother. It don't matter where I go. I don't care. I don't give a fuck how you feel.
And one of the reasons why I wanted to honor you and bring you on up, because you sent in a super chat, you donated, and I think I seen you backstage earlier too. You were waiting patiently, but you said that, so I wanted to bring you up so you can elaborate on what you said. But yeah, man, listen, it's all love over here. Listen, bro, don't stop watching Fresh and Fit. That's a good show. You know what I mean? Still support them. I would never tell you not to support them. Support them. You've found me because of them. If we're being honest, one of the reasons why you found me, it would be, we got to keep it no Fugazi. One of the reasons why you found them, one of the reasons why you found me would be because of them. That was not to say that you would have never found me without them, but that is one of the reasons, because similar content, similar ideology, stuff like that. So shouts out to them. Other than that, man, appreciate you for coming up and supporting the channel, man. But let me commence with this debate night. We're 7 hours in, 7-hour stream, man. We're going strong.
Hey, look, this is what I'm gonna tell you. Keep doing what you're doing, Cooley. Keep leading from the front, brother.
Appreciate you, brother. Have a blessed one.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. I wanted to bring him up to honor what he was saying, and let's also bring up some more people. We got Anthony. Okay, so. I'm almost done with the super chats. Just give me a second here. Y'all still backstage. Hold up. Y'all stay back there. But let me just finish up with these super chats or I'm never going to get done. Also, I'm only reading super chats currently starting right now if it's over $20. Too many super chats. I'm not reading anything if it's not 20. We got Vincent sends him $5. He says, can you just pull up the videos of Charlie's position on black people, please? Okay. We got Manny Fresh is in $20. Appreciate the support, Manny Fresh. He says the biggest impact on the AA community by Charlie Kirk's message would be a bigger community with more dads. Also, side note, unbiased medical worker, 15 years opinion on GF. No definitive proof. Without doubt, he died from knee. Oh, yeah, true. Okay. We got Vincent sends in $10 again. Fugs, or you mean Fools? Fools, big fan. Oh, Fugs, I'm not sure what you're saying. Something big fan. Okay. When you have this debate again, have these common clips the uniform dude bring up before ready to go. Ask them if they know why the E in DEI is for equity and not equality. Yeah, so I do have those clips. I could play it. I found them, when I was looking for it before. We got Vincent again, says in $10. Read the super chats. Yeah, Vincent, I'm doing it now. Appreciate you, Vincent. Thank you for the support. Vincent again says, welfare, affirmative action, DEI, all by Democrats sound nice and inclusive, but in practice ends up not working and worsens the problems. This is true. It does worsen the problem when we're speaking about these. Vincent again says, super chats, bro. Yes, bro. I'm reading them now. Vincent sends in $20. Appreciate you, Vincent. He says, here's something that make people think if racism is bad, sexism is bad, anti-Semitism is bad, if all words ending in ism essentially prioritize one inherent trait above all, why would you celebrate feminism today? Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, that is a good point. All right. So I finished with the super chats. Let's go ahead and bring these fellas up. And let's go with Darnell. Go ahead, Darnell.
Well, a lot has transpired since I was on mute. May I bring it back to the DEI that we were talking about earlier? That's what I was trying to get to, or did you want to segue into something else here?
I mean, if you wanted to, you can, but we can segue into something else, because I guess we kind of we did the whole DEI thing already. So Did you have another question that you wanted to ask, or should I go with Mr. McCall or Anthony?
Go with Mr. McCall or Anthony first, and then let's see.
Okay.
Let's see what happens. By the way, do you still hear an echo when I unmuted? I changed the audio settings.
I still hear the echo. Yep, it's there, man.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fair enough. Let's start with Mr. McCall. What do you want to debate about? Let me take you off of mute. Go ahead, Mr. McCall.
Who's Mr. McCall?
I got no volume. Mr. Call, go ahead.
Oh, Mr. Cal. All right, anyway.
Cal.
I've
been streaming for 7 hours.
I got you. It's a long night. It's like 11:50, almost 11:50 where I'm at right now. So I do want to go back to the DEI thing because it's just been like bugging me. It was one of the arguments that was brought up. I feel like brought up the NBA like comparison, and I feel like it's a very low IQ argument to make to use the NBA as a comparison to like DEI when comparing it to like becoming a pilot. So the first question I want to ask is like, what are the prerequisite requirements to be in the NBA?
Playing good through school, playing good through community.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he's
the
answering
argument
it.
being a pilot. Like how many young black men want to be a pilot though? That's the argument.
To be in the NBA, like
That's the
basketball,
argument.
You know, it's not a prerequisite to be good in the community. But the requirements.
The requirements are going to be
in the NBA.
The requirements are going to be different, but we do know that there are more.
Your athleticism, the opportunity that you get from your community. That's what that is. Being a pilot is completely different. Your community is what's uprising you and makes you a player.
Your community.
Okay, so you can't just ask me what is.
I'm sorry.
No, your community is what's going to uprise you, though. Your community is what's going to open you up to the world. If you're a D1 player and they know that you're a D1 player, they're going to make sure that you get out to the world. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
That doesn't get you into
the system that you're in.
NBA, though, right?
Go ahead, bro. No, say what you said.
We got no volume from you, Cal. We couldn't hear you. It's like bad connection. Try going out. Try going out and coming back in. It's your connection. I'm looking at it from my end. It says poor connection. So just go out and come back in.
You're gonna get in the NBA?
Yeah, I'll bring you up.
We bring back. I mean, yeah, but yeah, come on.
So yeah, good good refutations, Anthony. Let me go ahead and unmute Darnell. Looks like he got his hand up. Go ahead, Darnell.
Yes, sir. Since we're back on the DEI thing, the only thing. So earlier, you had mentioned Ketanji Brown Jackson, the first black woman to be on the appointed to the Supreme Court. May I get your? I have a series of questions, but the first question is, may I get your opinion? I mean, what do you think of her? Do you believe that she was not qualified to be appointed to the Supreme Court, and why?
Yeah, Samir Cooley.
Yeah,
Cooley.
I mean, I really didn't look into it too much. If we go by, I know that she did say there is her own words saying that, affirmative action is what helped her get that position. Then we would have to say that, well, is she really qualified? Now, if we're speaking about Ketanji, which I do know her ideology, I would say that based off of just the ideology alone and the type of things that she is for, I would say that no, I wouldn't never choose her as a qualified candidate.
Even though that she was a judge and, she has...
Nah.
Well, I mean,
that doesn't mean you qualified. Not from.
Yeah.
So I go with. So once again, you're asking me. So I would adhere to people that share my same moral ethics. Ketanji doesn't share my moral ethics. Ketanji is an individual that would be for LGBTQ. That would be for. She's a feminist, right? So in regards to that, these are ideologies that I'm against. So would I want someone like that in position of power as a judge? Do I even think that, since their ideology I think is wrong, by its nature it's wrong, and it doesn't produce good outcomes, then obviously her practices, what people tend to push forth, is based off of their belief, their moral values, their moral ethics. So if her ethics don't align with me and I think that it's wrong by wrong, then obviously what she pushed forth in practice will be wrong too. So yeah, actually take that back. I would say that she isn't qualified. Go ahead. Floor is yours.
Okay, so well, that's fair enough. But so, like, what's your opinion of Pete Hegseth?
Not sure who it is. You have to give me more information. Is he a Democrat?
No, he's a Republican.
He's a Republican, and what?
He's the defense secretary.
Okay, he's the defense secretary. Yeah,
Yes,
I don't know too much information on him, but go ahead. Tell me something that you think, one of his claims that you think is off.
Well, I mean, nothing of his claims are off. The only thing is, you had mentioned about DEI, people not qualified. You're concerned DEI doesn't, that certain people that aren't qualified are getting jobs that they
Did
shouldn't
he
have.
say that he's a
have a
benefactor
defense
of DEI?
No, he's not a benefiter of DEI. He's a white man.
Then.
But here's the problem, is that I don't think he qualifies to be sec def. And I say that,
you would have
hold
to
on
let
a
me
second.
know why.
Because one, he was a light colonel. Normally sec def, there's a retired general, that you find to become sec def. I remember when Biden tried to appoint Lloyd Austin, who did not qualify to be sec def based on a law. You had to be out of the military for a certain amount of years before you could be sec def, and they gave him an exemption. But Republicans were crying foul. The thing is that I've never heard of a light colonel becoming.
He's talking about.
I'm sorry.
Are you comparing him to someone else, or are you defending on what he's talking about? I'm not even sure what he's actually defending.
Yeah, I don't know either.
What I'm saying is that Hegseth did not qualify for his job. He was a light colonel in the National Guard, and now you're sec def?
Okay, got it. So you're saying that he didn't qualify for his position. There was other more qualified candidates. And I don't know much about him. This could be the case that maybe he wasn't the most qualified person, and maybe a form of nepotism. Maybe he was friends with someone that got him in there, got him in position, got him in that position.
He was a supporter of President Trump.
Normal military things. This doesn't sound anything different from that happens every single day.
Yeah.
No, but here's the problem. Here's what we were talking about is you were saying DEI, you don't qualify for the job. People that are getting the job that don't qualify. And here's the light colonel, all of a sudden in charge of the military. Not only that, but
hold on a second.
What makes him not qualify though?
What was his name again?
his name was Pete, or his name is Pete Hegseth, and what makes him not qualified? I mean, have any of you ever heard of a light colonel being sec def before? This is unprecedented. You know, normally it's a general, a man that, you know, normally it's a general. I mean, since I've been on this planet, the sec defs have been like Colin Powell, heroes of the Gulf War. I think General Shoemaker, I believe, or was he Army Chief of Staff? I think he was Army Chief of Staff. I got that wrong. Donald Rumsfeld, but he was, you know, he was in government for a long ass time. You know, Lloyd Austin, General.
Yeah, but he was still in the military, and he has
No. I was in the military. Would I qualify as sec def? I was in the military.
Were you a light colonel?
No.
Okay, then what
so
is the
what the freak
argument
is you
that you're
talking about?
Yeah,
when you
hold
look
on
up light colonel is a high ranking
No,
colonel.
it's not. Do not tell me that. I was in the military, sir. Were you in the
rank?
military?
I haven't been.
It's
it's not a
it's
regular
a
rank.
05. It's an 05.
Okay, what is that compared to a regular soldier?
That's a mid-career officer.
Mid-career officer. How many years?
He commands a battalion.
Okay, he commands a battalion. Okay, so if you command a battalion, would there be other people in the military that's more qualified in this position than you? Yeah, there can possibly be more people qualified because they're higher ranked. Listen, stop speaking, because I don't think you understand. Right? Listen, and I got to mute you because it's an echo real quick. I don't think you understand. I didn't even know what you were speaking about, but I was Googling it because this is why we have Google, and I looked it up. It's a higher ranking position in the military. It isn't a regular soldier. It is fairly mid-tier, but it is still someone that is in position of power in the military that has rank. You get what I'm saying? It isn't just you don't. It's not like you're in the military and you're a regular soldier. I say all of that
if that was through nepotism, it would be a different story. But can you tell us that was through nepotism?
Yeah, and that's what I'm trying to get at. Now, was that through nepotism? Was he related to somebody? Did he know? Does he know people within the organization of Trump's, party, and he got like a way in there? Even if it's for nepotism, I don't consider nepotism being wrong like how DEI is wrong. You get it? Like it's a distinction there. If you're going to say that, well, he was hired through nepotism, okay, maybe not. He's maybe not the most qualified person, but it's still much better than DEI, because at least that if it's through nepotism, you at least trust that person. So you trust them for the position, right? So you got to at least trust some type of qualifications and stuff like that. But listen, y'all been almost streaming for 8 hours, so we got to finish up this conversation another day. I got to end stream. But Darnell, I honor you back, and I will prioritize you the next time I do stream. Anthony, I tend to see like your perspective and your worldview. We may align on many things, and you'll be someone good to have up, because I've been debating many of these Charlie Kirk haters and many different type of people that just they don't like the conservative worldview or things like that. So I'll definitely have you back up, and I'll have you debate some of these people one-on-one and stuff like that. So
something cool.
Yeah.
Today was my first day streaming, and I actually really appreciate it. So I really appreciate being back, and I'd love
for sure, man. I'll have you back. So listen, next debate night is going to be Wednesday at 7 p.m. At 7:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Right now it's 3 a.m. where I'm at. So I've been streaming for 7.5 hours. I got to go. So tune in for this Wednesday, man. Appreciate you. Darnell, you too. Come in this Wednesday. I got you, Darnell. We'll finish it up. All right. Everybody in the chat, get the likes up. Support the channel. Don't be a ninja watcher. Get the likes up now for me. Let's see if we got any more super chats come in. Nope, no more super chats that came in. Man, W stream tonight.
No Fugazee.
W stream tonight, man. W stream. Man, we had consistently of like 400 people at one point. Then we went down to like 300. Then it's 3 a.m. and we still got 200 people on. So, but anyways, good debates. I'll have my editor clip up some of these debates and post it soon. So you guys will see certain segments of the debate. But other than that, tune in. This Wednesday is going to be next open panel debate night. Then this Saturday, we got a full panel of girls. We got the dating and relationship show. We got about 6 to 8 girls lined up. Full panel of chicks is going to be fire. So tune in this Saturday. Other than that, this podcast was No Fugazi. I appreciate everyone that supported. Like the stream before you go. Subscribe to the channel if you already aren't. I got to eat. I got to go to sleep. 7.5 hour stream. Peace. And y'all see the suit too, man. Listen, new studio, new podcast by the spirit, not by the letter. Bro, we can go verse for verse all day long. Doing new things. Men are okay with understanding the reality that we are in competition with one another. But you ladies think that you're special. You are in competition. Men are men of their word. So here's my word. I'll fly you out here and we can do it in person. And after that, we could box. I'm about my business. So remember I said, when I ask you these questions, I will dismantle your entire argument. That's the end of the debate, my dog.
I'm 39, but I don't look your typical 39.
Belly.
Yeah.
You look 39. It's okay though. That man isn't intimidated by a woman like you. He's annoyed by a woman like you. Because a man doesn't want to date another man. He wants to date a woman.